decided to bat, and as I was just saying, I think it was a split decision, not kind of right down the middle, but I think they were more in favour of having a bat, and they just haven't managed to do it well enough against a good bowling attack who have used the conditions very, very well. Kyle Abbott, 6th wicket, and rightly receiving warm applause as he leaves the field of play. 6 for 36 off 12 overs and 2 maidens. Keith Barker, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 37, bowled well first up as well yesterday. Mohammed Abbas, 3 for 25 from 14 overs and 6 maidens. Ian Holland, none for 31 off 8, and James Fuller, none for 23 off 6. Don Bess with 67 and Will Frayne with 53 were the only ones who really got the scorers' fingers working to any great extent, but won't say that anybody else didn't trouble the scorers, because DT will clearly, of course, Mr. Pedant as he is, pick us up on that. We'll take a short breather, Kev, and we'll pick up the mics again in a few minutes' time when it is Hampshire's turn to bat. Yeah, superb. Good delivery. Finish it off.
Did you get that? Did you look at that last night? Did you take that? Take it? I'll send a link to a guest house.
Third.
It's available. It just happened to be while I was waiting at the station for my train to last night. I had a quick look on hotels.com to see what was around. And there was B&B just up the road on North Road. Rated.
Does the first wicket of the morning count because it was taken before 11 a.m?
Top rated.
It's taken at 10:59 at the one, so officially that might be started. I don't know, but it's suddenly just started. I think it was the same. What Kevin said when he introduced it came up about a good 2 minutes later on here.
I had a call from Dave Grayscale. What did I say to you? He tell you how good he was. And he was, well, careful, because his comment was, he said, I don't know what's happening, he said, but I can hear you coming down the Nottinghamshire versus Sussex.
Well, I put in an email to Stream Booking, I rang them, they didn't answer. Everybody at Leeds thought they'd done the right thing and
You weren't the only one
that was on the wrong place.
strange gremlins at work.
Can you see why we were practicing slip catching now?
Yes. We just had a.
They knew something that
We just had a mini. Pete said 7 overs would last month. I said we'd last for 20.
What was it, about 7 balls?
Yeah.
He was right.
I said 5 past 11, didn't I?
Greg Nelson saying.
Well, there you are then. You won it then, yeah. You won it.
Just picked up your email and given me a second.
I just had this vision of him actually having a bit of guts and grit and staying there.
So you might want to take a note for this, Jamie, because he's given me a different number to phone.
I'm sure it is, yeah.
He says so.
158 could be a winning score.
I believe the number for you to dial should be 01618684375.
Just to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, the club has recently launched its new Steps Camp for those attending any Yorkshire match. In Scarborough or York, if you yourselves or witness any anti-social behaviour, please text the word respect to 60650. That's respect to 60650. Spectators are able to report any such behaviour. There is no place for antisocial behaviour in cricket or wider society. Enjoy the game today.
on a train. You haven't got to give in the afternoon. Yeah, they challenge these things. And if they're sort of nice and easy, these people are there. They just say you have to get on the next station. I'm not going to get in a confrontation. I'm not going to get in a confrontation. The only people who ever pay the cost are well-behaved people. I've seen them on TV.
What gave you that impression? Self-awareness, DT, is a wonderful thing, isn't it?
Can't track them. People tend to exchange again. Tend to make the same journey. They tend to enter at the same stage. Wrong. Happens all the time. Some big lines are loose kids. They exploit them from that. Eventually, he likes things.
Stephen Hartley is near the number. Stephen Harrison leading Yorkshire.
And welcome back from North Marine Road in Scarborough, where the teams are making their way back out onto the field of play. Yorkshire now in the field, get together in that collective huddle. Dave Williams, photographer, is taking a few snaps of the two Hampshire opening batters, who are doing a little bit of flexing and stretching down in front of the pavilion. And we move on then to part two of this one. Yorkshire having won the toss and decided to bat bowled out for 159. Kyle Abbott 6 for 36. Mohammed Abbas 3 for 25. 1 for 37 for Keith Barker. They'll be very confident, Kevin James, of setting up a good lead here and maybe only having to bat once, won't they?
Well, I mean, listen, yesterday morning... No, I mean, no, listen, I mean, look at the conditions. The ball is obviously still moving around. You know, it was difficult yesterday morning. Why won't it be difficult for Hampshire this morning? Now, the heavy roll has been on the pitch. Will that deaden it down a bit? Probably at some point, but we've got the new ball. The new ball is hard work anyway, anywhere in the country. I think here it's going to be particularly hard work. Looks like Ben Coates got a particularly good warm round of applause, and nice to see him back in the Yorkshire side. But listen, Yorkshire are going to make Hampshire work hard here. I don't think this is going to be easy for Hampshire at all.
Yeah, Ben Coates, as you say, back in for Yorkshire, his first match of the season in first-class cricket. Didn't manage to register a run, but was undefeated. 28 years of age he is now. Still feels like he's younger than that, but then a bit like DT, everyone feels younger when they're out there on the field of play. First ball of his first team career of 2022. Cannons off the sort of abdominal area of Felix Organ there. And there is no run. Yeah, just top of the thigh pad. Nip backer, typical Coates sort of delivery. It's his 49th first-class match. Ben Coates has taken 192 first-class wickets with a best of 6 for 25. and he averages just over 20. Seriously good bowler when he's on song, and he's got an edge. Second ball of this Hampshire innings, and unfortunately for Yorkshire it's dropped short of Tom Kohler-Cadmore at first slip, so things already happening out there in the middle.
Yeah, I mean it's going to, isn't it? Yeah, just short. But that ball's just shaped away. So he's had one ball that's nipped back at him, one ball that's swung away a fraction. I mean, why isn't this not going to be difficult for the batters?
What's the follow-on time?
Follow-on's about 3. It's a
Be,
bit more than that,
10,
but it ain't much.
It'll be 10, won't it?
Follow-on.
Ben Code in again. That's wide of off stump. And his shoulders arms should say, by the way, that we have Ian Holland out there with Felix Organ, the latter on strike. Holland just picking a bit of something up off the pitch, but he does look heavy out there, doesn't he? It was quite spongy, the outfield. We had a walk on it earlier on. Nice cup of coffee before the start of play. J-Mo buying the flapjack. Here's Code, and again Organ shouldering arms, and he's struck on the front pad, or maybe on the thigh pad. It was too high in terms of a shout for LBW, but you're always going to get that yelp from the fielding side. They've started then with Kohler-Cadmore at first slip, Lyth at second.
Sorry.
Will Frayne at third, George Hill at fourth. Dominic Bess is at a backward, well, he's at gully, I suppose, but feels a bit deep. You were going to say?
I was going to say, he's had 3 balls, 2 nip-backers and 1 that swung away.
Code again. And this time there will be runs off the bat of Felix Organ. Turns it down to Matthew Waite in front of the pavilion, and Hampshire underway with a single.
Well, he got 100 last week, Felix Organ, down at Cheltenham, and I reckon the first 3 balls are probably about as many balls that moved on him than the whole time in his 100 last week. This is going to be difficult.
Ben Code had an injury interrupted season last year as well. Did play in his most recent first class match, was the last game of last season at Trent Bridge. Made his debut at Chesterley Street against Durham back in 2016. Here he is again to Ian Holland, this time for the first time, who pushes into the offside where Thompson fields. So one without loss, but not without a little bit of jeopardy there for the opening Hampshire pair. And our umpires are going to just meet in the middle for a chat here, Neil Mallender and Peter Hartley. And I'm not sure it's about what they're going to stick down on their request for dinner, whichever hotel it is they're staying at this evening.
Well, I should, you probably have to wait until about 7:30 though on the door. Some of the hotels around here. Listen, the light's not great. That's one thing. And when you look around, there's some dark clouds around as well. I'm not sure they took a light meter reading, so obviously they're happy at the moment. But I think at some point, if it is going to rain, they've got to decide when to come off, because of course you want to get those covers on as quickly as possible. But the light is not great. I don't think Jordan Thompson wants to be bowling too many bouncers. I don't think that will help things. Got to keep it pitched up. He doesn't need to bowl bouncers in this situation. Just keep the ball pitched up, and I'm sure he will. Comes in, right arm over, and bowls to Felix Organ. Organ pushes forward. It's a nice strong shot up to mid-on, but they did come back at him a fraction. I think this is literally a day. Just bowl seam up. Make sure the seam stays straight. Don't let it wobble. None of this wobble seam stuff. Just keep it straight, and the ball will do something for you. I don't think you even have to try too much. Just land it on the seam, and it will swing a little bit as well. Thompson comes in and bowls again. Organ nips back, hits him on the pad. I think that's done too much. So good delivery. That's seam back. He's just done a bit too much height. I think that's what Dave Townsend's saying, height. There's, just watching that again on the live feed. Yeah, it's a good shout. I think he's done too much. He's done too much. Again, the light. I'm just looking around. The light's not great.
I think you're trying to talk the batters into an enforced rest here, aren't you, J-Mo?
I'm trying to get
till the sun comes out.
I'm trying to get a message to the umpires. Well, we'll be waiting for about 3 weeks. And that's worked nicely through mid-on. There'll be a single. May look for 2. Yeah, Organ's just waiting for Ian Holland, who's running to the danger end to make sure he's okay. So that's 2 runs. Hampshire on to 3 without loss.
You're absolutely spot on with what you say, though, in terms of just letting the ball do the work here. And sometimes there's a tendency to force it out there. I don't think you'll get that so much from Ben Code, but Jordan Thompson might be more inclined to do that, looking for something.
Yeah. No, I agree. Especially if you don't take a wicket in the first few overs, because they'll be expecting to. Thompson bowls outside the off stump. Nice carry through to Tattersall.
And I'll go back to what Otis Gibson said to me after the Taunton match last week, when I said, OK, come on, tell us, what are you specifically asking from these younger bowlers, the Jordan Thompsons, Matthew Waits, Matthew Revises? And he said control, and I mean control by length. If you hit your lengths, then you are a long way towards starving the batters of runs and therefore making a silly mistake, rather than just bowling 2 different lengths.
Yeah, I mean, it's not rocket science. As Thompson bowls, that's nipped away a little bit, but that's a good leave. Nice carry again through to the keeper. There are times when you bowl that you don't actually have to really work too hard in terms of, you've still got to work hard in terms of making sure you bowl in the right areas, but sometimes the ball will just do things for you without even you trying. And this is one of those days. Just bowl seam up, land it on a length, and then just wait. And you shouldn't have to wait too long, as Hampshire found. Snip back as well. That's a good delivery. Tattersall moving smartly to his left, but it just started a fraction too wide, but it was a great delivery. But in 2 overs, we've seen the ball move, virtually every ball, one way or the other. Why is this not difficult as a batter? It's hard enough, isn't it?
So there you go, Jordan. Excited because he just missed the top of off stump with that delivery, and I think what Otis is saying is, yeah, we know you can do that, so keep doing it. Don't, just like any batter, you'd expect to have to be patient out there, be patient with the ball as well, and just keep putting it there. Yeah. And don't get disappointed if they're not nicking off every delivery, or they're not looking in deep trouble, because one will nip the other way. Catch them unawares. Here's Ben Code bowling to Ian Holland with 4 slips in place. Holland solidly behind it, pushing into the onside, where it's fielded by Patterson. At mid-on, we have, looks like the local Lord Mayor being ushered in by security from the left. Gold chains everywhere. He's got more on than DT. Mr. T to our right. Go down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end. Good delivery. Has the beating of Holland. This time he was driving at that. And Ben Code, good to see him back. And already some form of control from one end for Yorkshire.
I mean, this is a bowler's dream, isn't it? This is. I mean, if you're coming back into the side and you want to ease yourself into a game nicely, I mean, Ben Code, he's not going to get much better conditions to bowl in than this. You know, this is a bowler's dream. I mean, bowlers pray to be bowling in situations like this.
Here he comes again, then past umpire Neil Mallender. Another good delivery. There's an aborted appeal. And in terms of that, then, well, Ben Code knows exactly where the ball is. Bowled plenty of times before. We've seen him with some super spells at Scarborough. There's wobble in the air. It's missing the stumps, I think, first and foremost, but also lengthwise. And back to that chat with Matthew Fisher when he came up to the box the other week, that Scarborough length, which is a little bit fuller than you'd see on most pitches, and particularly so down this hill. Code in again. Holland smothers that, and it drops into the offside for Thompson to field. No run. I think there were probably quite a few people holding off this morning to see what the weather might do first thing before they decided to come down to the ground, but it's pretty much as well populated, I think, as it was at a similar time yesterday.
I mean, we must be so close to going off for light. We must be literally borderline. I'm just wondering if the umpires are thinking that actually if one of these clouds disappears, it might get slightly better.
Go to Holland again, and another edge, and this time he's out. Ben Code punches the air with delight. He is back, and it was a good catch as well by George Hill at 4th slip. A thick outside edge from Ian Holland. And Yorkshire have hit back. It's 3 for 1, Hampshire.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that a wicket falling is much of a surprise, really. There's not been too many balls that have gone straight. In what have we had? Nearly come up to 3 overs, And there's not one ball that's just gone line and length in terms of not done anything. It's really difficult, and I'm just wondering, listen, Ben Code, Jordan Thompson, you know, if they don't take wickets pretty quickly, there'll be something wrong. But I just question this light. I just don't think this is right.
Ian Holland was out for a duck. Can't give you any more detail than that because the internet has failed, and now we have rain. Brollies are going up, and you can't see them staying on here at this moment because it's coming down pretty heavily straight away here. They're collected in the middle. The umpires are having a chat. The covers are not yet being brought on, but they're heading for the tractor over on the far right-hand side of the ground. But amid all of that, we do have a batter emerging from the changing room in the form of Joe Weatherly, although he's immediately turned round, and they are now coming off because of rain. So 28 minutes into this morning, we have our first break. Kev concerned about the light, and I suppose given that concern and grey clouds overhead, then no great surprise we have some precipitation. Chance for me to say good morning to the boys from Hanging Heaton who were just up in the Albert last night. John Carruthers and former Yorkshire batter as well, Gary Fellows in there. A few others reminiscing about the old days, the Bradford League days. And I was told that I'm always talking about Pudsey St Lawrence, so I had to mention the words Hanging Heaton. So there you go, fellas. That's I'll tick that particular box while we have a little break. Messrs Mallender and Hartley looking up to the heavens, but at the moment they're just going to get a little bit of water in their eyes on doing so, and the covers are hastily being brought on here. Don't forget, of course, this evening it is Cali Fish and Chips, Memorial Fish and Chips evening. DT has been tweeting about that this morning. So wherever you are, we just like to take an evening to remember the old boy, my predecessor in this role, and a man who was so well loved by all those who knew him and listened to him. We'll be heading off to a Scarborough Chippy. I don't think we've nominated that one just yet, and hopefully if the weather's a little bit better than this evening, we'll be sitting out overlooking the bay somewhere around here and probably recounting a few tales of the old boy, and we would love you to join us in a wider sense. So wherever you are listening from, then go buy yourself a portion as well, and just think about the old fella. He's put a photograph up there with that, I always call it kind of that chipmunk smile that he had, the big front teeth sticking out, and that the familiar specs on, and there's various photographs have been there with our colleague Martin Emerson and Dizzy, Jason Gillespie, who he was such great pals with as well. But we have no cricket to talk about just at this moment in time here. And yeah, disappointment in that respect. But just to recap on what's gone on so far this morning, Yorkshire resumed on 158 for 8, having not seen any play after tea yesterday. Stephen Patterson out the third ball of the morning, which was halfway through an over, as it was 54.5 overs, caught behind by Ben Brown off the excellent Kyle Abbott without scoring. And then Jordan Thompson got a thick outside edge on one and was caught by Liam Dawson off Abbott in his next over. That was 56.1 overs. Yorkshire wrapped up by 11.07 this morning. Jordan making 6 from 19 deliveries. Ben Code not out 0 from 3. And just to run through those Hampshire bowling figures again: Keith Barker 16 overs 3 maidens 1 for 37. Mohammed Abbas 14 overs 6 maidens 3 for 25. Kyle Abbott 12.1 overs 2 maidens 6 for 36. Ian Holland 8 overs 1 maiden none for 31. James Fuller 6 overs no maidens none for 23. And then Yorkshire striking early as well, and in the form of Ben Code, starved of first team action this season due to injury. And well, that's a great fillip for him, coming back in just his second over, taking the wicket of Ian Holland, who was caught by George Hill at fourth slip. Holland facing 6 deliveries but not managing to get off the mark. Felix Organ not out 3 from 11 so far. We'll be hanging around and waiting for a little bit more cricket to come at some point, but there isn't a lot of wind around today, unusually, having yesterday seen it quite blustery at times. The rain coming pretty much straight down, which suggests it could be here for a while, because that big black cloud overhead is not going to get much aerial assistance in moving on. And while we're waiting for more action then at North Marine Road, and the crowd start to disperse with their brollies for the time being, we will just drop the microphone and say bye for now. And of course, anything to report, any further action, we'll be right back with you.
Does that make 3?
You noted on Amazon because they give you a listing of where you are in the bestsellers.
All right. Good stuff, mate. Many congratulations.
Nowadays I'm hovering around the 500s, but last night I shot up into the top 100, which signals
Stuff, mate. Good stuff. Right. What am I going to say to Cleggy? Because we're off the rain again, aren't we? Shall I say to him,
Good afternoon and a welcome clap for us as we return at North Marine Road, as do umpires Peter Hartley and Neil Mallender. And pleased to say play is back on, having well, not seen any since 11:27 at the point that Ian Holland's wicket was taken, caught by George Hill at fourth slip off the bowling of Ben Code without scoring. 3 for 1 Hampshire, having gone in to respond to Yorkshire's 159. They added just 1 run to their overnight 158 for 8. That's the sitch. In terms of the playing hours now, revised playing hours as a result of this break, 16 overs have been lost from today's play, and Yorkshire scorer John Potter informs that lunch will now be taken at 1:10 to 1:50, and that is fixed, as is tea, 4 o'clock to 4:20, and the scheduled close of play 6:30. 81.1 overs remaining to be bowled today. David Townsend and myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you for this little spell. Kevin James will be back with us in the non too distant future as well. You can get in touch on @DO_cricket for the old geezer to my right, and for the slightly younger old geezer here, at Jonathan Doidge, and BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Ben Code, who took that wicket, is going to continue then, and he's bowling to Joe Weatherly, who walked out for about 15 yards, turned round and went straight back when the rains came, and he's pushing forward at this one as a big appeal, and he's given not out. But sharp intake of breath from Kev James sitting alongside, and that is the end of the over. We might see a quick replay of that. Warm applause for Ben Code. It wasn't a bad shout either, DT.
The DT finger was going up there, I've got to say. I think had that been, a couple of overs into this resumption, that would have been given. The fact that it was the first ball after, maybe the toughest time for the umpires, the first over and the last over of a session, I was told once by an international umpire.
It isn't difficult, is it, to raise the index finger?
Well, it's making the decision and sort of being focused and being. You've got to give the batsman the benefit of the doubt, and I think that could well have been very close indeed. Jordan Thompson then starts this over, running away from us, and that's played down into backward point for a no run. The good news is that there might be a shower this afternoon, and Jamo's just chuckling away and shaking his head next to me. But then for the rest of the game, or for the remaining part of this day, and the 2 remaining days, no rain. And you will see Scarborough in its most magnificent tomorrow, Jamo. Thompson bowls again, forward, solidly pushed past mid-wicket, and a slide and a throw there into the keeper, and the batsmen are back for 2 runs. There's a few flecks of of moisture in the air at the moment, 1 or 2 little drips coming down, but nothing too serious. I think the umpires are keen to keep us out there and get this game on. It certainly moved on this morning. 3 wickets in, well, not very many deliveries. Well, 2.5 overs before the rain came down to this innings. Driven, and there's a big appeal and gone. That was a full-length delivery. Organs played all around it, looking to whip it through mid-wicket. And, well, I don't think you could blame that one too much on the pitch. That was just playing around a straight one. The second Hampshire wicket goes down, and I believe the score is 5 for 2. Organ has scored all 5 of them. He's making his way off, and Yorkshire celebrating their second success. This is going to be a very lively little 40 minutes, Doidge.
Yeah, could be. Good bit of bowling by Jordan Thompson, just getting it right up there on the full, and even though we're nowhere near straight on, I raised the index finger there. Just felt like if that's as straight as it appears to be, then he is a goner, and off he goes. So very difficult start as well. Yorkshire 33 for 6 yesterday, and around about 24 hours on, we're seeing the 4th Hampshire batsman walk out to the middle, and he goes by the name here of Nick Gubbins, flexing at the knee, little crouch as he goes on. Still has a feeling that the next little bout of rain's not that far away. Umbrellas are up out there, and Yorkshire will want to try and take as much advantage of these conditions as they can in the time allowed, and unfortunately we are going to go straight back off again. So similar to the first wicket, that was taken and the new batter didn't get the opportunity to face a ball. Well, Nick Gubbins in no hurry whatsoever. As soon as he got the nod, turned around and he's head off back into the changing room. And so we've had what we've had 4 deliveries. Four deliveries.
A wicket, a very confident LBW appeal, a clip through mid-wicket for 2, and a play down into the gully, which was the only really ball that nothing happened on. So the score 5 at 4-2 then, neither batsman off the mark. Jamo's chortling because he's been complaining about the Scarborough weather all week, but I think you know perfectly well that this is not what we normally have at Scarborough. Otherwise, I wouldn't enjoy coming here as much as I do, and as much as Doidge enjoys coming here. So, well, 4 balls and a wicket fell, and Yorkshire will be fancying their chances if this continues of a first innings lead here. We're going to have a little bit more rain just blowing through until about 3 o'clock this afternoon, according to my app. And well, from then on, the thing is, we've got enough time left for this. Plenty of time left for this game to be played out, haven't we?
Well, it's certainly moving on at great pace. 12 wickets already in not that many overs. We've had 59.4 overs in the match in total, and we've already seen 12 wickets. At the moment we're seeing the covers being brought on and pretty heavy rain falling here. It's not particularly encouraging either George Hill or Dominic Best to get off the field very quickly, and their mums won't be too happy because they might, catch a bit of a chill at the moment. Their cricket gear is getting rather damp, and the umpires have done the necessary as far as what they've said to John Dodds, the groundsman, and his staff, and are making their way off as well.
You know all about these young Yorkshire lads. Who do those two play for as club cricket?
George Hill, when available, I think he's registered with Bradford and Bingley. Don Bess, I don't think he's registered with anybody, as he's not a local lad, of course. But that doesn't mean to say he couldn't be registered with anybody.
But George Hill is probably thinking to himself, this little bit of drop of rain wouldn't have seen us come off in the Bradford League or whatever, wouldn't he?
Yeah, we'd not have come off at Bradford and Bingley, although George doesn't speak like that. That's just me. So, with little cricket played in that spell, or to talk about from here on in at the moment, we're still thinking lunch is 1:10, but that may now be revised and taken earlier. Who knows? And we'll be back with you when we've got anything further to report.
They should take it straight away, surely, shouldn't they?
The sense would suggest that, but cricketing timings and common sense have not always seen eye to eye, have they, David?
No, but they're quite clearly not going to be able to be coming back on before 1:10. So why waste that time? Why not say lunch at 12:50, restart at 1:30 when the rain will have gone?
Anything to report, as I say, we'll be back and letting you know, but we'll drop the microphones for now. Jonathan Dodge back with you in case anybody is still with the streaming pictures. There's just been an announcement made by Howard Ferguson, the golden voice on the PA, that early lunch will be taken at 12:50 now here at North Marine Road. So an early lunch at 12:50, and the situation will then be reassessed or assessed as and when they can from there in terms of further play during today. So early lunch at 12:50.
DT. Not what you want.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, some lunchtime scores from around the LB County Championship. Starting in Essex, while Hampshire 135.
There's probably a trickle element to this. It might be, the majority of people up here think different to people elsewhere like that as well, and people in Wales think different, people in Wales, so there could be a lot of that. I think the hundreds of questions.
Can you phone me up, please? So we'll leave things now. Obviously, they'll be back.
And I think the divisions of the championship was the best thing that happened.
Manchester, Lancashire made 145, Kent 22 for 3. Lunch at 10 past 1. Their last couple of overs made before that break. Let's pick up commentary there at Emirates Old Trafford.
So we'll go 10 and 8. Oh no, hang on a minute. 12. Anyway, hey, Kev. Kev. Shaw's there. I'm going to take a picture here.
Hi Rob, are you producing Still Sports?
This is Scarborough.
I think we're going to have to come off here between 2 because nobody there at all between 2 and 4. So I can't keep a programme going without help. So I'm going to, just at 2 o'clock, I'm going to tell them to go to a listener. Hopefully we're back at 4. Okay? Yeah, that's right, yeah, sickness or something. So, so at 2 o'clock, I'm going to do a live lunch, 10 past 1:40. They're then going to face it Warwick till 2 o'clock. I'll monitor it, coming off here, it carries on back at 4, because I can't risk it on the hub. Because, okay.
They've been off since 12:30, a second rain break of the 32 ball. How possible today, but playing of the last 2 wickets in the first spell. Stephen Padder scoring Jordan Thompson for 6 and were wrapped up for 159. But Hampshire also lost to Ian Holland without scoring and Felix Organ for just wicket action in his first game of the season. Time for 2 then, waiting for some more action after the Welcome back from North Marine Scarborough. Then we have more play. Just 32 balls have been possible, say, but not without its farmers. Yorkshire losing their last 2 wickets for just one additional run to that overnight 158 for 8, 159 all out. 6 wickets for Kyle Abbott, 3 for Mohammed Abbas and 1 for Keith Barker. And then both Ian Holland for Nordics Organ for 5, losing their wickets to Method Code. And Jordan Thompson respectively 5 for 2, resuming here at 2:15. We've got tea now set for 4:15, waiting to hear on the number of overs in the day from the scorers. We'll be here till well, at least 6:30, I think. James and myself, Jonathan Dodge, with you for the moment.
Hello. We've lost 33, I think. So if that includes innings, maybe that's on top of those.
So still a long going day. Is the gist of it. Over to you.
Thank you. Johnson's round the wicket to leave that one alone outside of the off stump. We saw in the 3.3 overs that Hampshire batted that I didn't think one actually went straight. It either seamed or it swung. Very tricky. I don't think we're playing too late tonight anyway. I just don't think the weather, whether it's light, whatever, will hold up. So I don't think we need to worry about being here too late. I don't think it's that sort of day. Here's Thompson right arm round the wicket outside the off stump, and Gubbins again happy to leave that one alone. And Johnny Tattersall there just throwing the ball, I think, to Adam Lyth at second slip. Wasn't ready for it, and the ball hit the deck. I don't think what Yorkshire do not want here is the ball to be on the deck longer than it has to be, because it'll be a wet outfield and it won't help when they're bowling, because that ball, you do not want it to get damp. Is Thompson, otherwise it'll just accelerate the softness pretty quick. There's a nice drive, and that's a good diving stop at mid-off. Is that the captain?
It was. Sensational by his standards, that piece of fielding. Absolutely sensational. Diving to his right. Saves a run. 5 for 2 then at the end of that over. And Ben Code has the sweater off already. Eager for action at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground.
Yes, this is not a day where, as a bowler, you want to be out of the attack for too long, because this is, we were saying earlier in the earlier passage of play, that this is an ideal bowling day. Absolutely ideal.
So, 2 batters out there at the moment. We have, he said, checking back on his scorecard, Joe, it seems so long since they were out there.
Oh, no.
Joe Weatherly and Nick Gubbins. And it is Weatherly on strike, has just retaken his guard. 4 slips, waiting for another opportunity from Code, who's in now, and it's up there to drive, an invitation accepted by Weatherly. Jordan Thompson's chasing it down, and on this wet outfield, it's likely to hole up inside the rope, and Thompson it back. They're going to get through for 3. All very welcome for Hampshire at this moment in time. 8 for 2.
Slid into the deck chairs as well, by the looks of it. They just kept sliding. Jordan Thompson, and again, see, that ball has travelled a long way over the outfield, and that's not ideal. Not from a bowling point of view, fielding point of view.
And Tomo with the Scarborough stripe himself now down the left shin. Having fielded that, Stephen Patterson's going to make some adjustments here, and bringing Matthew Revis round to wide-ish mid-off on the wicket ends, because of course Nick Gubbins left-handed. Yawning gap through the covers. He's brought an extra man across to the leg side. Still 4 slips in place, and Code coming round the left pushes it to Rev, who was, it turns out, in spot-on position to field that. Plenty of sawdust around now, Kev, at the wicket ends. The practice wickets away to the right, and those as well on the left-hand end of the square, the C side of the ground, if you will, where the bowlers do their bit of running up and practicing. Very, very damp out there. As you can see, plenty of sawdust has been scattered around. Code wide of off stump this time. The crowd, I always wonder where they go when there's a stoppage in play, because there's a few thousand people here. So are the amusement arcades full of shops, pubs and bars, or do they just go back to the hotel and have a little snooze?
What, like DT?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's nice they're back, or most of them.
Code coming in again past umpire Malinder. That's angled in towards the left-hander, who has to play at it and pushes it out to the advancing Revis. No run. Hugh Brolly's been brought back in, but pleased to say they are not in use. Caps around as well, bit of head protection. And lots of evidence of waterproofs around.
You know, we haven't, amazingly in this game so far, we haven't had a ball change. I wouldn't be surprised if there is one in this innings at least.
Coding again,
Shot.
Gubbins, a beautiful shot this time, splits the gap between the stumps and Stephen Patterson at mid-on. And slow and heavy outfield or not, that was racing away to the Trafalgar Square end for 4.
Well, there's been 2 half volleys in this over from Code. Not what you need to be bowling in this situation, but you know, I just think that the ball travelling over the outfield already like this, Yorkshire are going to want to change the ball. I just think it's not going to be in great shape very quickly, in terms of course, being damp. They want to keep changing it for a dry ball all the time.
Yeah, 12-4-2, Code in and bowling here. Appeal for LBW, and Mallander's given him. Gubbins has gone LBW. He's ended up a fair way outside his off stump. We're going to have a look at this. Got the benefit of the pictures here in the commentary box. It was out in towards, it was good of hit, I doubt about that. He did step across after it hit him, but it looks as though it strikes him just about in front of off stump, and probably would have hit middle, something like that. And so Hampshire in a little bit of trouble of their own. At one stage yesterday, of course, they had Yorkshire 33 for 6. There were 8 when they lost their third wicket. Hampshire, well, riches beyond compare. In comparison, are 12 for the loss of 3.
I think that's a mistake from Nick Gubbins, and I think he knew it. Just don't think he quite picked up the line right there. And I think when it hit him on the pad, he knew that he just got things slightly wrong. It happens sometimes. But good comeback from Code.
So Ben Code already delighting the home support. We've missed him this season. There's been plenty of talk about him not being around and how much they need him and that control that he's got. No, Matthew Fisher, of course, as well. And I think that's hurt Yorkshire in a couple of games this year that they might otherwise have been able to ram home some advantages in. But he's got a wicket there with the last ball of the 5th over. So Ben Code at the moment with figures of 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 8. Jordan Thompson has 1 for 4, and he will continue. And the new man at the crease is
James Vince.
James Vince, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I did do a lot, other than coming in with the angle, because Code's round the wicket. I didn't seem to do a lot. It may have kept a fraction low, but as I say, I think Gubbins just got slightly wrong, just got me in the wrong to play that shot. And you know, the wickets we've seen so far, the ball's been doing plenty, and even when it hasn't taken a wicket, the ball's done plenty. For me, that isn't one of them. Here's Jordan Thompson, the wicket, going to Joe Weatherly. Down the leg, just gone quickly to Tattersall. Off a length, just about holds on to that, moving smartly to his left.
He's not a great day to be batter, is it? 13 for 5 is the respective, the cumulative score between batters and bowlers in day 2 so far.
Yeah, I mean, you've only got to look around the conditions, isn't it? I mean, it's, as I said, I've said it many times already, this is just a day where you want bowling outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Professional bowlers in these conditions on this wicket, you know, you've got to back yourself to take a 5-fer every time. If you don't get the ball in your hand and you think you're going to take 5-fer, then you shouldn't be playing.
Stephen Patterson, of course, who's got a handful of, or double handful of sawdust at the moment to go and help out Jordan Thompson to put that on the front foot. He is still to come into the Yorkshire attack. Matthew Waite, seam up. George Hill, who is injured bowling-wise at the moment. He told me he's not going to be fit to bowl in this match when I spoke to him yesterday.
Extra sawdust for Jordan Thompson, who comes in and bowls to Weatherly once more. Weatherly gets wrapped on the pad there as it goes down the leg side. It just nipped back a little too much there.
Matthew Revis, of course, as well, part of the bowling cohort. Don Bess, he might be glad of a bit of a rest here. He's probably not going to see too much action for quite some time, as that one, yeah, was going down.
Yeah, I think Hampshire would have had to have batted particularly well, and for a spinner to be coming on at this point, or at any point. Oh, that's swung, and he's wrapped on the pad. That looks close. That was a huge late away swinger. As Weatherly was just trying to play that away on the onside, closing the face of the bat, and watch that again if you're on the live picture feed. And my word, how that went! A big leg break.
Yeah.
Huge leg break. And that went big. For all the money, that looked like it was going down the leg side initially. Well, I mean, I tell you what, anybody gets to 20 here, that'll feel like about 70 or 80. Here's Thompson again, bowls to Weatherly outside the off stump, and that's left alone.
I suppose it's showing the worth of those Frayne and Bess off centuries yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, there does come a point where it will get slightly easier because the ball gets soft. And you know, I'm not taking anything away from Bess and Frayne, because they had some. There was a lot of wicket-taking balls being bowled at them as well. But in between time, they played very, very well. So, you know, what we're seeing at the moment is sort of extravagant movement, but it will still be there from time to time, but won't be as much as this ball gets older. Assuming, of course, they haven't changed it at some point. Although, of course, it's supposed to be over an equivalent ball. Thompson bowls, length ball, and Weatherly's in behind that one. Plays that back to the bowler, and that is the end of the over. Hampshire are 12 for 3. And those 3 runs have come 4. Joe Weatherly, James Vince yet to face.
And a maiden over by Jordan Thompson. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4 for him. Ben Code, white sweatband on his left wrist as ever. He's going to continue at the Trafalgar Square end. Word has got a round that plays back underway, and another influx of spectators from our left down below. Pushchair with the rain hood, which has been clearly needed a little bit earlier on in the day. Some families coming back in, good to see. So James Vince trying to get off the mark here against Coders, coming over the wicket to the right-hander, and he is off the mark with a nice back foot punch beyond Jordan Thompson, who's chasing that one down in the covers. He's just reluctant to give that the full Monty in the chase, and I can understand why. With a wet outfield, you wouldn't want to just slightly lose the footing, and maybe the hammy goes, something like that, quad, something unnecessary, and they got back for 2.
Well, you would say these conditions don't suit James Vince, but we'll find out.
What can Code do again this time? Good delivery, goes beyond Vince on the rise. He, to be fair to him, was pulling his bat inside the line, but evidence of movement once again, and a bit of a bit of hum from the home support. Interesting day's cricket. I always remember listening to Michael Atherton saying the best cricket he thinks is when the ball slightly dominates the bat, but this is going a fair few percent beyond slightly. Goes in again, and Vince, good job he got his bat in line with that one, because he was somewhere near another shout from the Yorkshire fielders.
Yeah, I mean, you've just got to somehow get the innings beyond sort of 20-25 overs. You know, and you know the ball will settle down a little bit. There'll still be movement. There's never not going to be movement on a day like this. But you just hope then that, like Bess and Frayne showed yesterday afternoon, that in between time you can play some shots.
Here comes Ben Code again, relatively wide on the crease, angling it in towards Vince, trying to get it to maybe jag a little bit, or even just hold its line around about off stump. This time he's got to leave on length as well as slightly on line. TKC at first, live at second, Frayne at third, and George Hill, who's taken a catch already at fourth slip, are the 4 in the cordon. Jonathan Tattersall, of course, has the keeping gloves. Don Bess at point. John Thompson extra cover 3 on the leg side. Code in, and Vince gets a full length delivery really. Plays it from the crease out into the offside. No run. All the opinions being shared beneath us on the effects mic here. There's got extra commentary team out there, Kev.
Well, actually, we should hand over the mic and we'll just go and have a beer somewhere.
Sounds good to me. Well, probably at the side of the ground, because I'd still like to see what goes on here. Codin, good delivery this time, has the beating of Vince, who was pushing a little at that. But you're going to get him on a day like this, and he survived it, and it's the end of the over. 2 from it, 14 for 3, Hampshire.
Well, I mean, that's a great delivery as well, isn't it? I mean, Vince has to play at that. He's pitching just outside off stump, only fractionally. Of course, Vince then has to play at it, and the ball just straightens off the pitch, off a good length. I mean, you're probably not even going to get an edge on that. But that's what you've got to hope as a batter here, really. That if the ball is in the right place and it does something, it almost does a bit too much. So that you know what. Here's Simpson, then right arm over, bowl foot, steers through point. Lovely shot, Joe Weatherly. It's going for 4, slightly up. That's a little bit too short and wide there from Jordan Thompson.
And this is what I was referring to earlier on with Otis Gibson saying consistency of length, control that length, and he just dropped it a little bit too short. Sounds like Kev's egg timer's got. Is that a 6-minute egg or 5? That's what I use. That's the very same alarm when I'm doing boiling eggs.
Reminds you of eating eggs. Wow.
I like a nice boiled egg. It's the one thing the hotel don't do on the breakfast menu that I'm at. Jordan Thompson continuing. Kev's going to have to do an update. I've got one to do as well in a minute or two for BBC Radio Leeds. Dot ball from or by Jordan Thompson. Bowling at the moment to Joe Weatherly, who is, well, conflicting opinions here as to how many specifically he is. From one scoreboard to another, 7 from 9 deliveries. In comes Thompson, and that one's been punched away off the back foot again. So once more, dropping a little short. He's not going to quite have the legs to make the boundary. Oh dear me, now then, that could be serious because the Yorkshire fielder, who I think Revis slid for that. Was it George Hill? George Hill it was. Slid over the boundary. And he managed to flick it back in. The ball was actually coming to rest short of the rope anyway, but that could have been a nasty injury, sliding under the bench on the front row. He's got away with it. He's got another black patch under the knees, a Scarborough stripe. 21 for 3 then. Jordan Thompson will want to get this length right. Not getting him forward onto the drive just at this moment in time. Already has a wicket to his name, and this time it's been dropped into the leg side by Vince, where Revis does the fielding, and there is no run. So having seen those couple of strokes away on the offside, Yorkshire have removed a man from the slip cordon and put him in the middle. It is George Hill. So 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, and Thompson in again, and driven once more by Vince, this time no further than Patterson at mid-off. And it may not be too long before we see Steve Patterson bringing himself into the attack. Going to just do this update with Rima, BBC Radio Leeds. Thompson turns again, making his way in past umpire Hartley. He's pulled, but to Revis on the deck at mid-wicket. No run, end of the over, 21 for 3. Good afternoon, Rima. How are we? Well, yeah, pretty good. We've had a bit of precipitation, though, around these parts, so they have only just gone back on about a quarter of an hour ago. Prior to that, we'd had just 32 balls bowled in the whole day, but it certainly wasn't drama-free. Yorkshire started the day on 158 for 8. They lost their last 2 wickets with the addition of only 1 run, so 159 all out. Kyle Abbott took 6 for 36, bowled very well for Hampshire. But when we get conditions like this, Rima, when there's rain around, the skies are heavy and grey, It often favours the bowling side when you're playing red ball cricket. The ball swings around that little bit more in the air, might do a little bit more off the pitch with the moisture around as well, and so much more difficult for batting, and the Hampshire batters have found that as well. They were 12 for 3 just a few minutes ago. They've recovered at the moment to 22 for 3, but Ben Code, playing his first match of the season in first class cricket for Yorkshire, has taken 2 of those 3 wickets to fall. Ian Holland without scoring in the 3rd over. And then also Nick Gubbins, the most recent wicket to have fallen, LBW to Ben Code for 4. Felix Organ was LBW to Jordan Thompson for 5 in between times. We've had a couple of lengthy breaks for rain, and so play's going to go on till around about the 6:30 mark later on today. We think that is, of course, if there are no further weather interruptions. Will, I'm expecting eruption. I can't stand the rain at this point. Have I got it? That sounds like a no to me. Rain?
Apologies for everyone on the sport website who couldn't hear the person you were talking to.
Yep, that was Rima. I think everybody's used to me having a chat with Rima now.
Are
A
they?
couple of minutes. Yeah.
Well, everybody listening?
Yep.
Really?
Every single
Even down
person.
south?
Even down south.
They wouldn't.
Dot
believe
ball anyway. Ben Code's coming in and bowling at this moment in time to Joe Weatherly, who's chopped one down into the turf behind him, and that's picked up by George Hill coming around from 4th slip. No run. We had Chris Cowdrey on the ground this morning apparently.
Oh.
Was here last night for the dinner that was taking place in the marquee. So Ben Code coming in down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end. Apologies if you missed a moment or two of our commentary there, but hopefully you have us back now. I'm sure you'll be letting us know if that's not the case. Joe Weatherly drops one into the leg side, and there is no run. We're going to have a change in the com box in a moment or two. I'll leave things with Kev at the end of this over. Just take you through what else we have from Ben Code here, but 23 for 3. Tough times for batters at North Marine Road at this moment in time. Code coming in again, and there's a big shout for LBW again to a delivery that doesn't get up at all and strikes Weatherly below the knee roll, but clearly going down by the looks of the decision. That is not out. 23 for 3. I'll switch the headgear around and you'll hear from JMO.
Well, batting is still perilous out there. If it wasn't yesterday morning, well, it certainly is again today. The overhead conditions having a big say in not only what's going on out there, but of course when they go off, having a big say, of course, when they go off for rain. I'm Kevin James, and next to me, this is a real pleasure, for me anyway, former Hampshire physio James Clegg is in the room. Cleggy, how are you?
I'm very well, Kev.
Great,
Nice to see you.
Great to see you. Now, are you here because you live up this way now?
Yes, that's correct. I moved from Southampton to Selby about 2 or 3 months ago, so
Yeah.
I'm a Yorkshireman again.
Were you a Yorkshireman originally?
Yes, I am a
I
Yorkshireman.
never knew that. Why did I not know that?
I've no idea, Kev.
No, I know it's the same. So what do you? So having sort of, how many years did you with the Hampshire team?
5 seasons. I started in 2017.
Wow, that long. Here's Jordan Thompson bowls to James Vince, who gets a length ball. He pushes to cover, and they're at no run. So what are you doing now?
So I'm now working with England Rugby. So I joined them in April, and I'm looking after the pathway, so the junior rugby union players. So it's a different challenge, Kev, but it's one I'm very much enjoying.
Now, the mention of rugby union, I guess up north, would probably about as foreign as rugby league is down south, as that's driven by Vince up to mid-off, fielded by Patterson, and there's no run. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, it's a fair judgment, but Yorkshire does produce a lot of England Rugby Union players. I remember a statistic I heard a couple of seasons ago that I think 1 in 7 England Rugby Union players are born in Yorkshire. So it's a bit of a myth, but actually, yes, there's not a lot of professional teams, obviously, in this area.
Yeah. Here comes Thompson again, runs away from us and bowls to Vince. It's full. Vince works that just wide of mid-on. There'll just be a single there as Matthew Waite fields, and Hampshire move on to 24 for 3 they are now. So are you based at any one particular club, or is it this is just England in general?
It's just England in general. So I do a lot of travelling to the professional academies. I'm very much liaising with the club physio, so it's a completely different role to that I had at Hampshire, but one I'm very much enjoying.
Yeah, it's good fun, yeah?
Yeah, very much so.
Are you a bit of a rugby man on the quiet as well?
Cricket's still my sport.
Cricket still is, but that's why you're here. Length ball, then Weatherly off the back foot, punches that into the gap, square cover. He'll pick up 2, moves on to 13, Hampshire 26 for 3. I guess that's why you're here, is to hook up with your old Hampshire teammates.
Yeah, I was here yesterday, and it was great to catch up with both the players and the staff. Got a warm embrace from the majority of them. But yeah, it was a great 5 seasons at the club, and to see them play locally is a real honour, and it was good to catch up with them.
Yeah, that's for sure. As Thompson comes in again, bowls to Weatherly, 3 slips Waite, outside the off stump, through to Tattersall, and Weatherly doesn't play a shot. Have you been to this ground before?
I have. It's been a long time though, to be honest. I came here as a young kid with my dad to come and watch Yorkshire, but the last time I was here was probably about at least 10-15 years ago. I remember watching Craig White play here, so it gives you an idea.
Wow.
Of how long ago that was.
Yes,
It's a cracking ground though, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's a nice ground, isn't it? It's has its own unique character in a way, doesn't it? Close to the sea.
It's very special.
Yeah, flats at the far end, the stand at the back as well in front, as Weatherly plays that nicely off his pads, and that's rolling down the hill away to our right, and that's going for 4. Beautifully timed, and Joe Weatherly has played some nice shots square of the wicket on both sides. Thompson's not happy with that last delivery, just kicks the ground as he gets his sweater from umpire Peter Hartley. 30 for 3 Hampshire, replying to that Yorkshire all-out total of 159. And Weatherly has 17 and James Vince has 3. I'm here with James Clegg, Hampshire's former physio, who I must admit, when I saw you from a distance, I always felt you were particularly hard-working in that Hampshire setup, and I guess you wouldn't be the only county physio that's hard working, because there's a lot of work that goes into these players, isn't it, over a summer?
Yeah, very much so. I think the sport is certainly getting there. When I started in 2017, I was very much the only full-time physio, but by the time I'd left, I was part of a team of 3, and other support networks, strength and conditioners, nutritionists now within the game. It's very much moving in the right direction as a sport, which is good to see.
Yeah, lots of support staff now, isn't there? More every year almost, as starts a new, but Vince turns that mid-wicket, and there is no run. Do you know the Yorkshire physio from your time with Hampshire?
No, he's. I believe the boy's name is Ed. He's a new physio here in the last few months. I've not met Ed personally, but it'd be nice to meet him.
Yeah.
I believe he's come across from boxing.
Okay.
That's my understanding. So
yeah.
A nice different challenge for him, but I'm sure one he'll enjoy.
Interesting, isn't it? So physio's quite happy to change sports. You've gone from cricket to rugby. He's gone from boxing to cricket. Vince leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Tattersall takes that about neck height off a length. And I guess the job's the same, I guess. It doesn't matter what sport you do.
Yeah, very much so. It's about understanding the principles of what you do, but obviously you do need to understand the sport and the demands of the sport. So I'm sure Ed's learning very quickly. He's probably got some very good people around him to make sure he understands the unique kind of preparation of cricket, but
this code comes in from that Trafalgar square end. Vince off the back foot punches that through the vacant extra cover area, and that could go all the way as well. It's holding up in this damp outfield, and it's just teased the field and running after that one. That's Jordan Thompson, and Vince will pick up 3, takes the Hampshire total on to 33 for 3. And Vince has moved on to 6. That's come off 17 deliveries. So you left Hampshire at the end of last year, didn't you?
No, I actually started this season. I did.
Oh, you did. Of course you did.
Yeah,
yes.
I did 2 championship games. I left at Surrey away.
That's right. Yes, of course. Because I remember seeing a photo on Twitter of you sort of saying, and somebody saying, oh, we won't see him again, or that's it. And I thought, oh, God, I didn't even know that. Or was pushing forward there, Weatherly, beating the outside edge, goes through to Tattersall. That's right, at the end. I remember it was sometime, and I thought, I didn't even know you were leaving.
Yeah, I kept it relatively quiet, to be honest, but I'd done 5 seasons. I needed a new challenge, and I also kind of wanted to return back to Yorkshire, so the new job allowed that. But my goodness, I had a great time at Hampshire, and it's a great club, and it's a great sport.
So when you finished, so that was after the game at the Oval, which was second game of the season, I think it was. Here comes Code again. Weatherly has almost edged that, trying to force that away off the back foot. The extra bounce took it past the outside edge. Flew into Tattersall's gloves. Again, we've just seen extra pace from time to time on that wicket. Well, I remember that game, and of course it wasn't Hampshire's finest game this season. In fact, I think it's fair to say that it was Hampshire's worst championship performance of the season. Could you quite believe that now, so far into the season, that they're actually in the position they're in after that performance?
No, I'm not surprised, to be fair.
Yeah.
The lads had a great preparation over the winter, Kev. I thought it was one of the best pre-seasons that we conducted as a coaching team.
Codes wide of the crease there. Forward is Weatherly. Always a hint of a pad and bat there. Not as umpire Neil Mallender at the far end. 33 for 3 at the end of that code over.
Yeah, so our pre-season starts in November, December, and you start putting the building blocks in place as a management team, as a coaching team, in order to get your players prepared, and that starts physically in the gym from a strength and conditioning and physio perspective, but obviously alongside the changes that were made in the coaching staff, with obviously Pop Welsh coming to join us. Everything just seemed to be moving along nicely, and the players really took to the programme that was delivered this winter. And I had a strong feeling that this was going to be a really good season for Hampshire.
Yeah.
And obviously the recent victory in the Blast has been a good sign of that. And I think everybody who was at Lancashire at the end of that game at the end of last season always felt agonisingly short in the champion. That's a huge kind of motivation this season, something that I'm sure is carrying the boys and through difficult games. So I'm not surprised how well boys are going.
Wade taking over Jordan Thompson, so he's bowling his medium paces down the leg side. Now it's missed the pad or thigh pad of James Vince. It did just deflected it enough past the dive. Tattersall has gone down to fine leg for 4 runs, and Hampshire move on to 37 for 3 now. Yeah, you would have loved being part of T20 finals day, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I made a very last minute decision not to go, and it's one I've regretted for the last 7 to 10 days. But,
oh, really?
Obviously, we were there last season and lost to Somerset in the semi-final in a game that we should have gone on to win.
Yeah.
But it was great to see the guys kind of gain some revenge in that semi-final and then put the performance they did in the final. That's
for sure. Here's Waite comes in, right arm over bowls. It's a length ball which Vince pushes towards mid-wicket, and there's no run there. Jordan Thompson's spell in this Hampshire reply: 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. Ben Coates bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 14 on his return to the Yorkshire side for the first time this season. Talking to James Clegg, Hampshire's former physio, who I'd forgotten actually did the first part of the season. It seems so long ago now, Cleggy.
It does.
Back in, early April, middle of April. As Waite bowls, and Vince very nearly plays on into his stumps, gets a bottom edge there as the ball makes its way down towards a fine leg. A little bit too close to him to maybe play that cut shot, but Vince, I guess, is going to play aggressively when he can, because as we've seen throughout this game, even when Frayne and Best put on that 100-plus partnership for the 7th wicket yesterday afternoon, there are stall balls out there that are very easily can take your wicket, and of course with the new ball even more likely. So Hampshire at one stage 12 for 3 have now moved on to 38 for 3, and we mustn't forget at one stage yesterday Yorkshire were 33 for 6. It is that sort of wicket, and the conditions are very similar as Waite bowls, and I think whether he just pulls the bat inside the line as it goes through to Tattersall.
Yeah, I spoke to both Jimmy Adams and Adi Birrell yesterday when that partnership was taking place between Frayne and Bess, and they felt the ball had gone very soft quite quickly, and I know they were very keen to try and get through these first 15-20 overs. Obviously they've lost those 3 wickets, which is disappointing, but there's the signs here that these two are just starting to get in and build a bit of momentum.
We're into the 12th over so far as Weatherly pushes forward. That's gone out square on the offside. Weatherly has 17 feature of his innings has been some lovely shots, mainly square on the offside. But we saw one earlier down on that square on the leg side as well. Joe Weatherly's returned to the side. He was in the side, of course, when you left. He then got ill and injured a finger, which I guess you would have treated, but you weren't there to do that.
Yeah.
And back in the side now. I missed 6 championship games in all. In the end, I suppose, when you're out the side, you don't quite get selected in the same way. That's down the leg side, gets wrapped on the pad, goes to mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. Of course, other people get in and do okay, like Felix Organ, who got 100 in the last championship game at Cheltenham, and having opened the batting, and he got a big 100, didn't he, in that first game against Somerset? You'll have seen that, Cleggy,
Yep.
at the Aegeus, and then all of a sudden the injury and illness, and you're out the side, and it's like, well, hang on a minute, what have I got to do to get back in? But he's back in for this game, and not ideal game to be coming back as a batter, looking to impress in these conditions, but with a bit of luck, you can play your way through it.
Yeah, he'll be hoping to get through this this excellent spell, particularly from Ben Code. It's nice to see him obviously back in a Yorkshire shirt, fresh from injury, and he's doing what he's done for the last couple of years. He's incredibly accurate bowler. He's doesn't give anything away.
I remember a few years back, I think it was 2015, 2016, as Vince works that away behind square on the leg side. He'll pick up a single, moves on to 839 for 3. I think the Hampshire saw Ben Code first time at Headingley. Don't know if you were around then, and he picked up a few wickets, and I think he played only a couple of games before or something like that and picked up wickets. Very much a new guy in the side. Do you remember the game?
I do.
Riley Russo played.
Yeah, it was actually my first game with the club.
Was it really?
Yes, it was. It was in April 2017.
2017.
I think he got 5.
I think he did, yeah. I can remember Michael Carberry playing in that one. Has pushed up to mid-on, and there is no run. And I think Ben Code had hit the headlines for the previous week or two, and obviously nobody had seen him before, so sort of Hampshire were up there, and okay, well, it's a Ben Code. He's had a little bit of luck. He's a youngster. He's got a couple of wickets, but that won't keep going. But of course, as you say, in the Hampshire game, he picks up some wickets as well. So I think then everybody suddenly woke up and thought, hang on, this guy can bowl. And here he is, back in the side. 2 for 15 he has. He's into his 7th over. And bowls outside the off stump, and that's cracked away by Joe Weatherly. Square on the offside. He's been particularly strong through that area in this innings. Just a little bit of width there from Ben Code.
Yeah, he's gone to that. Weatherly, like I say, he's played very positively. He's looked to try and hit the bad ball, or any time there's a little bit of option to play an attacking shot, he's gone for it, and he's got those boundaries. So I had 2 seasons with Yorkshire, Jamie. I'm not sure you're aware.
I did.
Yeah, 2011, 2012, and Ben Code was part of the academy, and that's Jordan Thompson. So there were 2 young lads that I worked with. So it's really good to see them obviously earning their keep now as first-class cricketers.
I'm just finding little I knew about you, actually, as he's beaten outside the off stump. He's playing at that, Joe Weatherly. So I didn't know you'd left second game of the season. I didn't know you were here years ago. I'm quite embarrassed, actually, Clegg.
Yeah, we should have spoken more, Jamie, during that 5-year spell. It'd have been nice to have a conversation with you now and again, but I know you're a busy man. So never mind.
You seemed the more busier, if I'm honest, because every time I saw you, you were treating somebody on the table. Physio's table. I thought, I can't go up. You're in the middle of your work. I mean, I would hate to have interrupted you.
I'll let you off, Kev.
That's what I'm sticking to anyway. Here comes Code, and Weatherly's forward, sort of inside half of the bat as it goes out, just in front of square.
He's just so accurate, is Ben. He was in the academy. It took a long while for him to get into the first-class game, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing for a young fast bowler, both from a physical and a skill perspective. But played a lot of second-team cricket, and it's meant that when he's got into the first-team environment, he's in the majority stayed fit. But he's built up a lot of cricket experience before he's come in, and it's great to see him do so well, as is Jordan Thompson this year as well.
Yeah, that's for sure. As Code comes in again and runs to us, and it's just a length ball which Weatherly deals with, just pushes forward, goes back to the bowl at end of the over. 43 for 3. Weatherly has 21 and Vince has 8. Those Hampshire batters already out in Holland went for no score, 3 for 1, and then the rain came when we went off for about about an hour actually, and then we came back, and then Felix Organ was LBW to Thompson for 5. That was 5 for 2, and went off again, had an early lunch, and here we are once more back in action, and Nick Gubbins has fallen in this session. LBW 2 Code for 4, and that was 12 for 3. Hampshire have taken it on.
Yeah, I was talking to a couple of my friends who were at the game here with me, and I said Hampshire staff will be a bit disappointed with the way they fell seconds between breaks. Particularly Felix Organ, it was raining at the time of the dismissal and came off about a minute later. So I'm sure Felix will be a little bit. It's very easy for batting when you're on and off in this fashion.
Yeah, I suppose being here and especially these weather conditions as Waite bowls Weston. He got an inside edge through to the fielders up. The umpire is going to say yes. He says no. Wow. There were Tattersall, the slips, and one or two others close by. Tell you what, I mean, that is an amazing ball. But Vince just looked down. I'm just wondering if he just looked down at his pad. But I tell you what, even if that's flicked the pad, that's close to being LBW.
Yeah, it was very straight, wasn't it? It looked like he went over middle and off.
Yeah. Wow, what a delivery that was. Too good in a way from Matthew Waite. Top of his mark. And comes in again. I don't want to face too many of those sort of balls. That's a length ball. Hits the deck a little harder, doesn't he, than Code. Code sort of skids a bit more. Waite tries to sort of hit the deck a little bit harder.
I don't think Vince will be too flustered. I think the batsman, if you're going to be successful on this pitch, you know you're going to have a few plays and misses. There's going to be some deliveries which are just going to be too good for you. You've got to look to try and score if there's any width, or if you're offered the opportunity to get into a drive, you've got to take that opportunity. But he's an experienced head, is James. I don't think he'd be too flustered by that.
No, I think he's faced a few of those sort of deliveries over the years, hasn't he, really, as Waite bowls. It's a leading edge there as it goes out square on the offside. He was trying to work that wider mid-on, and that'll be 2 runs. And this is a good over here from Waite. Vince moves into double figures, and it's 45 for 3. Vince has 10 off 24 now. So you mentioned Jordan Thompson and Ben Code, who were in the academy when you were physio here about, what, 10, 12 years ago or so.
But yeah, there was also Jonathan Tattersall was another player who played in this game, who was in the academy at the time.
Yeah.
Adam Live was a very established first-team cricketer at the time, as was Steve Patterson.
Yeah, they've been around a while, haven't they? As Waite comes in again to Vince. That's too straight as it's worked towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, one or two of the others, I guess, will be a little bit too young. Obviously, Don Best come from Somerset, so you wouldn't have seen too much of him. The likes of George Hill and Matthew Revis, of course, would have been far too young.
Yeah, far too young
in those days.
But it's an incredible academy that Yorkshire have had over the years. They continue to just produce batsmen and bowlers, and it's difficult to get in the team, I can imagine.
There's a lot of homegrown players, isn't there? As Vince plays that late into the ground, works it away down towards third man. Vince is coming back for 2. That's good running as well. It looked like he might be struggling because that ball got no more than 2/3 of the way down to the boundary, and yet Vince decided that he was going to go for second, and that's about as quick as I think I've seen him move for quite a while. He's no slouch normally, but my word, he did run quickly there. Moves on to 12, 47 for 3.
Yeah, I hope he's checked his spikes. You've got to be careful running those 2s. That wicket must be a bit greasy at the bowler's end, no doubt. We saw Hill sliding into a spectator 10-15 minutes ago.
Yeah, just up for... Yeah.
Good slide tackle, that one.
I missed that one, actually. I didn't see it. I just saw him flat out.
Yeah.
Edge just short of third slip, and only just short. That's Frayne, isn't it? There is still plenty happening as well. So end of the over. That's a good over all round from Matthew Waite, from ball 1 to ball 6. That asks some questions of James Vince. 47 for 3, Hampshire replying to that Yorkshire total of 159. James Clegg, Hampshire's former physio, and a former Yorkshire physio as well, which I've only just found out. Is alongside me, Kevin James. Jonathan Doidge will be back a little bit later. And this weather looks, well, it looks okay. Let's put it that way. There's still full cloud cover, but it's a little higher than it has been. One thing I am finding out about this ground is that it might not be raining 1 minute, but you can't guarantee that it won't be raining in 5 minutes' time. Stephen Patterson is getting a warm round of applause, mainly from a spectator just below us, who I could hear obviously claps. That's a very hard hand.
It's a very strong clap, isn't it?
That was a very strong clap. Yeah, obviously, Stephen Patterson's relation, I guess, below us, or certainly his biggest supporter. Here we are then, right on medium pace from that Trafalgar square end, and that's a length ball, as you'd expect from Patterson, straight off. That's pushed up to mid-on by Weatherly, and there's no run. So you managed to speak to all the Hampshire boys and all the Hampshire coaching staff when you've been here over the...
Yeah, pretty much.
2 days?
I snuck onto the pitch just before the start of play yesterday and saw the guys as they were preparing to go out, and
Yeah.
I'd like to say that's the reason they had them 30 odd for 6, but I'm sure that's not the case. But no, it was great to catch up with them.
Did you join in pep talks at times, in the team talks as left alone outside the off stump?
No, I've learnt to keep quiet over the years. Some of the players are aware of an incident, actually in my Yorkshire days, where I did actually speak up in one changing room environment, which was probably my most regretful.
Really?
Yeah, it was a little bit naive, let's say, Kev.
They didn't expect the physio to sort of pipe up and say, you should be doing this, lads, with the bat, and you should be bowling like this. That's nicely whipped away, square on the leg side by Joe Weatherly. He'll turn for 2. Throw comes in from Waite. Comfortable 2 there for Weatherly, despite the decent throw. And it's 49 for 3. Really, they didn't take too kindly to the physio telling them.
Well, quite rightfully so. I don't know what on earth I was thinking. It was a second team game. I think it was at Todmorden Cricket Club. I think that we just got beaten, and there was a bit of a silence in the changing room. For some reason, I started talking out loud about the game of cricket, which is just incredibly naive decision to make, and one I've regretted ever since.
Oh, I love it. As Weatherly drives, it's into the ground. It's one bounce out into the covers. I suppose it's a bit like, you know, if you're doing your physio job and then a couple of cricketers come in and say, Cleggy, you don't do it like this, you do it like this.
Exactly that. Although you could have a coach, coaches will have an opinion on how you should treat players now and again. But yeah, look, it was that was very early on in my career, and it was something I'll never forget, and a good learning experience, let's say.
Yeah, no, that's just. I love it. Here comes Patterson again, bowling to Weatherly. Weatherly forward. Again, that's gone out into the covers, and there is no run. So what? So the rugby environment that you're in now, I guess a different environment, but I suppose it's the same injuries, isn't it? Sports people have the same injuries, no matter what sport it is.
Yeah, I think people think that cricket has got kind of very cricket-specific injuries, but that's not the case. You get the same typical injuries in cricket that you do in most other sports, and that includes football and rugby union.
Patterson in again. Weatherly gets wrapped on the pad, pushing forward, he's gone. Weatherly goes, 23, and Hampshire now are 49 for 4, and a wicket, I'm afraid, is never too far away. Just watching that on the replay, let's come into Weatherly, and I don't know if you could see the replay there, Cleggy. I have to say, that looked pretty adjacent.
Yeah, it looked straight. It's just whether the bounce was going to take it over the stumps, but I'd have to look at that again. But just when you felt Hampshire was starting to get a little bit of control, and you were starting to wonder whether the ball was just softening up and would allow the Hampshire batsmen to solidify the innings, they lose a wicket.
Yeah. So a partnership of 37 there, broken by Stephen Patterson, and yeah, the ball just angling in to Joe Weatherly there. That's the 3rd LBW of the 4 dismissals so far. Organ, Gubbins, and now Joe Weatherly are all falling in that method of dismissal. So they have to be careful here with the ball moving around. Jonathan Deutsch is going to come in. We'll just finish off though, Clegg. But mate, it's great to see you. Are you planning to sort of see the Hampshire boys again this season or in the near future?
Well, I've definite plans, but I would love to hopefully go a game in September, hopefully where the team's in a championship, be something I'd like to be a part of.
You book a hotel in Edgbaston then, because that's the last game.
I'll do that. I'll do that, Kev.
Good man.
Thanks,
Clegg, thank you very much. That's James Clegg, former Hampshire physio, former Yorkshire physio. Great to see him in Scarborough. Clegg, good to see him, matey. Top down, top man. And he is a top man. And he's a top physio. He probably won't say that, but others do. So thank you, Cleggy, and there's New England running. There you go. Let me learn something there.
Okay, Jamie, you can go take your sabbatical and we'll get DT into the chair. He's run up the steps here as running into the Peace Hill Park end into the offside, and there is no run. Yorkshire then striking again with that Patterson wicket. Didn't think it'd be too long before we saw him just try and wrest back a control. 159, there's still 110 here. And I've already taken 4 Hampshire first gets the weight in and bowling. Pushed back by James Vince, not William Dawson, the new man in there, and just having a pat down of the wicket at the bowler's end. 3 slips in place at the moment. They've got a ring field otherwise. Ben Code down at long with double teapot at the moment. The suits, well, of course, as you do, and you can afford to eat at the top table, been undercover in the marquee, but have ventured back out to brave the arguments. Nicely driven extra cover by James. Stephen Patterson gives chase, gingerly pulling that ball back short of the changing rooms, or the changing room steps, and they get back for 3. 3 to Vince. A little bit of ironic applause, I think, from a Yorkshire supporter because they've passed 50 here, 52 for 4. 15 of them to Vince. And Liam Dawson not out. DT, you've just done the mile in, what, 3 minutes 59.4? Got your breath back now?
Yeah, got my breath back. I've just coming up those steps, really, after consuming one of Lily's rock cakes. It's sort of weighed down a bit. It's like a bit of a handicap in the York Ebor, or whatever the race is, Georgie.
Coming up next month, Matthew Wade pushed back this time by something weight. In fact, he's facing his first delivery out there. You can get in touch with West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. And Kaylee has done saying, can you pay gate on the last day of play this week? Such questions I am not privy to answers to, Alan, I'm afraid, and that would be best addressed to Scarborough Cricket Club or Scarborough Cricket. They may let us know, and we can pass on that information. Good delivery by Anu there, as if something was involved. And so they didn't go through with that appeal. Charles Kitchen says it's a bit warm here. Afternoon, everyone. This side certainly tests our heart rates. It's an excellent start by Code and JT, and so pleasing to see Code back. On another matter, surely it's time to scrap central contracts, retain the idea of squads for international matches that cover a short space of time. Let the counties determine if the players need rest. In the meantime, let the boys play for their counties. How much cricket has Brooke missed carrying water for England? Be ridiculous, says Charles. Matthew Wade over the wicket, full. Inside edge again. Dawson onto his pad. That will complete that over. 16 of them now bowled in this Hampshire first innings.
Be ridiculous.
52 for 4.
Be ridiculous. Is that an abbreviation or an instruction?
Wasn't an instruction, no, it was an abbreviation.
Fair enough.
I think blinking may have been
I see.
another way of saying it, David.
Good afternoon, Dodgy. It's been an extraordinary little session, the play that we have seen so far today, hasn't it? We had A.D. Burrell, the Hampshire coach, up here this morning during one of the breaks. Popped in to say good day, as not that he is an Australian, of course, South African. He's really got some work to do here. So delivery, and that's the end of Vince's the afternoon. Perfect length, little bit of rain, and a Vince to a slip, and well, fifth wicket goes down with the score on 52. So 52 for 5. Let's not get too despondent. Hampshire fans, Yorkshire were 33 for 6 yesterday. But when you've got high-class swing and seam bowlers exploiting a pitch like this, well, runs are not easy to come by. And that is the end of Vince making his way off. And have I got this correct, Georgie? Could this be, is this next ball a hat-trick ball for Patterson? Was it the last ball of the last over?
It was. Yes, you're right.
So he would be on a hat-trick. Maybe you'd like to commentate on that in case Ben Brown walking out.
Yeah,
may well be walking out to set about scoring a 50 or 100. But if he were to go first ball,
if he were,
a hat-trick for Patter.
Yep. So Stephen Patterson back to his mark, and Ben Brown on strike then. Now then, what's he got here? 4 slips in place. Better point. He's just going to bring a couple up in catching positions nearer the bat. And Stephen Patterson then making his way in from the Trafalgar Square end to bowl to Ben Brown on the hat-trick, and he's played it out to 4th slip, and there is no run.
Yeah, just waited for it to get under his nose, didn't he? So
only one Yorkshire taken a hat-trick as well since the turn of the millennium. Matthew Hoggard back in 2009. against Sussex at Hove. Just looking down to see if we've had a hat-trick here. We have had a hat-trick here, and wouldn't you know it, who took it, you think?
FS Truman. Next delivery is, sorry, it's back to me again, isn't it? Played behind square on the leg side. Ben Brown gets off the mark with a single. Who was it?
The only hat-trick taken in first-class cricket on this ground by a Yorkshire player playing for Yorkshire.
So it was Fred. Amazing.
Marvellous.
Amazing how the ghost of Truman's voice creeps onto the Yorkshire commentary from time to time, isn't it? It's uncanny. It really is.
And against the county I knew well, Nottinghamshire.
Patterson down the hill, bowls and forward a long way. Defensively comes Dawson, pushes that up to mid-off. 53 for 5 Hampshire, replying to Yorkshire's 159 all out, which means today we've already had 7 wickets. We had 8 yesterday. So J-Mo's shaking his head. One of those pitches where something happens. He'd have loved to bowl that here 20 years ago. Next delivery again brings Patterson forward, pushed into the offside.
I bet you to get 5 for it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I wouldn't. I'm in my 60s now, though.
That's what I mean right now.
Wickets tumbling. Batsmen not having it their own way, which we like to see from time to time. It's a batsman's game, as Gus Fraser will always tell you. Next delivery from Patterson. He's left alone. Oh, good judgment there by Dawson as that one jags back in, goes possibly over the top of his off stump. And the applause again for Patterson. Not quite a wicket made, and a single coming off at 53 for 5.
I remember it well. It was during the match against Nottinghamshire in August of 1955. I said to Norman Yardley, they've not come to see you skipper this side, chuck it to me. Magnificent fast bowling. Giles, Stocks and Poole all dispatched in successive deliveries.
Tail enders, Fred?
No. 3, 4 and 5. The main batters, David Townsend.
Ripped out the middle order. Well done, FS. Splendid. Splendid stuff. Now, little delay whilst Brown takes his guard.
All washed down. Then from the P-zone park end. And nicely played into the onside. The batter, who is unidentifiable to me without his number on his back, Ben Brown.
Ben Brown.
Are you sure?
They are very similar, these two.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a
Sure?
single in the last over, didn't he? Dawson this end. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm sort of 90% sure.
You were closer than I were.
I'm 90% on a 50-50 chance.
Wait in, the flick at this one down the leg side. Jonathan Tattersall makes a good diving stop. And there's no run. 53-5. Interesting time. So we've had just over 200 runs for the lost wickets. On a delightful straw-coloured looking surface.
That's the overhead.
A little bit like DT and JMO, looks can be deceptive. Short ball here from Waite, that down to long leg. Nicely played by Ben Brown over the top of it. They get.
By that, I'm sure you mean I'm younger than I look, and JMO's significantly older. He's still not got any grey hair.
I was just going to say, actually, yeah.
He must dye it, mustn't he? He's married to a hairdresser, I think, so that's probably what it is.
Waite then, groping at thin air with that left arm as he pulls himself up towards the crease to bowl, and that's pushed out into the offside where Dominic Bess, sporting number 47, and the usual Dom Bess patchwork quilt of whites, marks here, there and everywhere. Does a bit of fielding, and there is no run. I'm sure he sews on a bit of green here and there just to make it look like he's putting in a bit of work out there. No, it's forever diving a penny from more or less ball one. Skippy picked this one up from Waite's latest delivery. What will have been on the menu over there, DT, do you think? Won't have been the sort of turkey sandwich with a bit of cranberry or whatever it was that we got over here from the plastic triangular package. It would have been roast beef, you think, something like that?
Might have been a bit of starter,
Over in the market.
a few prawns for starter. Prawns.
Yeah. Prawn Mary Rose, regular. Weight in, back foot this time. Brown. Not brown. It's punched into the offside and there's no run off the last delivery. 54 for 5.
Every delivery that home. It's Bess who does the fielding there at extra cover. Yeah, quite interesting. We had some.
Not that I'm not focusing.
We had some posh tucker when we were down at the Oval for the quarter-final day. They were sort of serving one prawn in a champagne glass. I didn't know what it was about. I had 2 of them.
You clearly didn't read the memo that Yorkshire were in. One prawn. All that about.
Bowl fast on that. Patterson is and a little high, I think, by the way he went down. I think that was either painful or very close to being painful. He hasn't called for Arsenal, so presume all right. Fielding change now, or in actual fact, are we having a man going out? Well, he's taking his time. Is he waiting for a substitute to come on for him, or who is that? Is that Kohler Cadmore? Well, he should be in at slip. He's been taking catches. And he sort of wandered down to find leg. It's going to be a fielding helmet. Oh well, there you go. He's going to go into short leg. I wonder what that was about for a minute, because he looks as though he could have been substituted off for no apparent reason. So it's going to be now going to be 3 slips. And first, who's gone into short?
Will Frayne.
Should have known. Have to get my glasses out. Patterson then from the Trafalgar bowls, and Brown very watchfully pushing that into the side.
You're in danger of being subbed in this match if you don't have the requisite sort of stripe down the trousers, aren't you? Because that looks like you've made no effort in the field. It's a bit like those rugby players who come off and they're still clean and people go, well, look at that. What's he done today?
Well,
it's not got mucky.
Certainly possible. That's George Hill, isn't it, who's come into third slip now. So you've got 3 slips. Adam Lyons at second slip, as he always is. Kohler Cadmore. Frayne under the helmet. Down the slope comes Patterson. Pitches a little bit further up this time. Push to short cover, and they scamper through a single. Don Bess is looking to get another patch on his trouser, but denied there because Jordan Thompson got round quicker from mid-off.
The original drop it and go, that wasn't it? I think they just had a word about that. Let's just, if we can't get him in boundaries, we'll accumulate a few.
Low-scoring match. All the 5s on the board. 55 for 5. Patterson bowls, pitch up, that's driven back, and he very nearly gets a hand down, gets his right hand down, nearly deflects it into the stumps, was only sort of dribbling into the stumps, and Dawson was back anyway.
So, Alice Worsley has tweeted in, will pie and peas do as at the Supporters Association quiz tonight, which is over in the marquee. The end of the day's play, by the way, DT.
In comes Patterson bowls, and that's clipped nicely by Dawson through the on between mid-wicket and mid-8 for 4 runs. So that's Dawson off the mark. Brown has got the other 3 singles to his name, and the score now moves to 59 for 5.
Pie peas?
Oh, sounds nice, doesn't it? Does that qualify? Doesn't it qualify for Cali fish and chips, does it?
Yeah, but the old boy, pie and peas would definitely have been on his menus.
Yeah.
I don't see why not. I'm sure. Particularly if you give him a mention, Alice.
This delivery is a short one. It's in the end. Well, it's ballooned in from the helmet, I think, or the shoulder. What did that come off? Because if it came off
shoulder, I think.
If it came off the helmet, they have to do a quick concussion test or something, don't they? But no.
I think it's Charlotte Evers who's running a quiz over there in the marquee tonight, and I think Alice. think we can let you get away with pie and peas if you stand and make a little speech. It doesn't have to be a long one, just to remember Calais and that we're doing it our way with pie and peas, and I think that's acceptable.
The committee can agree on
Yeah.
that. Would you?
So Matthew Waite going to continue at the peas and pie home end of the ground.
Very good.
And he's in, and that's turned to mid-wicket, where there is no run. The man on strike is definitely Ben Brown, because I can now see Liam Dawson's number on his back from the non-striking end as he walks down to do a bit of the Alan Titchmarsh. Dean Southall says, thanks, useful info, please say hi to DT. Liked his tweet about Calais, and the pitch seems like a minefield. Waiting again, dropped into the offside by Ben Brown, and Bess in, firing into the gloves of Tattersall's. Hugh Johnson sends us some more pictures of delicious looking fish and chips.
Oh, they do look good, don't they? Excellent. I'm hoping we'll get. We had 7 or 8 last year, didn't we? Just sort of joining in and sending photos. A lot more than that actually joined in, obviously.
We've had Adrian Harms, our colleague from BBC Sussex, as well, with the full Monty on a plateful. Good to hear from Harmsy, top man, as Matthew Waite's in, and that's dropped into the leg side this time by Ben Brown. And once more, no run. If you have just flicked on from another match, perhaps that's got a break in play. Loads of wickets fallen today, 7 of them, 2 of them Yorkshires this morning, for the addition of just 1 run to their overnight 158. They were all out for 159. Hampshire 12 for 3 at one stage, 52 for 5 now, 59 for 5, and Matthew Waite in and bowling to Brown, who opens the face. Now there's a bit of disagreement between the pair. Dawson wanted to go and was running to the danger end. Brown hesitated slightly, but they both get home, and it's 60 for 5.
Good running. You wonder though if there is just a little bit of hesitation, that might not be a chance. And the one thing you don't want to do when the ball's moving about like this is to give a wicket away on a run out. That would be disastrous for Hampshire. Weather is definitely lifting. It's a lot brighter than it was this morning.
Here's Waite again. Oh, now then driven uppishly, square. There was a yelp of catch it. George Hill would have done had he had the ability to get close to it. Very agile in the field, but clearly a little bit too wide for him to get across to. He's chased it down for the concession of 2. Still feels heavy around the place, although significantly brighter than it was at one stage when they were out there playing this morning. And a healthy return in terms of numbers of spectators around the ground as Waite's in again, and outside edge this time. He did play it with an ace, to be fair to him, Liam Dawson. Put it wide of the cordon. Sliding stop by George Hill. I think it's Will Frayne who helped him out with the return throw, and they got back for 3.
Yeah, he put a slide in. I think the ball had already stopped, hadn't it?
Yeah, 65 for 5. End of that Matthew Waite over. And he is wicketless at this moment in time. 15 from 5 overs by him. Ben Code has 2 for 19 off 7. Jordan Thompson 1 for 18 off 5, and Stephen Patterson 2 for 8 off 3. The old boy, who, just checking back on his career figures, because, well, of course, typically Wi-Fi does not hold up at that moment in time. Did pass a landmark down at Glamorgan last year, and unfortunately bringing it that info right this time.
Several landmarks down in one. Having Johnny Tatter standing up to the stumps, which is going to put a bit of a maybe to dawn him forward. It's going to keep him in his crease. Maybe he's just forward, trying to disturb Patterson's length a little bit.
Yes,
Buzz in the crowd.
Pato passed 450 450 first-class wickets, or reached 450 first-class wickets fairly early on last season at Glamorgan. He's now got 476 of them. He said he wanted to keep going at least till he was got 100.
Patterson bowls as English was just outside the line there, and there's no reaction from the umpire. It wasn't really an appeal, was it? It was a sort of one like that, which was sort of close to Austin, but we know it's not out. Short leg has moved a little bit closer now. Will Frayne, he's a couple of strips. Patterson bowls, and that's angled down, Squicket. Not going to get a run there. Dominic Best comes in.
And if he bowls his sort of usual metronomic self, it's going to be difficult to score runs, isn't it? Because you're going to have to force it. The ball's nibbling still a little bit. The field's set quite tight. Unsaving positions, all of that. You might have to start taking an odd risk, and you don't really want to do that.
Patterson bowls, and well, Taylor Sutton, so he was to angle that one down to the third man. But Patterson whipping the bails off as well. Very neat piece of keeping. He's not. He's a medium pacer, isn't he, Steve Patterson? Not the easiest to stand up to on this pitch. Patterson doing a good job. He'll really be tested, of course, if Patterson puts one leg side, bowls, and oh, big shout for LW. That's a little bit high. just above his belt line, though, isn't he? Somewhere push forward. It certainly did bounce, probably on the right line, but would have been going over the top from the naked eye. What does the replay say? You're not sure, Doige?
No, we didn't get as far as that. It was withdrawn as it was in his delivery stride.
Comes again, bowls, and as we say, metronomic, pushed into the offside that time. It's the end of another Patterson over, 65-for-5 then, with 9 runs to Dawson, 4 to Brown.
And it's going to be Jordan Thompson by the looks of it, is it? He's putting the Alice band in place. Yep. Coming back into the attack. I'll just do one more. I'll duck out and let Jamo take over with you again, DT. 65-for-5. Well, when he's done it, we'll let him come back in.
And T is set time.
4:15.
This one.
Here's Thompson. It's off stump, and Ben Brown holding arms to that one. There's movement around the ground. Not sure the ice cream van's done too many sales today. The coffee gazebo away to our right certainly did, because Jamo and I were down there. In fact, I've still got to eat the whatever it was, flapjack with a bit of sultana in there that Jamo treated us to this morning. Thompson orange soles. Boots, that's again into the gully region, this time by Brown. That was a re-scratch of his guard. The eggs are done again. How do you take yours, Jamo? Golden Yoker. Just slight on the firm side, or are they soft?
He's southern here, they'll be soft.
Thompson, Brown, who dropped into the offside, and Best scampers into field of Jonathan Tatterson. And there is no run. The 5 men to have gone for Hampshire today. First of them was Ian Holland in the 3rd over. He made 0. Court Hill bowled Code. It was a 4 slip. 1 for that stage, 2 for 5 when Felix Organ was then out just 4 balls later. Leaves Gordon Thompson for 5. Nick Gubbins followed when the score was on 12. He'd made 4 of those. W to Ben Code as Brown gets solidly behind this latest Thompson pushes into the onside, no run. Then Joe Weatherly. They'd moved on to 49 by the time he was out the last ball of the 15th over. LBW to the Yorkshire skipper Stephen Patterson for 23 off 35. And just 3 runs later, James Vince, 7 balls later, was caught by Tom Kohler. More practice catch really at first slip off for 15. Thompson to Brown, tucks the left leg, the front leg up, and flicks that backward of square for a single. Just looks up at the heavens as if to say, I could have got more on that, could have got more runs than the one.
Yeah, he's not got a lot of protection out on that onside, has he? It's the mid wicket on the mid on, so there's plenty of space out there if he'd got a decent bit of bat on that one. Lofted it away down to the Ken Dodd stand.
Callie didn't mind a bit of flapjack, you know. I remember doing overnight commentaries on the Ashes with him, where he'd take a piece in from time to time, purely just for carbs. Dodgy old boy to get through the night. You know, those are in the morning when you're screaming for sleep. Last ball there was pushed out to Pato, an extra cover, and there was no run. So 66 for 5 at the end of that one. We'll bring JMO in a minute, as we have more serious looking speckies coming in from left. Aye. They thought they had it right yesterday, didn't they, Hampshire? 33 for 6. Not so clever now.
No. In actual fact, if a wicket were to fall, and that will be 6 wickets down in the span of that 7th wicket partnership for Yorkshire. So we very much easily 66 for 5. Well, we see on the board. Patterson at bowls, whipped away by. Then he's going to get 4 for played it through mid wicket, so he won't see 66 for 6, which of course is the dream score for a New Zealander. 70 for 5.
66 for 6.
Indeed. Ben Brown playing that one nicely.
For Hampshire, gone in the last half hour. James Vince,
so you can hear in the background JMO updating Radio Solent. Patterson bowls, and that's on the stump, good length, and defended into mid-wicket. No run. A couple of splendidly attired gentlemen walking past us, black waistcoats on. I don't know whether it looks like a couple of bouncers gone by there. Maybe they were on the door over there at the hospitality tent at lunchtime, keeping the riff-raff out. Patterson to Brown bowls, and Brown defends. Good man for crisis, Ben Brown. Seen him batter 6 out of difficult positions for many years. He's almost a perfect number 7 to come in, isn't he, in county cricket, Brown?
A man who's been around a while and still averaging 40 is a mighty handy player to have in your side.
Well, especially as he can keep wicket. And if anything happened to James Vince, he could step up and be captain as well. So, when I mean anything happened, I don't mean anything bad. I mean recall to the England side or something like that. 70 for 5. Patterson just rearranging his field a little. He's got 3 slips. The short leg has now come out. Bowls to Brown, and Brown getting ball, dabs it down. I think when Brown decided to leave Hampshire, there would have decided to leave Sussex, there would have probably only been about 17 counties interested in signing it.
Yeah, I mean, well, that I don't know. I should imagine 1 or 2 might have been, but I don't. I get the impression that he didn't want to move too far away.
No.
So, you know, obviously Hampshire being the closest, absolutely ideal.
Yeah. Patterson bowls a slower ball. That one all seemed to come out differently and defended to what is now a short, very short mid wicket. No, what I meant is 17 counties would happily have signed him. I mean, probably only he was only considering 2 or 3 if he didn't want to move too far.
I would think so. But yeah, I mean, not only does he average 40 career, he's actually averaging 47 this season, so he's actually improving on that. But I don't think averages mean much in these conditions. I think it's who has more luck than the others.
Patterson bowls to him, and he just takes his bottom hand off as he fends that one away down to long leg for 1 more run. Moves to 10. Dawson has got 9, 71 for 5.
Well, these two are put on 19 so far for the 6th wicket. It's not a lot, but I think already maybe where we've had 23 overs, just maybe the ball is starting to soften up a fraction. And I wouldn't say batting is easy. It might be a fraction easier than it was a little earlier.
A little like we saw yesterday, wasn't it? With
Yeah.
the 7th wicket partnership providing runs for Yorkshire, whereas this is the 6th wicket partnership.
It's just getting through that 15, 20 overs or so, isn't it? Is it me?
It is.
Here's Thompson, runs away from us, it's full, and Brown works that to mid-wicket. There is no run, fielded by Matthew Revis in a cap. Notice, even though we've got dark conditions, that all the Yorkshire players are in caps. Just obviously wearing them with pride rather than any necessity. So you don't need to be shielding yourself from any sun at the moment, as that's pushed behind square on the offside, and there's no run.
Just rode that one a little bit, didn't
He did. He rode it, yes, like that, DT. Rode the ball, like that.
he? Just
Yeah, he did.
got up on it.
Like you in your heyday. Just rode it. It's ice cream, people eating ice creams still. It's nice to see. There's Thompson comes in and always playing a back cut there, and Ben Brown sort of played it into the ground and fielded by Tattersall. It was that late. It certainly wasn't off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, he did just get a touch to that. That's what I thought. I thought he had as well, but you think, well,
Yeah, it's come off the face of the bat into the ground. Just trying to guide that into the gap, sort of the gap between backward point and third slip, and didn't actually do anything like that. Thompson's just having a think at the top of his mark, with Hampshire 71 for 5, trailing by 88 runs on the first innings. Thompson's just waiting for something. I'm not quite sure. Are we? He's looking. Oh, perhaps it was Liam Dawson doing his boot or something. Just saw him bent down there for a minute. Thompson comes in again and bowls to Brown. Length ball. He does guide it. This time he finds backward a point. Can't quite find that gap at the moment. Ben Brown, the gap that he's aiming for. He has 10. Dawson has 9. The last wicket to fall. James Vince for 15, caught in the slips by Cola Cadmore, Stephen Patterson.
well, after that dive from George Hill, I think Don Bessie's going to have to up his stripes game, because I think Hill's got more dark patches than him now.
There's a few out there now, aren't there, with patches around the knee area and just below. I think Revis at mid-wicket's got one as well. Here comes Thompson again. Length ball, Brown forward. It's gone out into the covers. Thompson, it's just the 1 wicket so far. Organ LBW for 5. And I think I make that for Jordan Thompson. He's 2 wickets away from 100 in the championship. First class. I get a very good nod of approval from Jonathan Deutsch, so I must be on the right track. Either that or he's nodding at someone else or somebody from outside. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. That's a super delivery. More of the deliveries that we saw early on in the Hampshire innings. And again, there's that loud clap from that supporter just below us. He must have the hardest hands on the ground. Even harder than those cricketers. You need hard hands when you're playing cricket, which develop over the years, constantly practicing with a cricket ball. My hands are very soft now. They're like very soft now, having not played for so long, but they used to be rock hard, my hands. Yeah, they do your skin, doesn't it? They build up this sort of, they build up something anyway, and they feel very hard. And when you actually, it's funny actually, when you sort of compare them with people that don't play cricket, when you're playing cricket yourself, you think, oh, those hands are soft.
Yeah.
A bit like when I shook your hand, I thought you had very, very soft hands.
I got soft hands. Yeah. Patterson knew over bowls, and Dawson forward defensively, and there's no run.
Your nature.
Yeah, the same thing when you play golf regularly. You get that part of your hand becomes quite hard, doesn't it?
That part of your hand.
How do we describe that part that I'm showing you that the listeners can't see?
Just below the fingers.
Yeah,
that padded area just below your fingers.
That
That's the one.
quite hard when
Sound like a doctor there.
and on the heel of your thumb as well. That can become. Patterson rolls again and again. Patterson just plugging away, he'll plug away, plug away, plug away, and then one will do a little bit and everyone will get excited. A few young lads making their way around the boundary whilst the bowling's from the other end.
It's one of those grounds, isn't it, where you see more people walking around than I think most county grounds. You can't walk, can you, between the seated
And the ground.
and the seated in the ground. Yeah.
Patterson bowls, and there's an appeal for LB out. It's just been going down the leg side, that one, but beaten Dawson. And from here, it looked a decent shot. It wasn't. It was high, was it? Let's have a look. See. A little high. Oh, Deutsch is saying high. I'm watching the replay. I think if I was umpiring, I might have got my hand out of my pocket then.
Yeah, I was going to say I'd hate to be batting when you're umpiring.
And that's played to short leg. A frame under the helmet.
The minute it hit the pad, I think you're all thinking,
Well,
trigger.
you're talking to somebody who in a club game actually went out to do a bit of umpiring and went up for an appeal.
Did you really?
Yeah. And then gave it not out. Which, to the amusement of everybody. Had to think about it. Had a symbols and that's. It's about Tattersall didn't take it cleanly. It's run away to sort of to lane on and got it. He could have had a run if that.
Yeah, I don't think that's missed the stumps by very much, if I'm honest.
It's gone over the top.
Well, that's it. It was missed something. I think Tattersall's just standing there. He can't quite believe what it's missed. He didn't take it cleanly, and I think because he probably thought he was clashing into the stumps. I think they might have nipped back, actually. It's difficult to tell on this angle. We're fine leg, really, watching the action. A bit like the live picture action with that sort of angle.
Patterson getting into his work with some bowls, and that's hit to short extra, and Jordan Thompson comes in quickly. The batsmen scamper through a dive from Ben Brown. He makes his way. Didn't need to dive because Thompson hadn't picked it up cleanly, but again another precious run eked out. Score moves on to 72 for 5, and that's the end of the over. Dawson keeps the strike.
Yeah, well, it's not a bad ploy to keep the singles count up, but you've got to be a little bit careful, of course. But if you are looking to run those quick, tight singles, then you are going to have probably one or two anxious moments where you're looking and you're thinking, is he going to get in or not? But you just feel that, I know Patterson's getting a couple to nip around, Thompson a little bit, but you do feel as though things are a little calmer than they were in those first overs of the Hampshire innings. And of course, same Yorkshire yesterday morning is definitely a ball where if you can get to 20 odd overs old, then you do have a bit more of that. Still some unplayable balls though, as Thompson bowls, hits high, goes out to backward a point, no run. 7 for 5. Yorkshire still in the lead by 87. This is going to be a low scoring game by the looks of it, isn't it? I have to, and I said this yesterday, how on earth 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago it was when you guys got 509 in the first innings. 500 from what we've seen in the last day and a half.
Again, not this, well, obviously different, but 120 for 5.
Really?
500. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Thompson bowls, Dawson on the back foot, hits that into covers, and it's fielded by Don Bess.
Not only got 500, but lost the game to Surrey.
Well, I know.
Which is a disappointment for the whole country.
Well, unless you're living in South London and on the outskirts, stockbroker belt, don't think you would have been too disappointed.
No, they do have some supporters though.
Do they do have some?
But
well, I mean, the crowds at the Oval would suggest they've got a few supporters. Edge caught first slip, and he's out. Thompson celebrates, and that is the end of Liam Dawson. He for 10, 7-2 for 6, and that is Thompson's 99th first class wicket.
Again for Tom.
Good catch.
Yes, it was, what was also good was the fact that Lyth didn't go across to his left to distract him, because it really could have been almost a second slip catch there, couldn't it? But well taken. Yeah, walks off.
So that partnership is worth exactly 20. But But you have to so hard. There's Vigil out there in the middle, and certainly as a partnership, to even to get to 20. So it's very, very difficult for a batter. This is not the game you're a batter that you want to play yourself back in form. This is not the game you put your hand up for.
Cometh the man with the hour, in comes Barker, discussing him on Kevin Howell's interview at lunchtime. How useful, what a great acquisition it's been for Hampshire, not simply as a left-arm bowler, which he's probably best known for, so as someone who, another the point of view, infuriating man coming in at 8 or 9, because again he's no good at all, and still there this evening, 70 not out. I don't think anybody be too surprised.
No, and he may approach it slightly a bit more in an unorthodox way, which sometimes works. He does average 30,
Yeah, he's
31 runs, and sort of where he is, like number 8 here, for instance. Got a guy coming in averaging that is pretty handy. He's slightly up on his overall career average 20, so he's another Hampshire player that just playing above the edges, which of course is why Hampshire are doing so well in the table. So round the wicket, Thompson had a bucket and bowls. It's a length ball into his boot. He's not
going to let us down, I hope.
ready that thought was full like that. He's going to have a little drive, but didn't get that one right. But you know, he will play a little bit differently than the others, and sometimes that will work.
He is an absolutely huge bloke, isn't he? Top half of his body is like, oof,
Very strong.
very, very.
Quick take back of the bat and then hits through the line. Thompson bowls, length ball, beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery there, Gordon Thompson.
He just played the line there. You're looking.
What's that?
Just played the line.
No, you're probably right actually. I think, I don't know.
No,
That's Nick.
Let a fiddle. I was only joking.
No, that's fine.
Beaten.
That's why we've got 2 people on commentary, because of course we can give 2 opposing views.
One very much tongue-in-cheek in that instance.
It's Thompson again. Bowls on the line of leg stump, and that's nicely worked through in front of square. It won't go all the way. Bess is running after it. Not running too quickly. In fact, they come back for 3. I thought there was only going to be 2 there at one stage. The batters were surprised that they were able to come through for a 3rd, and that'll end at Thompson over. It's been a good one for him, 2 for 22. Hampshire 75 for 6, trail by 84.
Yeah, I think a little bit of applause for
I need to get the decibel meter on that. That's probably the loudest clap I think I've ever heard in my life, anywhere, at any sports stadium, anywhere in the world.
75 for 6. Yeah, Best chasing that one a little gingerly. I think that was he's sort of aware of maybe a bit of moisture still in the outfield, and not wanting to slip and stretch something, tear something.
I think there's 1 or 2 bits of clothing coming off now at the ground, which would suggest that the temperature is getting a degree or 2 warmer, which means it's going from -5 to about -3.
Stop it. Patterson round the wicket to the left-handed Barker. 3 slips waiting. Barker is forward, no messing. Plays upwards solidly up to mid-on. He's one of 2 men saving a single on the onside. They've also got a long leg. Somewhere sort of long leg, deep backwards, squarish. It's certainly not fine leg. And then 3 saving the one on the offside, including Don Bess, who's waiting for another slide as he comes into field that, but manages to stay on his feet. Just a defensive push from Barker, who's wandering down the pitch, having scraping a few loose bits of dirt off. Slips very casual at the moment. Tom Kohler-Campbell got his hands in his pockets. He's obviously in the JMO camp of it being -3 degrees, which is nothing like whatsoever. He goes down now as Patterson bowls and defends into the side. Obviously much too cold for him, because after a few seasons held up for Worcestershire, he's off down to Taunton next year. So.
Do you think it's nothing to do about his career? He's just chasing the higher temperatures.
Oh, what sort of career move is that? Yorkshire to Somerset?
I don't know, you have to ask him, DT.
Sort of thing you do when you're Jack Brooks's age. Here comes Patterson round the wicket. Bowls and Lofty mid on. Jordan is off after it. And it pulls up just inside the ropes and 2 runs. Barker's not going to have any more of that running 3 nonsense. He's got a big turning circle, isn't he? And, he ran 3 in the previous over, but settles for 2 and settles for keeping the strike.
Well, I said he'd play slightly differently. You know, there he didn't quite time that, but there it was up to him in the slot. Probably a shot that you would see somebody bat when your side's about 200 for 2 rather than the situation Hampshire are in. But as I say, it can be effective.
77 for 6. Patterson bowls, and that's whipped away just out of a despairing dive there at mid-wicket and off to the boundary very quickly for 4 runs. And yes, Barker is going to do it his way.
Yeah, it wasn't far away from Revis. Probably about a foot or so away by the time he'd got the full dive in, but it was catchable height.
Patterson bowls again, and this time Barker just pushes that one defensively up to mid-on. That's the end of the over. 81 now for 6. So losing 6 wickets before they get to 100, just as Yorkshire did yesterday, although Yorkshire lost them before they got to 50, didn't they?
33 for 6, weren't they, at one stage yesterday morning?
Right on mess, but that 159 is looking competitive score, isn't it, in the context of the game?
Yeah. Ralph Brooker at Solar Sport, and the tweet says, I've been pessimistic about overhauling Surrey. This is from a Hampshire point of view. Back Hampshire to get close to Yorkshire here, though. Yeah, well, at one stage it looked a long way off. 52 for 5 when James Vince went, as Thompson bowls, length ball to Brown, who pitches that out into the covers, fielded by Best. 3 for 1 when Hollister, for 2 when Organ went, and 12 for 3 when Gubbins went. So it looked I think to get to 50 or 60 looked a long way off. But as we know, the ball slowly but surely will get a little softer, and it does. Batting does become a little easier at times. Not all the time. There are still balls that will jag around and swing, but not virtually every ball, which you see early on, and that's been the case for both sides. It's been the case of the season, really. Here's Thompson, bowls, cut away by Brown. That's half stopped at point. Took the pace off the shot. Bess will run after it, and it will pick it up in about 7 or 8 yards in front of the boundary away to our left. 2. Heard a big no from both batters there in the middle. They weren't going to chance 3. And the Hampshire total moves on to 83 for 6. They trail by 76 now.
Just getting a little bit more aggressive, aren't they? A little bit more strident in this reply.
Yeah. Well, Barker's a runnable 9. Ben Brown 12 off 31.
Yeah, but just since Barker's come in, he's played a little bit more expansive.
Yeah. Thompson bowls to Brown. Brown off the back foot, and that this time beats the fielder, although it's not hit quite as strongly. So they'll pick up 2 more. Bess has already got a dirty pair of trousers, so he's probably he's just decided that he'll slide anyway because he can't make them any worse.
Got a completely unnecessary slide in there, didn't he? The ball had virtually stopped. It was some sawdust being put in the bowler's foot marks.
It's almost ingrained into the fielding psyche now, isn't it? That if you're running after a ball, you just slide into it, and you don't even really think about doing anything else. So still damp conditions out there. We've already had what, 3 passages of play in this Hampshire reply because of rain. And we've been playing since 2:15 non-stop, which is actually quite a good effort.
Oh, stop it. We should be here for the rest of the game now. There won't be another interruption.
We won't be playing here at 6:30, even if there are overs to do. Can you really see that, as that's worked to mid-wicket? And there is no run. Can you honestly see with the full cloud cover, which we've still got, that we're going to be playing till 6:30?
The sunshine's on its way.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry.
Is that next week or the week after?
obviously the weather is playing ball here because
Yeah, it is,
without the rain, this game could well have been over
If you're on the live
tonight or early tomorrow.
Yeah, if you're on the live picture feed there, you'll have seen the cloud cover over the ground as it is at the moment as Ben Brown works that to mid-wicket. It is certainly higher. The clouds are a lot higher than they have been. And there is a very small patch of blue sky just to our left, but generally what you're seeing is what it is, and it has, of course, with the breaks that we've had, clouds have been a lot darker than that. So we're okay at the moment, the light's okay. As Thompson turns, he's ready to bowl his next delivery to Ben Brown. Bowls, and Brown gets a length ball and he pushes that out into the covers. Revis comes in, and that will be the end of the over. Brown has 14, Barker 9, 4 runs off that over. Hampshire 85 for 6 replying to that. Yorkshire all out total of 159. Yorkshire only this morning adding just 1 run to their overnight total and losing 2 wickets, where Kyle Abbott picked up 6 for 36. The second time in 2 innings that he's picked up 6 wickets.
In form at the moment, Kyle Abbott.
Yes.
Another man who's in form is Lee Palmer, who sent us a tweet saying he's taking the good lady to Murgatroyd's in Eden tonight to remember the great man Dave Callaghan. So another one joining in on the Cali Memorial Fish and Chip Night. Trust you'll be joining myself and Doidgy later, will you? Or are you sort of going out with the chief exec?
I don't know what I'm doing at the moment.
Celebrate. You sent a picture in of Kevin to get to take a picture of your food tonight, Lee. Start of a new over. Bowls. I think that time Ben Coe into the attack. I think that time Barker did actually just play the line and allow that one through to the keeper. So Lee's accompanied that tweet with a picture of Callie at Scarborough, but for it to count properly, Lee, we'll need a picture of the fish and chips when it arrives there. Murgatroyd's in Eden. I'm sure Doidgy's eaten there in the past. He's part of the world. That next delivery is played up in the air just past Ben Cody. On his follow through, he might even have got his fingertips to that one. It's a despairing sort of grasp at the thin air as it was. It goes up to mid off, and there's no run to be had. 85 for 6. Murgatroyd's in Eden. Doidgy, he's not listening, is he? Yeah, he has eaten.
Yeah, very near me.
Good, recommended. No, it's recommended.
Very much so.
Next ball through to the keeper.
Where is it?
Yeadon, which is sort of, what is it? How would you describe it? West Leeds? Is it sort of out to going out towards it, going out to the airport? Yeah.
Which airport?
Leeds, Bradford.
I thought it was Scarborough.
No, it's not Scarborough. I remember it's a big county. That'll be 60 or 70 miles away. So, next delivery is flicked firmly to mid-wicket by the left-handed Barker. He's got no run there. Double points tomorrow if anybody gets their fish and chips from Kirkstall Fisheries, which is by far and away the best fish and chip shop at Leeds. So if anyone wants to get their Memorial Cali fish and chips from Kirkstall Fisheries, good on you.
Do you want to mention them again?
What, Kirkstall Fisheries?
Other fish and chip shops available.
Yeah, very good. That's next ball from Code, strikes a Barker on the pad. There's going to be a leg by as that dribbles past square leg. 1 run. They all count at this stage. So next time you're in Leeds, I'll take you there. It's my local fish and chip shop. Okay. What are you looking appalled about? Just trying to help you listeners if they're ever in that part of the world.
That's big of you.
Code now going over the wicket to the right-handed Ben Brown. Doesn't seem to have had a lot of strike, does he, since Barker came in? He strikes that one, finds the gap at cover, but doesn't really time it. Little chase back there for Jordan Thompson, who I think may as well keep the ball because That is the end of the over. Kevin Houser's back in to prepare himself.
So we're just over 10 minutes till tea. Tea's at 4:15 because we've had interruptions today because of rain, but I think I can see some sunshine trying to
I told you after 3 o'clock it was going to be fine.
I'm off. See, the sun's out and I'm off.
Kev's off to find his knotted hanky to put on his head and go and roll his sleeves up and get a bit of sun tan.
And for the first time in the match, we're seeing Matthew Revis
Yeah, I wondered
coming into the attack.
I wondered about last time he won us. Thought we might have seen a bit from Revis, who's quicker but not as accurate with that as the other seamers.
And out, short ball, didn't get up with that tucked up front knee by Brown. Out to backward square leg for 2 runs. Ben going round to field. Seems strange seeing a number 10 on for Yorkshire since we've not seen him all season.
Yeah, come back well, hasn't he?
Yeah, 87 for 6. There's just been a feeling that Matthew Revis might be getting a little bit jaded. It's his first proper full season, this really, at this level. Played, of course, in the RL 50 last year and did get a game back end of the season in red ball cricket as this latest one's driven into the covers where Jordan Thompson feels no run, but he's played both formats and I think just about every day's play pretty much. Matthew Revis may have had a rest earlier on in the season. He's played the vast majority of the cricket anyway. He's coming in from the Peasholm Park end and he's been pulled there. It's another ball that's too short. And Ben Brown has dispatched it. And this, I suppose this is the concern with Matthew Revis recently. If he's getting it wrong at his pace, if he's dropping it too short, then players at this level will deal with that. He does tend to bowl up, hit the pitch back of a length style, but he has got a very useful Yorker in the locker, as we've seen a few times this season. I think DT, you were on with me when he decided to produce it for a couple of deliveries down at the Oval in the quarter-final, but he's been smashed away here through extra cover, over pitching, so gone from one to the other, and that is exactly what will be frustrating Otis Gibson at this stage. He said he wants control of length. He's gone short and got pulled for 4. He's gone too far up the pitch and been driven through extra cover for 4 runs. And so in a game like this, a low scoring match, 2 or 3 overs that go for a few
Good tactic
could make all the difference.
Good tactic as well from Ben Brown, isn't it? If you can knock one of the seamers out of the attack.
Here he is again. Can he respond? He's got a good record at doing that as well. He might go for a few, but he does pick up wickets. And he tries that Fuller, maybe going for a Yorker there. It's pushed out to Patterson at mid-off. They're just sending out George Hill to sweep now and bringing Will Frayne out of third slip and into what's probably going to be a fairly short extra cover position. Jordan Thompson moves from cover to point. And Revis in again, and this time driven square by Ben Brown. Right in the right spot there was George Hill to do the fielding. They get another single. So an expensive over by the standards of this match. And 96 for 6. They put on 24 in just 21 minutes, this pair, which in the context of this match is a very handy little burst of runs.
It certainly is, and since Keith Barker's arrived at the crease, the batsman, maybe Brown's just picked up on his vibes, because it's been very positive. Not only keeping the ball out of the stumps, but also looking for runs. Barker's gone over the top on one occasion. Start of a new over from Code, and that's a push square the wicket. No run. The one thing that Code will do for you is maintain control. He's got line and length. He can sometimes be taken to the cleaners as well, but that's more likely in a one-day cup match rather than a championship game. 4 slips in place as he bowls to Brown, and Brown just plays it under his eyes, just the bat on it. No run.
Jan, alias at Wine is my saviour, interesting Twitter handle.
A wonderful Twitter handle, that.
Sent us a shot of some fish and chips in a cardboard box. Not so bad so far from the sea.
Yeah, that's certainly going to count towards the Cali fish and chip photos,
Yep.
Jan. But it's no good just saying so far from the sea. You've got to tell us where you are, please. Next delivery is square of the wicket for no run.
Richard Beveridge says, surely DT Adrian Harms is a Sussex legend rather than stalwart.
Yeah,
Bon appetit, R.I.P. Kelly.
I tried to get Sussex commentator Adrian Harms, but I was out of whatever they call it, characters or something. So I had to chop it down, and I was looking for a bit of, I could have said superstar. So I was looking for a bit of alliteration. As bowls, and that's cracked down to the boundary through cover. Another positive shot from Brown, and that brings up the 100. 102 for 6.
And in a match where partnerships of any note have been few and far between, this one already worth 30.
Doesn't stalwart sort of mean sort of dependable and good bloke to have on your side and been around for a while? Is that not the? It's not a bad thing to say, is it?
It's that sort of feeling, isn't it? Somebody who gets stuck in for the cause.
Code bowls and Brown defends back to the bowl.
You think of a cricket club stalwart in the terms of the sport that we love, and it's the bloke who kind of is out there on a Saturday afternoon at tea, repainting the lines and doing that. He's probably serving behind the bar a little bit. He'll do a raffle. He'll be there on a Tuesday night at practice, helping the lads roll the nets up and put them away. Somebody who puts in the hard yards.
Yeah, sorry then. Maybe could have done Sussex superstar if I was looking for alliteration. Next delivery from Code is angled away down to third man. Open face, he's going to pick up at least a couple. That's all he will get, so the score moves to 104 for 6. And Ben Brown, as he so often does, runs down the order. 32 to him now, and it's starting to look a little healthier for Hampshire. 104 for 6.
The Oxford Languages definition of stalwart says loyal, reliable and hard-working.
Well, there you go.
He remained a stalwart supporter of the cause, being their example.
Yeah, there you go.
Similar words: staunch, loyal, faithful, committed, devoted, dedicated.
Well, all of those would describe Harmsy.
So Matthew Revis then, having gone for a few in his first over. Check back and see how it was. 11. Trying to those wrongs with something here, and as I say, he's got a record of coming back and picking up wickets. Let's see if he can. Yeah, reduced to 2 slips now, bowling at the left-hander. He's leaning forward and then allowing that one by.
I've got to see that. I say that photo from Jan of fish and chips in a box. That does look
rather tempting.
Does look rather nice.
Yorkshire lad asks Kevin Howells if he still wants to appear in the Archers. If so, what has? He's feigning sleep to our left, and that's on account of the commentary, as Revis's latest delivery dies a little on Barker as it goes by.
Sorry, just providing a bit of backing for your Archer's monologue there, don't you?
Yeah, I thought it was the theme tune from It's a Knockout.
Wasn't the music from Benny Hill, was it? I'm going to do that one. That's a Fly to the Bumblebee or something. That one. Anyway, back to the cricket.
Usually this happens when the cricket isn't particularly engrossing, but we have a match here where one team's been bowled out for 159, the other at 104 for 6. He must be waiting on his tee here.
shot.
And now driven back down the ground. Revis couldn't get his hand down to save it. And it bobbles over the rope beneath our commentary position at the Pease Home Park end for 4. Adam Lyth kicks the ground in frustration because he'll know he's got to go out and bat again. How difficult it is out there at the moment. And 15 runs off Matthew Revis already. Sun is shining as well for the first time in the day. So if, as Kev's been suggesting when he's been on, that ball is getting softer. And now we have a little bit of sunshine as well. It might just be getting to that moment in the day where the runs flow for a while. They've been flowing for the last 20 minutes or so. Dot ball here. Revis pushed back to the bowler by Barker. Oh, this is Jim Rockford. Hello.
Ah, the Rockford. Well, how did the music for that go? Can't remember.
Don't know, but the phone went, didn't it? It was a voicemail. You'd never heard a voicemail before, Jim Rockford, had you? You had a voicemail in this country then. As Revis is in, and that's dropped into the pitch by Barker. There's no run. Something like, "Hello, this is Jim Rockford. If you'd like to leave your name and number, I'll get right back."
And that sort of very American sort of ring, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You don't really get that one
No.
over here. It's very, very, very sort of West Coast America. I thought the Rockford Files was great.
And those detectives, they always had the top button undone, the tie down a bit, didn't they? Feet up on the desk, and a cup of coffee. Give me a coffee. Here's Revis in, and Barker flicks off his legs, and he's going to get 4 runs down through fine legs. So Matthew Revis, the experiment not working at the moment, you'd have to say. It's a couple of lines and a couple of lengths, and he's gone for the better part of 20 in 2 overs there.
Yeah, 2 overs there just before tea. So I think that was certainly worth a try by Steve Patterson.
Dutch Bird Kate says, "Please raise a chip to Cali for me this evening. Lots of memories. Made me laugh so much. Trying to park in a space big enough for 4 cars outside the Crown Spa."
Oh, you'll get there in a minute, okay? You'll be all right. Oh, she's talking about Kelly. Oh, okay. Haven't seen her this season. Code, new over, bowling and covering up his Brown into the offside. And there's no run. Well, I hope she raise a chip wherever she is, because she does spend a bit of time in Amsterdam, doesn't she? Send a picture in, Kate. We've got, how many have we got so far? 3 or 4 so far. So.
Well, if you raise 2, Kate, then of course that'll be 2 chips from Amsterdam.
I was struggling to think what was coming. Code bowls and Brown defence, and there's no run.
Whoa. Just,
2 chips from Amsterdam. Fantastic. Can't you see?
You can do the tune for that, surely.
Oh, don't know, how does that one go? It's 2 lips from Amsterdam. Yeah. No, I'm better with Benny Hill and the Archers, me. Can't get them wrong, can you? 112 for 6. Code to Brown. Brown defends. They would just love it if they could winkle another one out before tea.
Yorkshire lads sent in the Rockford Files answering machine messages.
Oh.
Can we get them on?
Oh.
This is Jim Rockford. At the tone, leave your name and message. I'll get back to you.
They were always good, weren't they, at the start of the Rockford Files? Code to Brown. Brown steps across his stumps, very deliberate step towards the offside, and then just pushes it down on the onside. I think he was looking for a shot through mid-wicket when perhaps he should be minding his work, as they say. Thanks for whoever sent that in. That was takes you back to the old days. When was Rockford Files? Was that 70s? What about Jim Cannon? I sort of based my fitness regime on him when I was a kid.
Did you?
Big lad, wasn't he? 112 for 6. Next delivery. Or my eating regime, should I say. It wasn't really a fitness regime. That's with the keeper, no run.
Was he Frank's twin brother?
Who did I say? Jim Cannon.
Yeah, was he Frank's
No,
twin
he
brother?
played. Jim Cannon played for Crystal Palace. Big centre half. Frank Cannon.
Not Frank Carson, because Brian Barry says, why did you make Jim Rockford sound like he's from Belfast?
Excellent. I met Frank Carson once. Here's Code in the sunshine, bowling to Brown, and Brown again across his stumps, defends that well and turns and heads for the pavilion. He'll be delighted to be 32 not out at tee. Barker, who's really injected a bit of momentum into this innings, he's on 17, and the score at tee is 112 for 6. So the players will go off for 20 minutes now. We'll carry on with our nostalgia for the 70s American TV shows. Oh, here we go again. It's Jim Rockford. Where's that one come from? We'll carry on in private. And anyone who wants to tweet us, either with Cali Memorial Fish and Chips pictures or with tales from
The unexpected.
1970s. So I suppose you could add Starsky and Hutch in there as well, couldn't you? 70s US TV detectives. 112 for 6 then at tea time. They trail by 47 runs. Going out. The good news is that the sun is out. The pitch is bedded in sunshine. The kids are out on the outfield, and I'm sure a splendid final session.
Sure you, ladies and gentlemen, he will finish that sentence before the end of the day's play. So, it is tea. It's shining here. It finally sets on D. 32, Barker 17. We'll be back in, what, about 15 minutes or so's time after by the tea come back out, and we'll talk more. Bye for now. So just yeah, well that's fine. So you do till 5 I'll go after when I'm back out basically and leave you to it, and I'll come back and take over from whatever it'll be. Break around Mark in inverted commas, and I'll stop on till then. So I come back and then you Danny finish the end. Mind you, I'm not required to do anything within the final sports programme tonight. I do 5:33 and 5:45. We all thought after that. So
Mr. House would like to stay here because I think it's an exciting time for them. I'm going to try and get back through.
yeah.
I'm going to be here, Surrey and the Lankeys, because Lankeys just take this absentee. Kenton now involved. It's all kicking off.
You two resume.
20 odd for 6, so it's about 20 with 4 now.
You can resume. You just down for 5, and then about half an hour. Yeah, and then I'll come back in you after half an hour. You have.
I'll go as 5. Well, I'll put my hand up and say to you.
So I was just watching Freya Kent's first game. They were doing that neutrality.
The bar.
Today. 2 years old, eh?
Yeah. We were good under 17 okay. But we've been given an opportunity against Southampton within that age. We've been taking with these as well.
He's very good to the Viper side this year. He's playing bloody cricket by the May. Right.
Hello, Rima. Yeah, just listening to the travel as usual there. It was great to hear Castleford as pronounced, because I've got a southerner next to me all week here, Kevin James from, and he would have called that Castleford, of course. So Castleford reminds me much of home, and we talk about your H's, don't we, regularly? Oh well, I do anyway. You know, I know that when you pronounce your H, it's a sign of gravitas, and you know what happens at the moment. So the respectful spectators of Yorkshire cricket, when the players leave the field of play and they're not listening to commentary anymore, they immediately switch to Rima Ahmed's show. And so they were all listening, and people are in tears here. Let me tell you, this is they're in tears. If you were planning on the train, it's not happening. And it was the way you said that. And honestly, people are now knocking on the commentary box door asking Doidge for a lift back when this match is finished, because they can't get to the station here at Scarborough to get back home. The traumatised cricket spectators, there are thousands of them here. I certainly will. My spectatorial colleagues and I will be considering doing so. I have though put your Twitter handle right across the top of the commentary box, so any references to it will be going straight to you. But anyway, shall we talk about a bit of cricket? Because there's been a lot happening. A lot of rain early, but we did have loads of wickets either side of it. Your last 2 wickets this morning for just 1 run, so they were bowled out for 159, but conditions a bit dodgy as far as batting's concerned. And when you got the update from me time around, I can tell you that Hampshire are 6 wickets down, and they've managed to put on 112 on the board. So going a little partnership developing a fourth just before the tea break, which they're taking at the moment. There are fans strewn everywhere, just the knees at the moment following that announcement about the train. And Hampshire having that patiently, but at the moment they're rallying. So they're 112 for 6 games like this, Rima. And I know you say to me on these little link-ups, there's a lot of this one, Doidge. Jane alongside from BC Solent, the Townsend, our third voice as we call it. It's Hals from 5 Live Extra as well. So we've got a Cassens in the box here. Can I also say, actually, take this opportunity just for a moment. David Townsend and I are going looking over the bay tonight than we think at Scarborough with fish and chips. I remember old predecessor in this job, Dave Callahan, who sadly passed back in March of 2018. So if you're a Cali there from all those updates he did back in the day, a portion of fish and chips, and just think of them and the joy he brought to our radio in the day. Wallace is back in the day. His favourite meal. That's what I'm.
Welcome back to North Marine Road in Scarborough. Playing with DT in a moment, but let's give you the details of where we're at in this game. Hampshire, the break, 112 for 6, replying to Yorkshire, and its total of 109. So Yorkshire still in the game by 47. They had Hampshire in trouble at 72-6, but there's been an unbroken 4-run partnership between Ben Brown's 32 and Keitha is 17. The wickets for Ben Coe, 2 for 26. Jordan Thompson has 2 for also, and Stephen Patterson has 2 for 20. That little joke with DT. I'm Kevin James. DT is on alongside me. You are switched on, actually. But you switched you on, DT. You say Castleford. I thought you were a Yorkshire person.
No, Castleford. No. You can't. The way you pronounce certain words. I'll look Marty Emerson up on radio. Newcastle, Martin. So it's a proper way of pronouncing castles, and if you're from down south, we've got more castles than you have. So we've learned to say how it's pronounced.
So which are you?
Castle.
Yeah. Castle. It's going to be Matthew Waite to begin seedings in this afternoon session, and more in sunshine, which is most welcome.
Have we more castles down south, though?
Well, I count that BT during this session.
It's a big call, actually.
Yeah, and you can spend the next 2 hours counting them up on a map.
I'm looking forward to this. Will Hampshire still be batting at the end of the 2 hours?
Oh, looks as though having got a bit softer. It is the 34th as Waite comes in, bolts the left-hander Barker, who whip away, goes down to hind leg. First runs of the evening session, 113 for 6 over treble. As we saw in the Yorkshire innings with Will Frayne and Don Bass batting so well yesterday afternoon, batting does get easier if you can get past the new ball stage. And once more, it looks as though we are in a pretty similar situation.
Yeah, it's a similar score yesterday, wasn't it? 113 for 6 as it is now. That 7th wicket partnership carried on into the 140s. So, very much so. Ben
Brown to face Waite bowls. Ben Brown just plays that late and works it into the gap at square. There is a fielder deep. Hampshire move on to 114 for 6.
I think they probably will still be batting.
Do you think so?
At stumps. I think they'll just mind their work. They'll push on to maybe 180 something, 190 something for 8 or 9. That would be my prediction.
Well, if anybody in the Hampshire camp is hearing you, DT, they'll be flinging their arms around you because they'd love to be in that situation. As that weight comes in, but there will still be some balls that will jag around.
Just need to mind their work.
Barker drives, doesn't time it, goes back to the bowler. Experience out there in the middle for Hampshire in the form of 35-year-old Barker and 33-year-old Ben Brown. Plenty of experience.
And there's a big prize to play for, isn't there? They win this game. Surrey don't win theirs. Won't be much in it at the top.
It's full delivery driven past the bowler. Beautiful shot, Keith Barker. Timed that nicely. I think the outfield will be a little drier with the dry weather we've had this afternoon, so I don't think getting the ball across the outfield when it's damp, getting the ball damper, will be much of an issue in this session. Hampshire move on to 117 for 6. Liam Dawson's dad's just texted me and said, say to your commentators, we're talking about Castleford, what about Bradford? That will stump them, he says. Is that a saying up this way? Bradford? Yeah, it is, yeah. Well, Doidge says it is. Outside the off stump and that's left alone. Hang on, what are you going to write down, Doidge? Hang on. Who's that? He's going to say Bradford. Is that how you say it up here? Bradford. So thank you, Mr. Dawson. And yes, they knew what you were saying. I would say Bradford. As the sunshine comes out a little stronger as Matthew Waite runs away from us. Right arm over, and it's cut away by Barker, but straight to the fielder at point, and that'll be the end of the over. Hampshire are 117 for 6, having been 112 for 6 at tea. They trail on the first innings now by 42.
Are we going to see Code continuing? Patterson doesn't look as though he's taking his cap off yet. I think it'll be a diet of Ben Code and Steve Patterson from the Trafalgar Square end during this session. And indeed it is Code taking the ball.
How's he looked to you, DT? Because obviously this is his first game back since injury, first game back in the first team anyway. He'll of course built up to this moment. How for you has his first 10 overs looked?
First 10 overs, it's been Ben Code, hasn't it? He's there or thereabouts, so. as we'll see as he comes in down the slight slope, bowls to his fellow number 10, Ben Brown, who pushes it square of the wicket. You know what you're going to get with him. There's certain bowlers, aren't there? You know, Steve Patterson's an example of that. Of course, he will come in and he'll put the ball there on the spot, a little bit of movement, and he's probably just a percentage or two off his absolute, finest. So he comes in now, bowls, and pushes that into the onside. But I'm saying that not because I can see it, but because he probably is simply because he's been out for so long. He hasn't quite got that, that sharpness. But it's not something that you could spot really from this distance.
No, it'll come. Welcome Sports Extra listeners, alongside listeners on Sport Online as well as those on the live picture feed.
Ben Code bowls to Ben Brown. Is it Ben's and Ben and Tens and Tens? Both number
Ben
10.
There used to be a children's program called Ben 10.
Did there?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Oh, you're both nodding away. Kevin Howe's at the end of the box. He's aware of it as well. Was it a sort of children's program that helped them count or something? Or
No,
no?
nothing to do with that actually.
Did it involve puppets?
I'll tell you in a minute.
Code bowls, and that's to extra cover. Jordan Thompson makes a bit of a meal of fielding it, but there was never going to be a run.
So briefly, Ben 10, it was a series which centred on a boy named Ben Tennyson who acquired an Omnitrix, an alien device resembling a wristwatch.
Code bowls, and again Brown just looking for that single square of the wicket, not going to get it.
It won 3 Emmy Awards, and it was 5 television series and 4 films, the latter of which aired between August 2007 and March 2012, spanning 15 years in total. There you go.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Obviously a successful formula. Code bowls, and that's defended into the offside again, and that's the end of the over. Solid stuff from Ben Code. Doesn't give a lot away, does he?
No, he's bowled accurately. Obviously not getting as much out of this pitch as he was with the new ball, but that's been the case for all the bowlers on both sides. Have that ball in your hand, certainly for the majority of the first 20 overs, because it gets a little harder after that. This partnership, which was worth 40 at tea, is now worth 46 as Matthew Waite with his right arm seamers bowls, and Parker was just trying to pull that away, got wrapped on the thigh pad as the ball trickles away on the leg side. Shadows across the playing surface now with the sunshine out. I'd forgotten how good that looks.
Well, I think you'll have to put away your weather jokes, I think, for the rest of the trip up.
Have I used them all up?
Both of them, yes.
Yeah. Waite has 2 slips and a gully.
Although it is clouding over a bit. Yeah.
Well, you're never far away from sunshine or something else here, are you? That's worked away by Barker down towards fine leg. They'll jog through for a single. That's 119 for 6. Hampshire trail by 40 now. Barker moves on to 23. That's off 27 balls. He's injected some positivity into the Hampshire innings. I said before tea that sometimes it's just nice to have somebody come in and do something slightly different. He's done that, tends to do that. And when it comes off, just alters the balance of games. It tends to alter momentums. He's done it for Hampshire. I'm sure he did it for Warwickshire in the more distant past, but he has done for Hampshire at times. Waite bowls. It's slightly fuller. It's driven through extra cover by Ben Brown. He's done that once or twice off Waite before tea. Drives that towards the extra cover boundary, and that's a good stop from Revis. And these whites are slowly but surely becoming more dark greens and well, more of a dirt colour.
Bruins.
You're guaranteed to have a stain on your trousers when you slide along this outfield. And I think he's won the prize at the moment for having the most. I'm just looking at Don Bess. He's got his left leg is it's more dark than white. There's 1 or 2 others as well out there. Sliding along this outfield as Barker pulls that away on the onside. Doesn't quite time it. Goes through mid-wicket. They'll get at least 2. Round on the boundary is Revis once more. Stands up as he picks it up this time.
Yeah, you've got Jordan Thompson there at
50 partnership.
extra cover. He's another one with a stained pair of trousers. His mum won't be pleased.
No. It's 52 run partnership actually. Tell a lie. With that couple, 124 for 6. Hampshire trail by 35 now as Waite bowls. It's a short bouncer and it's way outside the off stump. Really dug in short and the ball just ballooned high. Good few feet outside off stump. Score remains on 124 for 6. Barker has 25 and Ben Brown 36. Two top scorers in the Hampshire innings. Joe Weatherly, who was fourth man out with a score of 49, made 23. That was the previous top scorer in the Hampshire innings before these two got together. There's a short delivery, which is a little down the leg side this time. So I think it's fairly safe to say that Waite didn't enjoy that over too much, because the last two balls were bouncers. And that'll be the end of that over.
Well, we've got another contribution to the Cali Memorial Fish and Chips tonight. Send your photos in to either myself at do_cricket or Jonathan Deutsch at Jonathan Deutsch. Remembering the great Dave Callahan today by ordering a few portions of his favourite supper. And that one's from Speedy Sylvia, who says she's bought these at the fish and chip, like the fish bar on the ground. Highly recommend. Does look a good bit of fish, that. Well, thank you very much for that, Sylvia. Start of a new over from Code. Runs down the slope and pushed below the wicket for a single. He moves to 37. 25 to Barker. The game's changed since Barker came in. He's a very good contribution. I've also had a tweet from Lynn, who says, if you want a real pronunciation challenge for the Southerners, well, I count as a Southerner still. I know I spend a bit of time up here. It's Barnoldswick, and I'm sure all the Yorkshire listeners are just chuckling away to themselves at my very poor pronunciation of that. But Kevin Howes knows Barnoldswick.
It's in Lancashire to start off with, not Yorkshire.
Oh, right. Okay. Heard that down from the other end of the box. It's in Lancashire. Driven firmly, this next delivery from Code. Barker has picked up 4 runs, a dive and attempted stop. And mid on, the ball racing away down to the spectators at the far end of the ground. And another good clunking shot from the man, Keith Barker. So, yes, Barnolds.
And it's called either Barwick or Barwick.
Barwick.
Yeah, you don't actually say Barnoldswick.
Barwick, okay. So Barnoldswick is Barwick or Barwick?
Barwick.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks very much for that one. Code bowls and chopped down into the gully, fielded on the bounce by Hill. That was Lynn who sent that one in. Thanks for that.
That was a real puzzler, wasn't
You
it?
go around different parts of the country, particularly if you're doing a bit of radio or something like that, and you get a tweet in. Oh, we've got a tweet here from Lynn from Barnoldswick, and people say, well, where on earth is that? What can you do?
Was anybody down south never heard of it?
Next delivery from Code Bowls, and that bounces a little bit and just played down into the gully. And again, Hill fields. That's a splendid bit of fish from Sylvia. Oh, well, Kev's done all the background of it. Oh, okay. I'm giving up. Wherever, it's over in Lancashire somewhere. Code to Barker. Again, he's forward almost before the ball's bowled there, and just playing that one into the onside, and no run. Now, your Scarborough is a sort of grey, mizzly, rainy sort of place, isn't it? That's in your head when you say we're going to Scarborough. That's what you imagine.
Mm.
When I imagine going to Scarborough, this is what I imagine. Look, glorious sunshine, players in whites, lovely green outfield, decent crowd. Code bowls, and that's turned around the corner by Barker. He's going to get a single as in comes long leg to do the fielding, and the score ticks over again. Getting a bit worrying this, I would have thought, for Yorkshire. They'll need to take they'll want to take a couple of wickets.
Yeah, 29 runs now is the lead for Yorkshire, which has been whittled down. 72 for 6 Hampshire at one stage. Yorkshire would have felt they might get a first innings lead, but Brown and Barker have fought back. Yes, the If you're watching the live picture feed, you'll see how the light has improved somewhat here. It's different. I mean, it's any ground around the country looks different when the sun it. Nice view of the trees in the background. That's will be away to our right. I think that'll. I don't know the ground. The trees. So we've got a bit of a hold up there. I think we're dreaming on for a couple of the batters. I don't know.
Do you have a favourite ground?
No, really.
If you had one of those sort of dream days where you could have your favourite breakfast and then go to watch cricket on your favourite...
Oh, watch cricket. Oh, yeah. Waite's going to go round the wicket to Barker, left outside the off stump. I think grounds are different things to different people, aren't they? If you're going along to watch...
Yes, that's why I've asked you.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to think. I very rarely go along and watch. I'm either working... Well, in fact, I'm 99% working if I go to a game. I very rarely go to a game just for pleasure. That's not me. I'm not here for pleasure. Of course I am, but I'm working, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, right.
I wouldn't necessarily on my day off go and watch cricket.
Right.
Although I have on the odd occasion. Because we watch an awful lot during the year and it's good fun, don't get me wrong. Full driven by Barker between bowler and mid-off. It was slightly aerial, but it didn't matter because it was hit hard. And that will be 4 runs. He's been particularly severe on anything that's well pitched up. Keith Barker, he has that very quick hand back and through the ball. And that's between Patterson and Waite. In the Hampshire total moves on to 134 for 6, and Barker moves on to 34. He's looked probably about as most at ease on anybody on both sides, and that includes Frayne and Bess yesterday as Barker works that away on the onside and Bess does the fielding. It could be that the wicket is a tad flatter since yesterday at this stage of the innings in the we're late afternoon now, aren't we? The deficit between these two now, it's down to 25. Could be interesting if Hampshire get a lead and I think even, especially with the new ball, and I think a lot of key to this is what, just over 29 overs left in the day's play. If Hampshire bat out today and a little bit tomorrow morning, if it's slightly overcast again tomorrow morning, Yorkshire might be in trouble. That's pulled away, hooked away by Barker along the ground, out to Revis. At deep forward square leg, single to Barker, moves on to 35, 135 for 6. If it's overcast tomorrow and Yorkshire face a deficit of whatever it is, I think they'll be in a bit of trouble, I think. I think it's imperative that Yorkshire try and get parity on the first innings or pretty close to it.
Well, not going to take 4 wickets of 24 runs or whatever, are they?
Well, not at the moment. Doesn't look it, does it? This is a mistake or two, or somebody pulls something out of the bag. Waite bowls, it's a length ball, it's guided down to deepish point by Ben Brown. Batting certainly looks a lot easier, that's for sure. He moves on to 38, 136 for 6 now. Hampshire trail by 23.
Surprised they start with Matthew Waite after tea. I suppose Patterson wants to bowl from South and Code from the Trafalgar Square end.
Does Patterson bowl most of his overs from the Trafalgar Square end?
He prefers that end.
Yeah, slightly downhill.
Memory over the years.
Waite round the wicket again, bowls. Barker flicks that away, wide of Bess at mid-on. Has gone through his dive, and that is going for 4 runs in front of the pavilion. Barker moves on to 39 now.
I'm actually struggling to think of 2 batsmen that I've watched over the years, lower order, in tight situations, who will score runs for you, than Ben Brown and Keith Barker.
Yeah.
They always, when I've watched them, of course they don't do it every time, but they have been thorns in sides, thorns in many sides over the years. They've both got that experience. They both know that the sun's out now, the ball's softer. Just not try and do anything too extravagant, and it will happen. 140 for 6.
I was just watching, just as you were saying that, I was just watching Ben Code at the top of his mark, and he had to get out of the way of a seagull. The seagull flew quite low and quite close to him, and he actually sort of had to flinch and get out of the way.
Well, the girls at this is their patch, I've been watching a bit of bullying going on down in front of us, with a couple of large gulls been been seeing off a slightly smaller one, which are rather unpleasant. Here's Code bowling, and that's the off stump. A little bit of bounce through to Tattersall, doesn't take it cleanly. No run.
Yeah,
Not so much food for them today, I would have thought, the goals, because the crowd is... It's a decent crowd, very good crowd for a championship match, but it's nowhere near the sort of getting on for capacity that you have here sometimes for these 4-day matches. Here's Code again, straight approach bowls and dabs down late. Does Ben Brown? He'll get a single for that, pushes it square the wicket on the onside. There was a sort of bit of a gasp from Code. He almost thought he got that one through. There'd have been a mighty appeal if Brown hadn't got the bat on it. Pretty safe in the end. They're circling, aren't they?
Yeah.
What was that film? Was it The Birds? Alfred Hitchcock. Don't think I've ever seen it, but I heard of it.
Have you not?
I have. But it's basically about birds terrorising people, isn't it? Groups of them. Quite a few over in Peason Park as well. Big chaps. Next delivery from Code to the left-hander is taken by Tattersall. That one came in a little bit, but Barker could just leave it alone. There's a sort of a bit of relaxed tension's gone out of the game a bit, hasn't it, at the moment? 3 saving 1 on the offside, a couple of slips and a gully, but Jordan Thompson's sort of doing stretching exercises at mid-wicket. Whether he's going to come on again in a minute at the Peason Park end, we'll see. Code to Barker. Barker angles that one down into the gully, but you know what I mean? It's not. It just seems to. The tension has gone out of it a little bit.
No, I agree, because I think the intensity for the fielding side is not quite there, isn't it? Because, you know, let's be honest, it did look as though a wicket would be taken every over, if not a little bit more than that. And slowly but surely, as the ball's got a little softer, then it doesn't look so obvious.
Code around the wicket to the left-hander, and Barker plays at that one, and it beats him and goes through to the keeper. I don't think he was playing the run there. The bat looks absolutely sort of. It looks as though he's playing with a schoolboy's bat out there, doesn't he, Keith Barker? Can you think of bigger, of physically bigger county cricketers at the moment? Obviously there were tubbier ones, because he's not suggesting he's carrying too much weight, but he's massive.
Looks strong, doesn't he?
Oh, dearie me. Code bowls.
Sure.
And that's just angled down between second slip and gully, and races away for 4. So that will take Barker into the 40s, 43 to the big former Yorkshire all-rounder, and 145 for 6.
Yeah, this game's been all about get your 6 wickets quickly, and then from the 7th wicket down, it gets a lot harder, because yesterday, just to remind everybody, Will Frayne and Don Best on 116 for the 7th wicket, and currently Ben Brown and Keith Barker are upon a 73 for the 7th wicket.
Very good partnership. Lynn's been back in touch, and she said it's Barnoldswick, was it, or Barwick, or whatever town we were talking about. It's in Lancashire now, but it's formerly in the West Riding of Yorkshire. A fact that they'll tell you proudly as you arrive in the town, that they used to be Yorkshire people. So.
What, as they sort of deliberately flag motorists down and say, you know, we used to be in Yorkshire. So, do they permanently have a manned post as you come in?
Thompson is bowling and starts a delivery that goes straight through Ben Brown on the back foot there. It's a cracking delivery. That's the best ball we've seen since Tim.
Yeah, good start.
You should have been commentating.
I know, but
I was
you
just
took
in there, wasn't it?
It's no problem. You got excited about that place again. I'm just looking at a couple of tweets, quite funny actually. Lily, who's on the ground, she tweeted a few minutes ago at Sonnet Sport, I have chocolate ice creams for you, Doiji and DT. I can't give them to you because you're both on air. Well, Doiji isn't, but he's not around here at the moment. Then a few minutes later, as Ben Brown guides that through the covers, he's picked the gap there. That'll be 4. Ben Brown moves on to 43. 149 for 6 now. Hampshire trail by just 10. And then a couple of minutes later, she says, I did have chocolate ice creams for you, but I dropped them.
Oh,
That's sad, isn't it?
Oh.
That's quite sad.
you better go and buy some more.
Offered to buy the girl.
Oh, she's great. She cooked us some rock cakes as well today.
So 10 the difference. As Jordan Thompson followed up that good first delivery with one that was a little wider. Comes in again. Just the 2 slips in there now as it's Fuller and it's driven, but there is a man out deep. That would have been another 4 on that line. But now that boundary at point to our left is being patrolled. And that is the 150 up for Hampshire in the 40th over of their first innings. And the difference now is just 9. This is a bit of a problem partnership for Yorkshire.
Very much so. Similar to the 7th wicket partnership.
It is, yeah.
For Yorkshire yesterday that put on more than 100. And, well, desperately need to... They're not going to get a first innings lead, but they need to break this partnership.
Thompson round the wicket to Barker, short down the leg side. Good one-handed take by Tattersall. Didn't take it cleanly, but it was a good stop. That ball flew a bit down the leg side.
It'll just put the momentum back, or cease the momentum for the visitors if Yorkshire can just get a wicket before they go into the lead. If they go into the lead, just 6 wickets down, big trouble.
Thompson, that's short down the leg side. Easier take this time for Tattersall. Going a little shorter here, Thompson. Very quickly in Division 1, just keeping up to date with what's happening around the country. Somerset replying to that Essex. Total of 505 for 9 declared, a 27 without loss. Northamptonshire 289 for 4, replying to Gloucestershire's 317 all out. Kent 145 for 6, replying to Lancashire's 145. Scores level there. Barker underneath that. This could be caught at fine leg and dropped. He's put it down. Thought he had it.
Yeah, he got in position, didn't he? Ben Code down there. He top-edged, running in, arrived in plenty of time, steadied himself, and then the ball spilled out. And that's disappointing for the seam bowler coming back into this, his first championship game of the season. Skipper's going to go over and have a word, I think, and just say, well, come on, you dropped him, now get him out, because Barker's taken a single.
I think, to be fair to Ben Code, I think that the ball might have gone up in the sun. Now, he's a little bit unlucky because we've had about 2 minutes of sun in a day and 3/4. So he's a little bit unlucky, but the sun actually, if you look at the shadows of the players, the sun is in the right-hand corner of the ground. Now, he's down at fine leg on the opposite side, so that ball would have gone up and would have been around that vicinity.
Wasn't an easy catch. Code now bowls to Barker, and Barker defends, no run.
Uh,
But having got in the perfect position for it, should really have held on, shouldn't
Well, yeah, I mean, I would have backed him to take that 8-9 times out of 10. I think Barker's got away with that, definitely. Very quickly, in the other game, Surrey 254 for 8, replying to Warwickshire's 253 all out. So Surrey lead by 1 run with 2 wickets remaining. Those are all the Division 1 games, which you can currently pick up on the BBC Sport website.
Code around the wicket to the left-hander bowls, and Barker rubs salt into the wound by driving him back over his head for 6. Well, technically back over the head of mid-on for 6. And that brings up the big man's 50. Came in to face a... Did he face a hat-trick ball? Or was that Ben Brown? That was Ben Brown, wasn't it? And, well, 50 not out to Barker, 44 not out to Ben Brown.
First 6 of the game, and Barker's 3rd half-century of the season.
Doing a sterling job for his team. Very valuable member of this Hampshire side. That ball turned quietly down to fine leg for a single. Next delivery, who moves on to 51. 158 now for 6, so just 1 run behind. He shouldn't have had a 50. He should have been caught in the previous over. But got to ride your luck. Got to take your chances.
That was a great shot, wasn't it?
It was.
Through the line.
Just through the line, lifted it up. And down there in front of the sight screens down there. Code bowls again to Brown, and that's just steered away square the wicket. He's in, he's minding his work. I don't think Ben Brown's going to be skying one up in the air anytime shortly. Could be wrong. Scores are now level. 45 to Brown. 51 to Barker, 159 for 6.
Well, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, there are balls that will still move around a little bit. They might be a little bit further apart, but I think, that drop by Code last over, not good.
Code bowls to Barker, who whips that one away down to square leg. He's going to pick up 1 run because
great bit of fielding.
Great fielding in the distance by trying to pick it up down that number.
George Hill.
George Hill. Well done, George.
That was a top bit of fielding. Slid into it and actually picked it up cleanly. Good piece of fielding. And Hampshire lead by 1 now. Now these next 4 wickets could really put pressure on Yorkshire here.
Code bowls and Brown defends. That is the end of the over. JD now going to come in for me after a few words from Kevin James.
Thank you very much, DT. So Hampshire in the lead. I have to say, early on, just as in Yorkshire's first innings, scoring runs looked very difficult, as opposed to getting out, which looked very easy. But Hampshire have turned this around and are now potentially in a decent position. Batting to come, still James Fuller. So Hampshire could still eke out quite a few runs here. These two coming together when the score was 72 for 6. Partnership now worth 88. It's come fairly quickly as well, off 93 deliveries. Here's Thompson round the wicket, and it's a leading edge, and he's caught extra cover. He cleared onto it, I think he has. Barker's hanging on just to make sure, but I think he's happy that he's taken cleanly. And that is the end of Keith Barker. Huge lunch there. And so has picked up his 100th first-class wicket.
Will Luxton out there as a substitute fielder was the man taking the catch. Good fielder as well. And yeah, I think he was just relieved that he managed to get his hands underneath it and cling on. So that drop by Ben Code in the end didn't cost many. And Yorkshire will be grateful for that. And so Hampshire with a 1-run lead and 3 wickets in hand. And it's developing into a very interesting game of county championship cricket.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think Yorkshire will be quite relieved to be taking that wicket. They'll probably feel, they won't have felt that the game is slipping away, but they certainly would have felt a bit under pressure. 2 batters going well and facing a deficit which obviously would have grown and still will grow, but they probably feel now that the deficit might not be as large as before. But a good round of applause for Keith Barker.
Yep, and deserved. Not sure how well they've bowled in that last sort of hour or so of play during that partnership. I know it's easy to say that, and maybe, as you suggested a few times earlier today, maybe the ball has got softer and it's just that little bit more difficult from a bowling point of view than it was earlier in the day. But I think they've also been guilty of a little bit bowling a couple of lines and a couple of lengths out there as well.
I think Barker put him under pressure.
Yep, and so did Ben Brown.
Yeah.
Or has Brown, yeah.
But no, well, he was trying something a little different. You're right. There would be a couple of overs where I think would have felt if only I could over again, I would do it slightly differently. But Barker was quite severe with anything pitched up, wasn't he, at top? And Ben Brown is one of those players that seems to be able to just manoeuvre balls into the game. So it put Yorkshire.
Yep, 52 off deliveries. Scoring in even time, Keith Barker. And well done to Jordan Thompson on 100 first-class wickets. Yorkshire's leading wicket taker for the last 2 seasons.
Comes in again, bowls to James. And Fuller drives on extra cover. Oh, well, got to get off the mark. It's like he's in there all day. What a shot. I think Thompson might have felt he hadn't done too much wrong there. Maybe a fraction bit of width, but to a new batter, hit that through extra cover as easy as you like. Fuller off the mark, and Hampshire move on to 164 for 7, lead of 5. I just think with skies clearing here a little bit, Hampshire need to bat all afternoon here and into the evening. That's a good delivery. That is beaten outside the off stump. That's a good comeback from Thompson, and that has fizzed off the wicket as well. Again, you just see from time to time the ball going quite quickly through to the keeper, and other times going through quite normally. Yeah,
they need to bowl well here. I think that, you know, if conditions are going to be like this again tomorrow, and we're guessing with the forecast the way it's gone the first 2 days. So if they're going to be bowler friendly again tomorrow, you wouldn't want to be 40 or 50 behind when you start.
Yeah, just under 26 overs left in the day's play, so still quite a sizable chunk of day 2 mid-wicket. There is no run. Is that Luxton again there?
Yep. Stephen Patterson going through a few stretches. So it looks like the Yorkshire skipper is going to bring himself back on here. Already got a couple of wickets to his name.
So 3 slips in for the new batter now. As Thompson comes in again and bowls to Fuller. Fuller gets a length ball, which he pushes to mid-off, and there's no run. So Ben Brown, very much the focus now for Hampshire. He's on 45 from 71, non-striker. Still Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas to come in. Kyle Abbott, I think Hampshire would still view as being able to keep the momentum going, but I think once you get down to Abbas, then whoever's in with him might look to play very positively indeed. Fuller's off the back foot, steers that up to mid-off once more, and Patterson fields successful over there for Jordan Thompson. Hampshire 164 for 7.
Yep, and time for me to do a quick update for BBC Tees, which I'll do on here while we're on here. When the applause for this update has abated.
The word got around.
Yeah. Into the final session on day 2 here at North Marine Road, and Hampshire 164 for 7 then have a lead of 5 at this stage. Jordan Thompson has just taken his 100th first-class wicket. That is in just 51 innings bowling, so a pretty good strike rate for the young man from Leeds, and he's taken 3 so far in this Hampshire first inning. Yorkshire were wrapped up for 159 a day, but Hampshire have also found conditions pretty tricky out there at the moment though, and Keith Parker has just gone for the first half-century of this Hampshire innings. He's 52, still out there at the ground, not out on 45. In front, 164 for 7. And Brown even just working that one out square on the leg side. First delivery of the returning Stephen Patterson from the Trafalgar Square end. So I'll just try and send this while talking. 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's a straight mid-wicket in a catching position. Will Frayne, and more regulation mid-wicket and a long leg, and this is hit on the up once again by Fuller. Away through extra cover. Don Bess is giving chase, and they're going to get back for a comfortable 2.
Well, James Fuller, another positive player, which again in these situations, if it comes off, works very well in the batting team's favour. Of course, just as likely to get out playing a shot that you say, if only you didn't do that. But I've seen Hampshire already this season with the lower order take games away with momentum. They'll be hoping to do the same here.
Patterson again, and pushed back up the pitch this time by Fuller, and there is no run. What have I done? You see, talking over what I'm doing, I've just sent that report off as the 420.
Well, you should have let me to overtake. I'll take it on. Do you want me to concentrate? You concentrate on that and I'll concentrate on the cricket for you.
Thank you.
That's all right, it's no problem. That's what we're here for, to help our fellow commentators out. There's Patterson then, running towards us, right arm over and bowls. Fuller gets wrapped on the top of the pad, maybe in an area which it hurts a bit. Just bent down there. In fact, he was rolling about on the ground very quickly, but I think he's all right. Tattersall, I think, made sure that he's okay as well, but yeah, if you're watching on the live picture feed, I think you know where that's heading. And you can make up your own mind from what I've just said, if you're not. 167 for 7 in the 43rd over here in Scarborough. Again, a bit more sunshine coming out, which is welcome.
And we welcome listeners from 5 Sports Extra who rejoin us. Scarborough Sunshine, Stephen Patterson from the Trafalgar Square end bowling at the moment, to James Fuller, who's been positive in the few deliveries he's faced so far. There's a stifled appeal as that's gone away square on the leg side for a leg bye, but clearly going down that way. And umpire Neil Mallender, who's standing at the Trafalgar Square end, not remotely interested in giving a decision in the affirmative. We've just had a 3rd wicket in this Hampshire first innings for Jordan Thompson, who's made it to 100 first-class wickets as a result. His 30th first-class match, but it's Patterson bowling at the moment to Brown, who just dabs that backward of square, where Revis does the fielding. That will complete that over, which now means that 43 are complete in this Hampshire first innings, and they lead by 10 at 169 for 7.
Yeah, there's a lot of overs left today, and probably the best weather we've had in the game, actually, at the moment. So, not ideal. I don't think Hampshire will want to be. They wouldn't want to be bowled out too quickly now, anyway. Of course they wouldn't. But just generally in the situation in the day, I think they'd want to bat quite a bit of these overs if they can. Obviously build a lead, but actually come back tomorrow morning and hopefully there's a few more clouds around. Thompson bowls, cut away by Brown. It's gone down towards third man. There's nobody out there. Thought there was somebody there. Deep backward point has to come round. Is that Revis out there?
Yep.
And he's sort of been a mixture, isn't it? Well, there's been fielders at third man in the past. I was quite surprised that there wasn't one down there at that stage. But Brown only picks up 2, and he moves on to 49. Hampshire 171 for 7, lead by 12. Unless, of course, the clouds start rolling in a little later, then I don't think Hampshire will mind having a few overs at Yorkshire tonight. But at the moment, actually, some of the clouds, there is a bit more cloud coming over, actually. That blue sky seems to be, well, what I can see through the pitch and then over the flats is disappearing. But then I look to our left, over the pavilion, and there's more blue sky. So here's Thompson, bowls to Brown. Brown edges over the top of the slips. That'll be a couple of bounces for 4. And that will bring Brown's half century up. That's 53 off 75 deliveries. And Hampshire move on to 175 for 7.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit too short again, and it's just entitling him to play that shot. He's played that sort of slash stroke cut shot to reasonable effect. He's had a little bit of luck like he did with the one before it that was aerial for a while, but there was nobody anywhere near it.
4th half century of the season for Ben Brown, with 100 to go with that. Hampshire lead by 16. Thompson comes in again. Bowls, edge through to the keeper. Brown goes. Well, an immediate answer there from Thompson. Just bounced a little bit, and Brown had a little fish at that. Tattersall takes the catch. And Barker, who just passed the half century, was out to Thompson, and Thompson has done the same to Ben Brown. And it's 175 for 8.
Yeah, livid with himself, wasn't he there, Ben Brown? And why wouldn't you be having got to that little landmark? But maybe the concentration of getting there with these little things that you tick off, just let it go slightly. And he's played it to pretty good effect, but this time it just looked just a touch, and that's all it needed to be, fuller than it was the ball before, where it was on the rise and he played a little bit of a top-edged uppercut. This time just slightly tighter, I think, by Jordan Thompson, and very slightly fuller, and that was what it took. And he gets warmly applauded by the Yorkshire supporters in their predominance here at Scarborough. 175 for 8, and he's gone for 53 of 76 deliveries.
So 4 wickets for Jordan Thompson. He can't quite help feel that Hampshire are just missing a trick here, really, having done all the hard work. 72 for 6, 2 half centuries from Barker and Brown, both getting out within 10 minutes or so of each other, 10-12 minutes or so. You just feel that Hampshire, having got in the lead by 16 with 2 wickets in hand, it could have been so much better with all the hard work they've done. This is out, but again, just the odd ball that we saw there, just bouncing a little bit, just doing something. And still wicket-taking balls out, even though in order that they are, or have been, at the top part of for both sides. So Cabot's new batter coming at 10. Jordan Thompson looking for 5 bowls, and Abbott working away through square legs. Strong shot, first delivery. So that goes out towards the square leg boundary, and Abbott will pick up 2. Be interesting to see how James Fuller plays things. I think while Abbott's there, Fuller will play his normal positive game, and maybe he might just feel that might just play a fraction more positively. He'll probably assess how Abbott's playing for a few deliveries before he makes up his own mind. But if he's out there when Abbas comes in, then there will be a few fireworks. Anyway, the lead for Hampshire is 18. I think they'll be happy that they've got a lead, but for me, I just feel that they could have been in a better position than they are. Here's Thompson, bowls, and Abbott off the back foot steers that into the gap. There'll only be a single. Again, batting sometimes just looks easy, doesn't it? And then all of a sudden, there'll just be one ball that will just remind you, don't take things for granted. Hampshire's lead 19, 178 for 8. Thompson 4 for 45 now. Sunshine here at Scarborough. Few in the crowd, sunglasses on, hats on, shielding themselves from the sun. Kagul's gone for the moment. As Thompson comes in again, bowls to Fuller this time, 3 slips waiting. Fuller gets one, it bounces, almost caught and bowled. Thompson flung himself forward on his follow through, almost got there. And Fuller was surprised there. I think he was trying to work that away through the onside. Ball just held in the turf a fraction, bounced. And Fuller very nearly presented Thompson with his 5th wicket, 178 for 8.
It wasn't too far away, was it? Yeah, just the follow through. Obviously trying to get off the pitch. And that just one stride extra probably prevented him from getting something on it, whether he would have reeled it in or not. So Patterson going to continue on the Trafalgar Square end. We'll have a BBC Radio Humberside update to come in about 6 or 7 minutes time. So don't be surprised if I start going on about this game in a short burst of intense reporting. I think we call it that. You've only got a few minutes to go and you're off, aren't you? For a wander. Here's Patterson then. And now then, that of extra cover, wideish mid-off. Kyle Abbott wasn't Pato's best delivery. And it was a bit of stand and deliver from the big man. And 4 runs out down towards the suits. In the marquee corner.
Intense reporting.
Yeah, very intense.
It's not a phrase I'm familiar with.
No, not where I'm concerned. No. There are some people who are very intense when they're reporting on that. Patterson trying to be intense here. Good delivery. There's an appeal for caught behind against Kyle Abbott. Jonathan Tattersall doesn't look entirely delighted with the decision of not out by Neil Mallender, but he clearly thought that there was something on that.
Again, there's that ball that's just bounced and gone through a little quicker than the others. Still there.
Kyle Abbott, 7 off 4. Doesn't give you the impression he's going to die wondering here. And Patterson shuffling in. And Abbott goes to mid-off, over the top of mid-off as it turns out, and he's going to get 4 more here. Don Bess will have more green stains on the knees. It was he who raised his right hand to try and catch that, and it wasn't far away from being out, but Abbott has posed his intent, and this could do some pretty serious damage. If he's out there for half an hour, this could take the game right away from Yorkshire in a very short space of time.
I'm not sure with shots like that he's going to be out for half an hour, to be honest. That was a real teaser to Bess. Nowhere near was that out in the middle of the bat. I have to say, when it came off the bat, I thought that's an easy catch at mid-off. I'm really surprised that it even cleared mid-off.
Lead already, 27. And Patterson throws in one wide of off stump, and Fuller, just to get things back on track, and Abbott happy to leave that.
But it's a handy lead, 27. I think Yorkshire will be saying that we don't really want to be 60 or so behind here. I think that you know, if Hampshire again amongst the wickets with a new ball, a 60-run lead will be worth quite a bit.
I think 40 or 50 is pretty good anyway, from what we've seen of batting in this match. An interesting looking leave by Abbott to this latest Patterson delivery, just wide of off stump. Kevin Howells just trying to do his impression of that behind us in the commentary box, which looked painful. David Townsend doing a bit of twitching with his binoculars. Not quite sure who he's zoning in on in the crowd over there, but Patterson's in, and Abbott strikes it firmly again, and we'll get 4 more here. Patterson couldn't get down to it, nor could Don Bess. Split the gap between bowler and fielder, and here we go. 15 in very quick time for Kyle Abbott, and all of a sudden that lead, which was just the 1 run when the 7th wicket down, they're now 8 down, and it's 31 runs. Kev James is taking a breather, and we'll bring DT back in for a bit more commotion by the sound of things in the background there. It's like a scene from Crackerjack with Peter Glaze and Don McLean.
Crackerjack. Not sure I get that one, but there you go.
Well, you'd be the one who turned round with a ladder in your hand and went through a window or something like that, or cracked somebody on the head. Here's Jordan Thompson from the Peashorn Park end.
Threw him for play, wasn't he? Falls through to keeper Johnny Tattle. That just seemed to bounce a little bit. Very impressive looking forward defensive shot, but bore no relation to where the ball was. Through to the keeper. Glorious evening, Doidgy. Scarborough never lets you down weather-wise, does it?
No. Magnificent, unbroken sunshine.
Thompson running away from us, bowls. Down the pitch comes Fuller, that's in the air. It's going to be caught at deep mid. Oh, it's dropped at deep cover. Again, coming in. Ben Code again.
Matthew Revis.
Matthew Revis this time. Came in, to be fair, looking into the sun, but again got into good position as Ben Code did when he dropped Keith Barker. Similar position, sort of coming in 15-20 yards from the boundary on the bleachers side of the ground. Revis now coming into a more orthodox backward point position. That should have been 9 down. It should have been 190 for 9. How expensive will that be?
Should have been Tomo's 5 for.
And that was very nearly his 5 for there as it's gone through and beaten the bat. We felt there's a little bit extra into that delivery.
You've got to take those, haven't you? This level of the game. You should have taken the other one as well, the Ben Code one, I think, but that looked more difficult than the Revis one just now for me, because he was coming down the slope and it was dying on him. Matthew Revis got himself right in line, everything in position, and just couldn't hold the catch. I've got an update coming up at DT for Humberside, so if you let me take over this over. Jordan Thompson in, and that's an uppercut by Kyle Abbott, and 4 runs down through third man. 95 for doing some serious damage here, it looks like. Kyle Abbott, 19 off just 10 deliveries, and Yorkshire need to tighten things up with what they're doing in relation to bowling when he's on strike. Although they'll argue that they've just created an opportunity and just didn't take it. That was, of course, off James Fuller, who's at the non-striking end at the moment. 195 for 8, 19 for Abbott, 7 for Fuller. And Jordan Thompson in from this Peasholm Park end, flicked off the legs this time. Thompson falls to the Scarborough turf. That's flicked for 2 then, 2 more to Abbott. 21 to him. Stand by for the update. Yeah, we have had a rain-affected day, but they've been playing for quite some time now, unbroken since tea, during which time Yorkshire have taken 2 further Hampshire wickets. It was 112 for 6 at tea, but they've moved on to 197 for 8. Kyle Abbott, who's out there at the moment doing some pretty serious damage, he's got 21 in quick time. James Fuller with him is on 7. Jordan Thompson is taking his 100th first-class wicket this afternoon for Yorkshire, but they're going to have to try and wrap up this Hampshire innings without much in the way of further concession. It's 197 for 6 Hampshire first time around. Good diving stop there from Dominic Bess off the bowling of that final delivery of the Thompson over. Ben Code coming back into the field of play.
He can be an angry fielder at times, can't he?
An angry man. Well, I think, you know, he's just very competitive, and if he feels like it's going against them and they're not bowling as well as they might, and of course they haven't turned to him to have a go. He's been in wicket-taking form the last couple of matches. Then, yeah, maybe just getting it a little bit.
Might be worth a little go, especially with both these guys looking to play big shots. Sun out. I think it's got to one of our colleagues who's had a tiring old day. So it's going to be bad to continue. They're taking a while just to settle here. Got a couple of slips. Three boundary men on the leg holes, and that by James Fuller to the only fielder seeing 1 on the leg side as at mid wicket. That's Will Frame. All sorts of noises going on to my left as Patterson bowls, and that's pushed this time into the offside. There's 3 men saving 1 on it. Well, I'm not quite sure whether mid-off is saving 1. He's a bit deep. They can push a single down.
Don't worry, DT. It'll be playtime soon. They can go out and let off some steam.
It's nice when you have colleagues sort of giggling away, isn't it? It sort of shows that what a good atmosphere it is to work here in Cali too. Patterson bowls, and Fuller fiddles at that one outside the off stump, doesn't make contact. Tattersall takes no run. A gull swoops by. I think the word gets round in the gull community, doesn't it, that after tea there are going to be a few scraps here. There are going to be a few discarded chips and crusts from sandwiches and that sort of thing.
I think word will be getting around that some of them need to join us for Cali fish and chips tonight as well.
Patterson bowls, and this time there is a single that's pushed square. Fuller initially thinks he might get back for 2, but no chance of that as Revis comes steaming in, and the score ticks over by 1, and Abbott comes on strike. I was actually watching, and play finished early, as you know, last night. I was actually watching a couple of girls very methodically.
Girls, was that?
Gulls.
Oh.
They might be.
Just clarifying.
They might have been girl gulls, I don't know. Patterson to Abbott, and he does take one to the deep mid-off, just pushes and runs. He gets another, takes him to 22, and the score now 199. 4-8, and they were very methodically just going row by row, looking for scraps. It was a most professional scavenge by two of them, and I think they'll probably be back tonight. Batterson bowls, and that's hit. That's a very good shot by Fuller. He's just leant back and smacked that one through the offside for 4, and that is the 200 for Hampshire. 203 for 8.
Well, it certainly got a head shake of disapproval from the man just walking round from right to left below us in his khaki little Bill and Ben hat. Not happy at all about that. Threw his arms up in disgust as well with the delivery. 203 for 8. And a lot of work to do here for Yorkshire. Having been bowled out for 159 themselves, that lead is becoming significant. And this man, Kyle Abbott, 22 off 13 on strike. They'll want to see the back of him ASAP. They're just sending out Matthew Revis to squarish on the offside to cover point boundary. 2 slips. A regulation point as well, just back it off. And Thompson in goes full and firmly driven by Kyle Abbott. Has a look at the bottom of his... No, it didn't sound great, did it? Looks at the bottom of his bat.
Sure you picked that up in the effects mic. It was... Oh. Got a drink coming out for somebody. Oh, God Lord, what's this about? Thompson is getting a drink mid-over. Or is he changing headband or something?
Don't forget, of course, Jordan Thompson is a type 1 diabetic, so you always got to take that into account with him. I'm not sure if any of this is to do with that, but it may possibly be. I think he's the only one on the circuit who's doing that.
Take care of his blood sugar levels.
Yep. Yeah. Swig, Jack Shutt, the man running the drinks. And Jordan Thompson coming in from the Peace Home Park end, then to bowl to Kyle Abbott, who opens the fist and runs into the covers where George Hill does the fielding. I think also the Gulls probably appear to just be appreciating a bit of sun on their backs as well, DT, after a fairly cloudy day.
We all like a bit of sun on our backs, don't we?
JMO's broken out in a rash.
Not used to the heat.
Thompson, in he comes again. Right arm over, driven once more firmly by Kyle Abbott. Everything's firm about the Kyle Abbott with the bat in it at the moment. Bang, bang. Imagine him getting the spoon and addressing the muesli on a morning, you know, with a big dig into it there. I am going to eat you.
Would he be a muesli man? Abbott? Would he not be a sort of...
Well, these modern player diets, they're not all full JMO like when JMO was playing. Full English.
Can't see him being a muesli.
Professional athletes these days. Here's Thompson. Oh, look at this. Kyle Abbott has got a relatively soft-handed defence in him. I say that. Actually, the ball did still travel at a fair rate to Stephen Patterson, who's taking a bit of sweat off the brow to apply to the ball.
I'm not having that. He doesn't eat muesli. I can't see that at all.
Yeah, it's sort of, I mean, the way he plays with this sort of aggression, he might probably go out and kill his breakfast, you know, and bring it back home.
Drag it behind.
Yeah. 203 for 8. Thompson in to Abbott, who tries to push through the offside and drags it back towards Jordan Thompson.
You're staying in one of those hotels where they, you know, where they cook.
Bring your own breakfast.
where they cook the omelettes and things in front of you. And Abbott coming in with some animal behind him, slapping it down. Could you cook that for me? That's how he's batting at the moment. That is how he's batting. He's not batting in a muesli manner.
He might bring back a big hunk of breakfast. He's causing Yorkshire a fair hunk of trouble as well with the speed he's been scoring at. Although Jordan Thompson has largely combated that in this over. The ball that nips in on him last ball of the over and doesn't play that anything like as well as anything that's been thrown up to him. 26 off 19, positively pedestrian by the standards of what he was a few balls ago.
Yeah,
that's the end of the over, 207 for 8.
Again, though, sensible batting. If there wasn't something there he knew wasn't going to be in his arc to hit, then defend, and he's still there. And this lead, as you mentioned, is worrying at 44 runs. If he gets to 70 runs, you've got to think that's pretty decisive in what's so far a low-scoring match. Just have to see how they go tomorrow. You've got a bit of music in your ears again. You've got to do an update shortly.
Update for BBC Radio York. Last one of the day, would you believe? And
well done.
We've got Stevie Wonder on. What better way to go into an update than that? Here's Patterson downhill, driven by Fuller, up to Jordan at mid, and they've got a single.
So Patterson, Radio York is part of the world. Steve Patterson.
He's what? Sorry, I've
got
got Stevie Wonder in one here. He's Beverley man.
He's a Beverley man. Oh, okay.
Aye.
Kelly used to know all that stuff. He used to tell me all the time. So what would his local station be at Beverley then?
BBC Humberside. Here he is. That's edged and he's out. So that's the end of Kyle Abbott. 22 off 20 in the end. And 204 for the loss of 9 wickets. Caught by Tom Kohler-Cadmore, first slip. And the Yorkshire skipper managing to wrestle things back a little bit. But as I say, that lead 45 even. 159 all out, wasn't it? Abbott 22 off 20. Caught by TKC. Off the bowling of Stephen Patterson. Always great when you get a wicket just before an update. As you know, D-Team, 48.2 overs into this one. And so, last man to the wicket for Hampshire, Mohammed Abbas. And apparently you can feel it all over.
Ah, okay. Well, it very nearly is all over at this stage, isn't it? As far as the Hampshire innings is concerned. Bit of Stevie Wonder playing as Mohammed Abbas walks out in Deutsch's ears.
You can still feel it all over.
Great song that. Is that from Inner Visions? It all out. One of the great albums, wasn't it? 204 for
No, I think that would have been later than Inner Visions. Yeah, I think a bit late, wasn't it? I think. Anyway, 78. I don't know. Anyway, we'll talk about cricket in a moment when Radio York do come to me at some point for the day. 204 for 3 with Fuller on 30 and Mohammed Abbas on taking guard. Facing Yorkshire captain Stephen Patterson, who's in now to Trafalgar Square end and driven through covers first up. Effortlessly as well. Patterson can't believe it. He bends double and that's another 4 runs. Every single one of them Yorkshire are going to have to get here, and they've got to keep this tight. 208 for 9. So a lead of 49 now. Pretty sizable lead in the context of this match.
Away you go, Georgie.
Time to go now. Yeah, a tough day at the office for Yorkshire, who were bowled out early doors this morning, adding just 1 run to their overnight score for 159, but they have found some joy at times with the ball. At one stage having Hampshire 72 for 6. They were 112 for 6 by the time they took tea. But the tail has wagged to a pretty appreciable extent. We've just seen the back of Kyle Abbott, who hit 22 off 20 deliveries. Ben Brown and Keith Barker both made half centuries before that. Conditions have got better for batting. There is plenty of blue sky at the moment. This morning it was very difficult with loads of cloud cover, and we have had a couple of rain breaks. But yeah, they've got 9 Hampshire wickets in this first innings. Mohammed Abbas just came in and struck a 4 through the covers of Yorkshire captain Stephen Patterson with his first delivery. They're 208 for 9. A game of relatively low scores, a lead of 49 as it is now, is quite a significant one for Hampshire. And Abbas retaining strike. He just flicked one off his legs actually down to Matthew Waite. A long leg, but they didn't take a run there, strangely enough.
He comes in, strikes his first ball to the boundary, and now they're protecting him.
Patterson in again, and Abbas just popping forward into the leg side. No run to end that over at 208 for 9 with him on 4. And Fuller on 13. Neil Dutton says, if I was Yorkshire here, I'd try get Abbott out. Presumably that came in just before the wicket. And Speedy Sylvia sends in a photograph of a tray of fish and chips, saying bought at the fish bar on the ground, highly recommend.
Look good though, don't they?
James Green looks another poor decision to bat first. Yorkshire recruitment policy looking more bizarre by the day, he says.
Recruitment policy.
And Sir Limpalot says the blotter would make a good daily vlog name for you.
Fair enough. You're getting a bit of action on the old Twitter at the moment, don't you? Any more photos from the Cali Memorial Fish and Chips?
Not at this
I'm going
stage.
to make it a day rather than a night. Start of a new over from Thompson. That's flashed outside off stump. And through to the keeper. No run. So Jordan Thompson, he's still looking for his fifer, isn't he? Having had that catch dropped in the deep. The lead 49.
4 for 52 at the moment. Patterson 3 for 47, 2 for 46 for Ben Coate.
Lythe having his say at second slip, Adam Lythe. Telling Thompson where to bowl. Comes in. It's an in-out field, as the saying goes. Back goes James Fuller, pushes that one out to deep cover. Doesn't take the run. I really don't understand that. Abbas comes in. The first ball he strokes through the covers like like countryman Javed Miandad or something, and now they're protecting him. It's the in-out field, as you'll know, is a couple of slips and nobody's saving one, and the rest of them dotted around the boundary, 4 around the boundary on the offside, as Fuller makes room for himself, has a big smear down to deep square leg and gets 4. He's picked the gap there between long leg and deep mid wicket. So that one's gone under the covers.
Yeah, they won the way that Mohamed Abbas pushed that 4 through the covers first ball. You were thinking Zahir as opposed to Mohamed.
Yep.
He could play.
Oh, lovely, stylish batsman, wasn't he, from the 70s? Now one of the slips has come out. We've got another fielder on the boundary. It's Adam Lythe, who's coming out to deep mid wicket. Patrols the boundary a fair bit in T20s, of course. Next delivery from Fuller to Fuller is outside the off stump, and just the one. That's a funny old game, cricket, isn't it? Just the one slip. Everybody else just scatter out, lads, round the boundary. Don't leave too many.
Yeah, spread out.
Spread out. Almost like the field here for the final John Player match back in the 7th, when there were no fields. Everybody around the boundary. J-Mo, remember, to a field like that. Next ball is pitched up and hit to cover point on the boundary, and again decline the single.
Graham Goodall has emailed in a little while ago. Good afternoon to you, Graham, down in Peterborough. Thanks again for the comms. As a lifelong, albeit mainly from a distance, Castleford rugby fan, it has to be Cass, he says, in response to our earlier conversation. It's certainly not Cars. The Yorkshire attack looks a lot more balanced with Ben back, although it's a pity we don't have genuine pace. He says, I'm sure that the youngsters will continue to progress and give us a championship side in the non-too-distant future. In the meantime, full praise to our young team.
Yeah, Revis has got a bit of pace about him, hasn't he? Well, maybe they'll give him another over. Thompson bowls, and that's absolutely smashed back past him by James Fuller. Thompson's done his best to get a hand on that. It was the last ball of the over, and it's screamed past him. And straight into the boundary boards for 4 more to James Fuller. So I suppose really you would have to congratulate his tactics in that over, because he did find a boundary despite having those fielders all spread out in the deep. And off the last ball, when the field came in, he smashed it back past Jordan Thompson.
Gary Longhorn says, I hope you ragged the Hampshire commentator for saying that they wouldn't be playing at 6:15. Well, we can do better than that, Gary, because we'll ensure that he is on air at 6:15 and giving the time at that moment, describing the weather conditions at the same. That will be a requirement of this broadcast. Kev James. Meanwhile, here's Stephen Patterson at 216 for 9 Bass, who drops that into the side, and there is no run.
Do you think there's a sort of a career opportunity up here as a weatherman for Kev James? You know, he could look north or somewhere. He could.
Yeah, weather person.
Well, all right. A TV person for telling us what the weather's going to be. I think he could do that quite well.
Patterson in with an open face. Bass runs that wide of the cordon. George Hill giving chase. They do take a single on this occasion. Yeah, I'm not sure Kev fits the weather profile anymore these days. Back in the 70s, he would have been okay. But, you know, they were all aging, weren't they, in those days? The Bill Gileses and the Michael Fish of this world.
He's too old for it, though.
Yeah.
Quite possible.
Got to be young and glamorous. And they've dispatched the field, barring TKC, who's at first slip, and I think Jordan Thompson up there at mid-off. Everybody else out on the edge here. Fuller has punched one up to long on, and they ain't going to take a run here either. You always just scratch your head with this, don't you? Unless he, and you rarely see it, if he goes and blasts 30 or 40 of his own volition here, fine, but he'll often lose his wicket.
To be fair, he did score 2 boundaries in the last over. So he would point to that to justify his turning down of these singles.
Patterson again, short. And anyone for tennis, says James Fuller, who smashed that one over the net, and it's bounced over the head of Martina Navratilova for a single. Other tennis players are available.
He's taken that single as well, hasn't he?
So why not the ball before, but that one? How many has gone in the over? 4. Okay. He's exposing Mohamed Abbas to a couple here. And Patterson then bowling to the Pakistan international, who plays at one. It goes past the outside edge, and then he pulls the bat inside the line. Dot.
Yes, his bluffing wasn't very good there, was it? He should just have left the bat there and pretended he played the line rather than pulling it back inside.
DT's got the binoculars trained on the Trafalgar Square end again. Must be something happening in one of the bedroom windows, perhaps.
They'd have to be that very good binoculars to see that.
Patterson down the hill, over the wicket to Abbas, and that one just leaving him slightly, and he pushes at it. Pato is a little bit disgruntled, I think, of body language. Stuart McArdle says, good evening, gents. Quite simply, too many 4 balls taking away the initiative from the hosts. Castleford and RP, as my old pal Malcolm Roberts opined, there's no R in Bath.
Bath. It's one of the great north-south divides, that, isn't it? How you pronounce words like that. What about where were you on scone and scone?
I'll eat anything really, as long as it's got a bit of jam and butter on. Scone.
You're a scone, are you? I'm a scone.
Well, that's because she's from south of Barnsley, isn't it?
Is it? I thought down south was scone. I don't know. Jordan Thompson starts a new over, and that's steered to one of the fielders on the boundary this time. He picks out.
It is strange, isn't
third.
it? Because it's C-N-E, but pronunciation means scone. And yet, if they were reading the rugby league score Featherstone, they would say Featherstone. But locally, it's Featherstone.
Well, stone is a stone, and a scone is a scone. It's not that difficult. Here comes Thompson bowls, and that's skied way up in the air. Cadmore's called for a slip. He's underneath it. He's taken it. And Thompson has got his 5-4. That's the end of James Fuller's little cameo innings. And at for 218, Fuller has gone, caught Cadmore, Bolt Thompson for 22, leaving Abbas 5 and not out. 218, so the lead is 59 if my maths is correct, Doidgy, and I think it probably is. And a sizable lead, but Yorkshire will be thinking, well, we mind our work, especially tonight. They'll get a few overs in tonight in this glorious weather with this very good light to batter. They might be able to see out the new ball. Hampshire will be looking to make inroads tonight, but for now, their innings is over. Well, it's similar innings in some ways to Yorkshire. They lost 6 wickets fairly cheaply. They lost them for 72 runs. And then the tail wags, and Jordan Thompson is walking off, holding the ball up, showing the crowd, and being applauded off by his teammates. 5 wickets for Thomas.
Yep, well bowled to him, passing the 100 wicket mark today. 102 he's finished that innings with. 5 for 60 off 15.2. Ben Code 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 46. Matthew Waite didn't strike. In the wickets column, none for 37 off 8. Matthew Revis, none for 19 off 2. Stephen Patterson, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 49. There were 7 extras, all leg buys, 218 all out then in 51.2 overs at 5:59 p.m. on day 2, which means that after a 10-minute break, Kevin James and David Townsend will be able to take you through the early part of the Yorkshire innings, ensuring that KJ will be on at 6. Drop the microphone for now. I'll be back with you when we walk out to bat.
Well, good evening and welcome back. I reckon we've got something in the vicinity of 15 overs remaining to be bowled here tonight. Yorkshire will be beginning their second innings once the heavy roller makes its way off the pitch. So the lead for Hampshire, who were bowled out for 218, the lead is 59.
13 overs left in the day.
13 overs left.
Yes.
We took 2 off for the 2 off for the tournament. So Hampshire ideally would. The sun's out, and Hampshire would ideally like. Well, ideally they'd like 4 or 5 wickets at this stage, but we're waiting, of course, for that magical moment. And I've got my phone with the clock on it in front of me. It's now 18:08. But for those of you who heard Kevin James dissing, as the young people say, the Scarborough weather, and saying there was no way we'd still be playing lightwise at 6:15. Well, we will put him on. We will put him on air in 7 minutes' time, just so he can talk through that 6:15 minute in perfect sunshine.
If I can see you guys to talk to, yeah.
4 slips, and they're all actually quite close for Keith Barker, as he's on his way in, bowls, and Lyth defends that square of the wicket, and no run. So Yorkshire will be hoping for much more sort of, I don't know, solid, normal, steady, non-exciting, dull. Trying to think the right word for 13 overs. They'll just take a steady 25 for no wicket would see it then down to the ground. Barker bowls to Lyth and leaves that one alone, and it goes through to the keeper. No run. Hampshire, on the other hand, would be. They would like a lot of wickets, but if you offered them 2 at this stage, would they take 2?
I think so. I think another heavy roller in between innings. It'd be interesting to see what that does to the pitch.
Barker from the Trafalgar Square end, he slightly diagonal run in bowls, and that's again through to Ben Brown, and again Lyth doesn't have to bother himself with it. 4 slips, backward point, extra cover. The regulation, 3 men on the onside, so attacking field in an offside sense. They want to hold on to anything that's offered from these Yorkshire openers. Barker bowls again, and that's a slightly false shot from Lyth. He's got a pretty thick edge on that down wide of gully.
Just straightened on infraction, that one. Yeah, there's a lot more blue sky around now, which may stop the ball from swinging.
Sorry, what was that?
A lot more blue sky. Quite happy to state facts, DT.
Barker to the left-handed Lyth, bowls, and Lyth clips that one firmly to mid-wicket, and that's a good diving stop out there.
Felix Organ.
He was practicing down in front of us with his close catches in the 10-minute interval. And Mr. Organ.
David Collicott's trying to stoke things up for 10 minutes, 5 minutes time.
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Bug. Bowls, and Lyth is struck on the pad. There's a huge appeal from behind the stumps. Barker is not interested at all. And that's the end of the over. Maiden over to start the innings. Yorkshire could do with a few more of those just to steady things down, trailing by 59 runs.
Yes, David has tweeted at Summit Sport, everybody here in California on edge. waiting for the 6:15 moment. I'm not actually sure what I'm supposed to be doing. What am I supposed to be saying at 6:15,
Well,
by the way?
we're not. We absolutely, definitely weren't going to be playing at 6:15.
Oh,
you said,
okay.
because of the light. There's no way we'll be playing. You said.
Is that what I said?
Yeah.
Did I actually say it just
You
like
did,
that?
You did, and you said, "Come on, there's no way we're going to even if the rain holds off. There's no way we're going to be playing at 6:15." You said dismissively. You were. So this is your over to commentate, and I think we'll actually go to 6:15 during this over. So,
Yeah.
so there you go.
So Mohammed Abbas from our commentary end, the Peaceholm Park end. I don't think I've seen Peaceholm Park yet. There's Abbas, runs away from us, forward. There's George Hill, plays that up to mid-on, fielded by Barker. And there is no run. So 59 runs separate these two sides on the first innings. Hampshire put on 146 for their last 4 wickets. Some have been 72 for 6 at one stage. Keith Barker and Ben Brown scoring half centuries, and then some very useful 20s from Abbott and Fuller.
Did you say 146?
Yeah.
Yorkshire put on 126 for their last 4 wickets.
There you go. It's not a contest. That's
No, it's
pushed out behind square on the
it's
offside.
a comparison. Makes you wonder what the batters get paid for, doesn't it?
Well, as we've stated many times, not just in this game, but as commentators up and down the country will have stated many times this season, that there is a huge difference, probably more, I think, than ever, between the ball that is in sort of, I don't know, none to 15, none to 20 overs, and after that is Abbas bowls forward his Hill, pushes that out square on the offside. Happy to say that the sun is out.
Now, you've got a few seconds to go yet
Have
before
I?
6:15, so
Okay.
don't think there's enough time for the umpires to consult and take the players off.
No, not a light meter in sight.
It is now 6:15.
I'm happy to report that the light is probably about as good as it's ever been in the 2 days that we've been playing, and I'm quite happy to say that. Oh, Abbas drops the ball as he runs in, and George Hill playfully says, "I'm going to come down the wicket and hit that," but just got caught. I think he just got caught in his pocket a little bit with the ball.
I think it was probably just caught rays of the sunshine coming into his eyes as he was running in. Was it?
Oh, it's lovely. You know, let's be honest, it's about as good as it's been in 2 days here. Right now. Quite happy to say that. I mean, what else would we be doing?
Well, Kelly Memorial Fish and Chips tonight, so we can't be too late finishing.
Abbas comes in and bowls to Hill. Gets wrapped on the pad. That looks close. Not out, says umpire Neil Mallender, who switched ends. He's at the near end now. I'd like to see that again on the live picture feed. I'm sure we'll get a chance of a replay in a moment. I think he was just playing that a little too square there, George Hill. I think, to be fair, it was going down.
A little bit high as well.
Maybe. I think we're going to get to see it again, but it's certainly worth a shout. As Abbas comes in again, runs away from us and bowls to Hill, and Hill's forward. That looks close. Yes, and that one is out. Hill half forward. He's not very far forward at all. He's looking down at the ground. Hadn't moved his front foot. Just throws the bat up in the air and catches it. I'm not sure whether he's disappointed with the decision, whether he's disappointed with himself. He looks totally disconsolate. And Yorkshire have lost their first wicket, and they haven't even put a run on the board in their second innings.
I would suggest he's indicating to the umpire by his body language there that he got a little nick on that one, because the way he threw the bat up in the air and whatever, as if to say, yes, that's a pair, unfortunately, for George Hill as he makes his way off. And there's nothing you can do once the umpire's finger goes up. Maybe he was lucky earlier in the over, and he'll think he was unlucky there. He'll be telling people, got a sliver of bat on that, got a splinter of bat, and that's what he'll be saying. But the umpire's got his finger up, and I'm just putting it from the batsman's point of view, 0 for 1.
Welcome back, Sports extra listeners. 0-1 Yorkshire in their second innings. They still trail Hampshire by 59 now in the game. We are less than 12 overs left in the day's play, and we've probably got the best weather that we've had over the 2 days. The sunshine is out, and Mohammed Abbas is the man that's just picked up the wicket. We'll go through that again in a moment, but here's Abbas, bowls to Kola Cadmore, who's quickly off the mark, and quick single out into the covers. He scored 6 in the first innings before he was LBW to Abbas. That's the second over completed of the Yorkshire second innings, 1 for 1. George Hill looked very disappointed when he was given out LBW there. There was a big shout against him the ball before, and as he was given out, he stood there for a while, looked very disappointed, and then just sort of threw the ball up like a juggler, where you throw one of those, whatever those things that you juggle with, and you throw it, it sort of does one revolution and you catch it on the way back down. This is exactly what he did with his bat. DT suggesting that he may have got a little nick on it, but even so.
He thought he got a nick on it, and the batsman usually knows. And that, I think that's why he was doing the thing with the bat, and he was reluctant to leave the crease.
Well, of course, you have to be very careful. The umpires don't like being put under pressure and an open show of defiance.
Just a show of disappointment, young guy, isn't he? And if he did get a bit of wood on it, it's a horrible way to get it.
Yeah, the pair for him, and he got 100 in this fixture between these two earlier in the season.
So Barker starting a new over to the right-handed Kola Cadmore, who's struck somewhere around the thigh pad as he pushed forward to that. A little bit of movement for the bowlers, as you'd expect in the third over of this innings. He'll be getting a bit of barracking there from a rather large gull. Obviously wondering why everybody hasn't gone home yet, because it's turned 6:15 and he wants his supper. Barker bowls, and Cadmore almost got turned round there, but just corrected himself, pushed it up to mid-off.
I would also suggest that is probably George Hill's first pair in county cricket. It's only his 19th match. I don't have the figures in front of me, but I would say that's a fairly good guess.
Yeah, nobody likes getting naught. You certainly don't like getting 2 noughts in the same game. But when the finger goes up, you got to go. And Barker bowls around the wicket, pushed wide of mid-on, but not wide enough to get a single. Glorious evening here. A couple of gentlemen down below us just walking in with what I would imagine to be fish and chips in a box there. They've probably bought them round the far side of the ground where they've got a little fish bar there, or they could have wandered down the road. So fish bar very near to plenty of fish bars in Scarborough. Next delivery from Barker through outside the off stump, and there's no run, so 1 for 1 it still is. You can have time to join us tonight.
I'm thinking about it, yeah, definitely.
Good night.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have a late finish here tonight, aren't we, really? I mean, the light is fabulous.
It is, isn't it? Should have no problem going on and completing these, well, it'll be, 10 overs after this one, won't it? Barker bowls and driven nicely by Kola Cadmore, but only to mid-off, and no run to be had there.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it would be as difficult in this second innings for Yorkshire as it was yesterday morning. Overcast, sort of a damp feel, and they were 33 for 6 at one stage here. Totally different conditions. We've had 2 or 3 heavy rollers on the pitch, which should deaden things down a little bit, and the sunshine out.
Barker with those big meaty arms of his bowls, and concedes a single. Lythe is thinking of a second, as it's played behind square on the onside. The second one run is not there, and that completes the over. So Kola Cadmore takes a strike again, and most of the crowd are staying with us for these final overs, sort of willing Yorkshire into perhaps just that 1 wicket down.
David Collicutt, who's listening in California, says at Solent Sport, he says, thank you very much. He says, I will never feel the same again. I'm assuming you were commentating in sunglasses. No.
It's a lovely image.
Yeah. So the story of the Hampshire innings, 218 all out, was a story of the 7th wicket partnership, a bit like the Yorkshire innings. Always playing a missing outside the off stump there. Kohler Cadmore, ball from Abbas, just pitching and leaving him as it went through to Ben Brown. And Brown featured in that 7th wicket partnership. Barker made 52, Brown 53, then they put on 88. And in the Yorkshire innings, before DT gets in the 7th wicket, produced 116. So it's the 7th wicket I think we'll all keep our eyes on when we get down that far. But that certainly put Hampshire on their way. Abbott with useful runs down the order, 22 off 20 balls. Fuller with 22 also, is wrapped on the pad there. Kohler Cadmore goes out on the leg side. He wants Lythe to call for a single, but they decide against it. There was 5 wickets for Jordan Thompson in the end as well. Hampshire all out for 218. That was a lead of 59, which it looked at one stage at 72 for 6, and even earlier than that at 12 for 3. It was a long way off, but that was again in the gloom earlier today. We've had 3 different parts to the game earlier as Abbas bowls. He's been outside the off stump again. There's the leg cutter from Abbas, who picked up 3 wickets in that Yorkshire first innings. In fact, we had a half an hour's play this morning. Yorkshire losing their last 2 wickets for the addition of just 1 run. Kyle Abbott 6 for 36. It's the 2nd innings running that he's taken 6 wickets, if you include that 2nd innings at Cheltenham in the win against Gloucestershire. Then we went off for rain, had just about an hour there with Hampshire 3 for 1, returned, then Felix Organ went. Then there was another stoppage for rain just after Organ was out. That's pushed out on the onside by Kohler Cadmore. We had an early lunch. And then on the restart, Nick Gubbins was out pretty quickly. LBW to Ben Code, the returning Ben Code for this game. He was out for 4. That was 12 for 3. And then slowly but surely, Hampshire built their first innings. And in the end, lead by 59, which is down to 57 with Yorkshire at 2 for 1. As Abbas turns, 4 slips wait in the evening sunshine as they bowls, and Kohler Cadmore gets a length ball, turns that behind square on the offside, and there's no run. So we got to this point, DT, with, well, we lost the whole of the evening session last night, didn't we? And the time that we lost this morning that I mentioned, and yet we're still a long way down in the game, aren't we?
Yeah, 21 of the potential 40 wickets have fallen. It's possible this game could end tomorrow. I'm sort of thinking maybe before lunch on Thursday, something like that. Yeah. Before lunch on the 4th day.
Just looking forward to, well, not looking forward to it. As Kohler Cadmore gets hit on the pad, that looks very close indeed. Not out, says Neil Mallender. That ball like it's just nipped back a little bit. And I have to say, even though we're on a slight off line, we're sort of straightish mid-off, I did feel that might be missing leg stump, even on this line. But even so, it was a very close shout indeed. If you watch it on the live picture feed, you'll have missed the replay because they've missed it as well. But even so, Kohler Cadmore just finding that the ball is just nipping about a little bit on him. But I was just about to make the point that with 2 or 3 heavy rollers that I've noticed between the innings, that I'm interested to see how this pitch plays from now on.
Do they really make that much difference, the rollers?
They can do, yeah.
Yeah,
they can do.
So it's going to be Barker to continue flattening it, making it easier to battle.
That's the theory.
Keith Barker over the wicket to the left-handed Lythe, who's off the mark with an edge down towards 3rd man. He's got a run. He's coming back for a cheeky 2nd. He's got it comfortably. As the fielders had to race back and retrieve that ball. It was Nick Gubbins who's dirtied his whites. That slide. A bit of brown and green on another laundry bill.
I'm not very good on that side of things with heavy rollers.
What, laundry? Oh.
No, well, I'm not very good at that at all.
Barker bowls and through to the keeper. No run. Must have some sort of effect rather than just simply being traditional or something, doesn't it?
No, you wouldn't put it on unless you think that something would happen that you think might be in your favour. I think the theories with a heavy roller, and somebody might correct me a bit, but if you've got a fairly hard pitch, pretty hard pitch, and you know it's warm and the sun's out,
breaks it up a bit. Barker bowls and Lyth allows that through to the keeper.
yeah, the theory is that you know that enough heavy rollers that you get to sort of day 4 that it should break it up a fraction. That's the theory. It doesn't always happen, but that's the theory. I think here in this game again, it's looking to firm the wicket up a bit harder because you know the damp air that we've had and what have you, it should deaden it a bit. But of course, if you've got a slightly damp pitch, it can sometimes bring some moisture a little bit further to the surface.
Barker bowls to Lyth and beats him outside the off stump. Lyth has got one that's just jagged away from him, and well, he's not going to worry about that. He's played a forward defensive shot, a very nice looking forward defensive shot.
It's a good ball as well, didn't it? So yeah, you've got to be a little bit careful, but you know, with a dampish pitch and you put a heavy roller on, you will probably make it harder for yourselves for a while. But as the pitch dries out, then of course with the moisture having been squeezed to the surface a little bit, the theory is that it'll dry the wicket out quicker. Barker
To Lyth, who again comes forward defensively, pushes that into the onside. Doesn't get a run there. Holland doing the fielding. Nick Gubbins with his arms folded at backward point, 4 slips. All just thinking, come on, get Lythy. If we get Lythy, we've broken, you know, a lot of the work that we've got to do. And that's pitched up, clipped up to mid-on. The man you want to get amongst all, ahead of all others, I would have thought, is the man who scored a big century here last time, although Johnny Tattersall got 180 as well, of course, but a lower order batter. Lyth would be your key wicket. 4 for 1, 2 to each batsman. George Hill back in the pavilion, having recorded a pair, which I'm sorry we have to keep mentioning, George, but you have done it. You get any pairs in your career?
2.
Ah.
Oh, hang on. It was at least 2.
At least.
Yeah. Here comes Abbas and bowls, and Canmore gets a thick outside edge along the ground into the gap between the 4 slips and the backward of point. And that is Nick Gubbins doing the fielding there. Kept it down to a single. The batters were running very positively there, looking for 2 if they had half an opportunity. 5 for 1 then Yorkshire in their second innings. They trail by 54. Yeah, you mentioned about Lyth. I mean, career average of 37, which is pretty decent, isn't it?
Well, for somebody opening
somebody's
often
been there for
in
a
these
while.
conditions.
Correct. 205th first-class match here today, or this game. And he's averaging this season 36. So pretty consistent. But you're right.
Just signed a new contract, keep him tied to Yorkshire until he's 37.
Okay. Abbas comes into Lyth. Lyth plays forward, gets wrapped on the pad as he does so. He was out in the first innings to Abbas, trying to take the bat away a little too late. Just came off the inside edge and clattered into his stumps. Long shadows forming here. Quite pronounced as well, which will give you an idea of the sunshine being fairly strong at the moment. The best weather we've had over the 2 days. As Abbas comes in again. And balls to Lyth, leaves that one alone outside off stump. That was a little wide. Nice atmosphere at the moment. This is more like it. This is the sort of atmosphere and the weather that I guess we were all hoping for, really, weren't we, over the last couple of days?
Canny bowler, Abbas, isn't he? He'll be working Lyth around in the crease out there, just trying a couple of different things, setting him up for either a tickle behind or an LB.
Comes in again and bowls to Lyth. Lyth forward, just tucks it away behind square on the leg side for a single. Yorkshire move on to 6 for 1 and Lyth on to 3. We'll bring the right-hander back on strike. Other games going on in Division 1 today. Somerset 99 for 1 in reply to Essex's 505 for 9 declared. So Somerset trail by 406 runs currently. That's the close actually in that game at Chelmsford. They've already finished for the day. There's a Bass Bowls, that's wide of off stump. Cola Cadmore quite happy to leave that one alone. Northamptonshire 353 for 7 in reply to Gloucestershire's 317 all out. Northamptonshire lead by 36 with 3 first innings wickets remaining. Kent 254 for 8 in reply to Lancashire's 145 all out. Kent lead by 109 with 2 wickets remaining there in the first innings.
That's
turnaround for Kent there.
well, it has, because they looked as though it could be going for parity there for a while.
Yeah. Warwickshire just started their second innings as Cola Cadmore pushes that out square on the offside, end of the over 6 for 1. Warwickshire yet to get off the mark in their second innings. In fact, I tell a lie, my scoreboard has just changed. I don't know why it changed, but anyway. Warwickshire bowled out for 253 in reply to Surrey's 316 all out, so they're between the innings there. Surrey lead by 63 on the first innings. Don't quite know why it did that. Anyway, those are the other first division games going on. There are, of course, Division 2 games going on, and all those can be found on the BBC Sport website. With live commentary that, would you believe, might be even better than here, but I doubt it.
Doubt it very much.
Barker bowls, and that's driven through the covers by Live. Lovely shot. And that is making its way over the blue rope here. Don't see too many blue ropes around the ground, around the country. Somebody must be manufacturing blue ropes around in a locality that Scarborough Cricket Club bought up. 4 runs to Live. Lovely shot on the front foot.
Well, so I just wondered, is Doidge coming back in for a few, or you?
I don't think he was planning to, DT. You put him under pressure there.
No.
Here's Barker over the wicket again to Live. Live forward to a length ball from Barker, and that's out on the offside. And there is no run.
Perhaps at the end of this over.
Well, do you want to carry on with the over, DT, or do you want me to keep going? Quite happy either way. I did say that there might be some better commentaries around the country. I think already in this over, a lot of people are saying, well, surely there's better commentaries than this. DT hasn't even looked at this over yet. He's been looking more at Jonathan Doidge as to what he's doing. You'd be more interested in Doidge. Here's Barker again to Live. Live plays and misses there. Gosh, that hasn't beaten. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think that's missed the stumps by very much. It was a length ball. Live just drawn into the drive without moving his feet. And somehow that's beaten the outside edge and beaten off stump.
Hearts at miles there for Yorkshire fans.
So there is a little bit still there for Barker.
Yeah, 6 overs to be bowled after this one. You'd think to yourself,
Yorkshire trail by 49 currently at 10 for 1 in their second innings as Barker from that Trafalgar Square end comes in again and bowls to Live. Live forward, just plays it behind square on the offside. Gubbins comes in, couldn't quite get to the ball, has to readjust, and that'll be a single to Live. Takes him on to 9. It'll be 12 for 1, is it? Or is it 11 for 1? It's 11 for 1. He's on to 8 now, the Yorkshire left-hander. I tell you, there's a lot of goals around here. There's a lot of goals around my hotel as well. They wake me up in the morning, the goals.
You get them at the seaside. You must have some down in
But I'm not that close to the seaside in Southampton. I mean, I'm close, but I'm not that close. Not as close as I am in the hotel, I mean. Plugs the bat outside or inside the line, does Cola Cadmore as it goes through to Ben Brown. Yeah, it's the sort of sound that you only get in Hove. I'm trying to think of other grounds around the circuit where you might hear goals when you're staying away. Only at Hove and here, really, I think. It's about the only places that you get it on the county circuit. Can't think of any others on the top of my head. Taunton. They're land goals, aren't they? There are such things as land goals. Well, there are. There are. Yeah, but they're not actually seagulls as such, are they? That's pushed into the ground by Cola Cadmore. That ends Barker's over. Yorkshire 11 for 1 in their second innings, trailed by 48. DT's looking at me as if I'm mad. It's true.
I've never heard of a land goal.
That's true. Jonathan Doidge is going to comment. Have a look it up, DT. Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Kevin.
Good to see you again. There, the few of them flying amongst the tops of the houses there. If you're watching on the live feed, they've all disappeared out of shot now. See, I think they knew they were filmed. Oh, there's a couple more.
Mohammed Abbas from the Peasholm Park end to bowl to Adam Lyth. 4 slips in place. And lengthening shadows from the western side of the ground as Lyth shoulders arms to that first delivery. Apologies to David Collicutt for interrupting the best comedy double act on the circuit. Heather Jean Bates says, one for you, David. 1 year, 50 days, and I come across a cricket tweet. Must RT, I hear you say. I'm included on that for some reason. And fish supper in Glasgow for Callie. You might have mentioned that already as Lyth drops this second delivery of the over out into the offside. That was a photo sent in by Jonathan Sykes. And Anthony Harrison says, Whackers is a belter in Scarbados. All your tweets, whether understandable or not, on @JonathanDoige or @DO_cricket, or the one that Kev told me I got wrong this morning, so I'm not going to attempt again. Or was it yesterday even? Abbas round the wicket, right arm, good delivery. There's a stifled appeal against Adam Lyth. I saw the George Hill dismissal. I think George, who's obviously a very talented young player and had a couple of hundreds already this year, he can't buy a run at Scarborough. That's 3 successive ducks he's had on this ground. I think I'm right in saying. Just check back now. It's previous here. As Abbas comes round the wicket again. But this is another hill. And Neil Mallender, the umpire's not for turning. He says not out. Yeah, just going back through the scores. He made a duck in the first innings here last time around. And what happened in the second innings? He made 38. So 38 and 3 ducks in his last 4 knocks here. But I think his first innings dismissal, having looked at it again this morning, well, at lunchtime, it was probably the most questionable of the ones in the Yorkshire first innings. So he might feel just a little bit that he's having one of those periods in his little periods where it's not quite dropping his way. We have a spectator on his knees or sitting down in front of the pavilion at the moment.
It's Giles White, the director of cricket. Yeah,
Course,
I probably would expect him to be spectating.
But sitting, well, he was kneeling down, that was all I want. I'd not recognise him from when he came in at lunchtime. Kneeling down, facing the changing room.
Might be difficult to conduct the post-day chat, having not watched too much.
So, with that, Mohammed Abbas in and bowling at Adam Lyth, who shoulders arms to one wide of off stump. Get some enthusiastic jeering going on around the ground. And with the news that on this day in 1987, the album introducing the hard line according to Terence Trent D'Arby went to #1 on the UK album charts. How about that, eh? All those years ago, Kev. You were still playing in those days, weren't you? 1987. Just. Abbas in again, and that's driven by Lyth up to mid-off, where Kyle Abbott does the fielding. It's the end of that over. 11-4-1. And Yorkshire went into bat for the second time with a deficit of 59 runs against their name, and I've lost that wicket of George Hill, LBW, to Mohammed Abbas. 5th ball without scoring.
Yeah, it's to our right, isn't there? There's a group that seems to be cheering every ball at the moment. 5 overs left in the day. Day 2. With Yorkshire trailing by 48, 11-1. Lythe is 8. Cola Cadmore has 3. Barker will continue from that Trafalgar Road end. Mohammed Abbas, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 3. In this innings, here's Barker looking for his first wicket of this second innings. It's an edge and it's gone past the slip area. False shot there from Cola Cadmore. I don't think it's going to quite reach the rope, or is it? It's disappeared behind the press box. I can't see it, but it is signalled for by Peter Hartley down in the corner of the ground, the bit we can't quite see. And Cola Cadmore looking to work that more sort of mid-on. He moves on to 7, 15 for 1. Yorkshire, and they trail by 44. Yorkshire will be desperate to hold on to these 9 wickets going into day 3. And I think we're getting to the point now where Hampshire would just settle for 1. Just 1 before the end. We're going to get all 4 and 4.5 overs in as well, aren't we? Comfortably, I think, tonight.
No chance.
I was tucked up in bed by this time last night. That's driven out in the covers. That's a brilliant stop. That's extra cover by James Fuller, who flung himself from mid-off. Didn't look like he was going to get there. And somehow just threw out a hand and it hit the hand, really. It'll be 16 for 1. Cola Cadmore on to 8. Great stop. Yeah, we were done and dusted by, what time was it yesterday? Well, Don Best was out at 4:15. Tea was taken at 4:15, wasn't it, last night? Is that right? Was there an early tea? Somewhere around there. Just before 5 it was called off, but obviously there was no play in that time, as the umpires then looked. But it had been raining for quite a while before that. That's pushed out on the offside by Lythe for a single, 17 for 1. Trailing by 42 now at Yorkshire. And we are approaching what, 7:15 here. It seems we're going to finish about 7 o'clock, aren't we? Just after. Nice. I miss Danny Wilde and his band at the hotel down the road.
I think we should carry on.
Well, we could do.
The
I mean,
sun
the
will
way
be
things
shining
are
till at
now.
least 8:30, won't it?
Well, there should be a provision for
Light
that, then, really,
conditions.
shouldn't there? Certainly feels like one of those evenings where you could go on. Here's Barker around the wicket to Cola Cadmore. Been a bounce, hits high on the bat. Ball just slowly goes out on the leg side.
DT can go get the fish and chips.
You don't need to go too far. That van is still there. Or is it gone? Is the van? Oh no, it's there, isn't it? The white van, just up on the hill. To our left, selling fish and chips out the side of the van.
Yeah, we should have done a deal with him.
Should have done that. Barker again, forward. Cola Cadmore wants a single, but it's quickly round from point is Nick Gubbins.
TKC, 11 innings, including this one against Hampshire. His previous highest score, 89 in the match last August. He's made one other 50 back in 2019 against today's opposition.
Barker again. Cola Cadmore leaves that alone. That's one of those that just goes through a little quicker to the keeper. End of the over. 17 for 1 it is Yorkshire in their second innings. 4 overs remain.
Yeah, Yorkshire just wanted it, as DT was saying earlier on, as quiet as possible for these final few overs. Having looked at TKC's record, it'd be remiss of us not to have a look at Adam Lythe's record against Hampshire down the years. First time he played against this opposition back in August of 2008. Has made centuries in the past. He's on strike to face Mohammed Abbas.
Some people behind the sight screen below us.
Steward must have knocked off for the evening. Gone to get his Cali fish and chips. Meanwhile, Abbas in. It's wide of Lythe's off stump and his shoulders arms. He's been 133 back in 2010 against Hampshire. 98 actually in his next innings in the same match. So that was a good match for the Yorkshire opener. 111 in the April 2016 match between the two sides. 134 not out, September 2018 as well. So 3 previous tons against Hampshire for Adam Lyth. And he's on strike here. A ton here will be very handy indeed. They played brilliantly against Surrey the other week, and it'd be feeling like a 200 the way this match is. That was another dot ball where he shouldered arms. A bit more goal action. One actually just flew to come out of from within the com box over the top of my head a moment or so ago. A little bit chillier in this family stand now, in shadow from the press box. Abbas though in the Scarborough sunshine. Good delivery. There's an appeal here, and he is convinced and backing away from Neil Mallender. He's gone the full 22 yards. Mohammed Abbas. All arms aloft in the slip cordon, but not out.
Yeah, I think Hampshire are sort of desperate to claim this wicket before the close. Lyth's just saying, well, what do you want about?
And not only that, but the wicket of Adam Lyth would be a huge boost, wouldn't it, to go off into the Scarborough night with. Abbas turns again. Steps off away from that fading former pile of sawdust, and this time dropped down at the feet of short leg by Adam Lyth. No run. Signal for 2 to come in the over, given by Mallender to Hartley. Rich B says another good win for the Northern Diamonds last weekend to make it 4 out of 4 in their pursuit of a Lord's final in the Hey-Ho Flint Trophy. Yes, and winning runs, I think, as well, from my sometime commentary colleague, Katie Levick. Never in doubt, 1 not out. Just 2 or 3 balls to spare, I think it was. Got scraped home by a wicket, or maybe got home comfortably by a wicket, whichever your viewpoint is, as Lyth doesn't deal with this latest Abbas delivery altogether successfully. It drops out, loops up and drops out into the offside.
That could be a big game coming up in September at Headingley then, in that competition. 17th of September, it's a Saturday. Diamonds against the Vipers. It could be a huge one. I think that's virtually the final group game, I think.
There's Abbas then, around the wicket once again, and can't straighten it enough to get Lyth to play this time. So 17 for 1. Adam Lyth is on 9, Tom Kohler-Cadmore is on 8, George Hill, the wicket to have fallen so far, LBW to Abbas without having scored, and therefore he has of course got a pair in the match. Be delighted that I'm saying that, well, George, but there you go, it's fact. And so the deficit still, what, 42 runs with just those 9 second in his wicket standing.
18 balls left in the day. Day 2. We did extra overs today, didn't we, to make up for yesterday as well, so that's another reason why we're probably going on a little later. Lost a few overs yesterday. In fact, we only had, what, 54, just over 54 overs on day 1. And we have Kyle Abbott into the attack, who will bowl no more than 2 overs from that Trafalgar Square end. 6 for 36. Picked up both Yorkshire wickets quickly this morning, Patterson and Thompson. Here's Abbott bowls. Kohler-Cadmore pushes that length ball out on the onside. There is no run. 6 for 36 today, 6 for 76 in the second innings against Gloucestershire and that win at Cheltenham. And his last 5 wickets came at a cost of just 8. So you could say that Kyle Abbott's last 11 championship wickets have cost 44 runs total. So that is, even I can work that out, that's 4 runs apiece. Quite incredible that, isn't it? 4 runs apiece. Here comes Abbott. Bowls. Kohler-Cadmore edges along the ground. It's gone through the slips. That may just have enough on it. I think somebody got a hand on that, but it wouldn't have carried, and it has gone over the boundary rope 21 for 1. Coda Cadmore moves on to 12.
Yeah, tentative, wasn't it? But it was soft hands as well, hence it barely got off the ground, did it? So it was never really a chance. But it wasn't a confident stroke by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, we haven't seen quite so many demons, have we, with this new ball? Batting was, I think, fair to say, perilous for both sides in their first innings at the top of the order, but it's a little different now as Coda Cadmore's on the back foot, steers that out into the covers.
Well, that second heavy roller.
Yeah.
Yeah, second heavy roller looks to have deadened it to some extent.
I think that's about the 20th time today that DT showed us a picture of food.
Mm. Have you done that one? Have you done that one? Yes, we've done that one.
Oh, is that the tweets about the fish and chips? Yeah. Here comes Abbott again to Coda Cadmore, who steps away. Now he's bowled. Now, I think there was a goal, actually, that just flew very low. And I think, to be fair to Coda Cadmore, he did, just as the ball left Abbott's hand, did move away. But Abbott hit the stumps, so it doesn't look great.
Mm.
But I think that's fair. I think that's a good decision from the umpire. I think Abbott will... He looks okay with it, but it was a very, very late call from Coda Cadmore. But that was a low-flying goal.
Yeah, we might get to see it again. Let's see precisely at which point he pulled out, but clearly he was pulling out. He wasn't trying to defend his stumps. He was just veering away to the left to square leg.
I'd love to see a slow-mo of that as to actually what point he pulled out. Because, I mean, I'm sure Abbott... Well, sure that almost have left his hand. That's a length ball. Coda Cadmore's forward. It's gone out to a point fielded by Gubbins. Don't often see that. These goals are getting a little too close at times, aren't they? We mentioned the one that just flew over our commentary box just a little earlier. They're obviously brave up here. The goals, aren't they?
Yorkshire goals, aye.
Were they? A bit braver than the rest. Here's Abbott to Coda Cadmore. Length ball, Coda Cadmore forward. It's on the offside, so we have 14 balls left in the day. Yorkshire currently trailing by 38. And will be desperate to have these two come back tomorrow morning.
Andy says, can players still be reprimanded by umpires for excessive appealing? Hampshire and especially Abyss are overcooking it.
Here comes Abbott in again. I think probably just about played inside the line. Coda Cadmore, and that is the end of Abbott's first over with Yorkshire 21 for 1.
I'm not sure about seeing anybody actually reprimanded for over appealing in any of the matches I've covered. Is it something that's happened in any of your games over the last recent years?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head. I mean, I think sometimes you just have to understand that certain situations players get a little bit more excited than others, and you know, they are desperate to get this wicket tonight. They are desperate to get Lyth out. They are desperate to keep the pressure up on Surrey. So you know, it all combines a little bit. You know, little micro plays within games. You just have to understand, and I would think the umpires would understand. Are they over appealing? Well, probably more than in a normal period of play, but you kind of understand it to a point.
He's trying to clear on some spectators who've walked behind the arm, and Abbas for his last set of 6 of day 2 coming in round the wicket to Adam Lyth, who shoulders arms to this first one. There are still some of the suits over in the stripy deck chairs down at the southwest corner of the ground. The crowd has steadily dwindled. I went and just stood down at the side of the railings by the pavilion there for 2 or 3 overs, and quite a few people passed me on their way out. Not that many now left to our right, the other side of the press box.
They thank you for your commentary?
No idea who does that, I don't think. Certainly nobody had a clue that I would do that. They were just going off for the tee, weren't they? As Abbas is in, and that was pushed out square on the offside by Lyth. And there is no run. Mighty Mariners has messaged in saying, "Evening all, enjoying the cons. Would the Northern Diamonds ever play at Scarborough?" They will have, yeah, already. Yeah.
Have they? They have.
Mm.
Yeah.
Abbas coming in once again, Peasholm Park end, short this time, and an easy duck under that one for Lythe. Helen has tweeted in saying, "Kiddies menu for me in Stirling. Fish fingers and chips washed down with a cup of Yorkshire tea." Other brands are available, but clearly struggling to be as good. Happy memories. Looks good. Fish fingers and chips.
With a cup of tea.
I'm sure Callie would be happy with that. With a cup of tea. Abbas in again. This time he's decided to pitch it up, and they're appealing. That came off the middle of the bat, which was an interesting theory. It was a dot, and it remains 21 for 1. We get into that. It's like the silly season in the last few overs. The home support desperate not to concede a wicket, don't want to lose one, and don't want to leave the ground and find out later from somebody when they're queuing up for their Callie fish and chips that Yorkshire lost a late wicket. Hampshire appealing for more things than Blue Peter at the moment, and that's wide of off stump, and Abbas draws another leave from Adam Lythe.
Oh, they're just having a bit of fun at the end of the day, the crowd, aren't they?
I think so. So, one to come for Abbas today. 7 balls left in the day. Yorkshire becalmed. Hampshire, well, they're trying to becalm the bowlers as well. At the moment, that's going okay, but still 6 balls to face as Lythe pushes out into the offside. Kyle Abbott fields. Didn't appeal this time. And that is the end of the over. So 1 over remaining on day 2. And at this moment in time, with the score of 21 for 1, Yorkshire trailing by 38 runs.
It's a good job nobody's bothered by the excessive or apparent excessive appealing. I don't think it's that bad at all, really. So 6 balls left. Sunshine is still out. What a waste of an evening with no cricket to watch beyond the next few minutes. There must be some other games going on that listeners can tune into. There's Lancashire-Kent still going on. Surrey and Warwickshire finished for the day. That's pushed out into the offside. Start of a new over from Abbott. Cola Cadmore picking up a quick single, saying, "You have it, Adam."
I was just going to say.
You have it.
5 to go in the day.
You have it. Yeah.
I think I'll sit on the bat.
Warwickshire won without loss in their second innings. Trail Surrey by 62 with 10 second innings wickets remaining. That's still going on. Lancashire-Kent is still going on. Between innings there. Kent 270 all out. Kent lead Lancashire by 125. And the 3 Division 2 games are still going on as well. So plenty are still happening around the country in both divisions as Abbott comes in and bowls to Lythe, plays and misses outside the off stump, and that really has gone through to Ben Brown, about head height off a length. Again, you just see evidence from time to time of the ball really whizzing through.
Yeah, you'd think the Yorkies will be saying to John Dodds, "Don't bother covering this till about 9 o'clock tonight, just let a bit more sun get onto it."
Yes, it certainly it looks a bit easier to bat now, doesn't it? As Abbott bowls on the line of leg stump, nicely turned by Lythe down to fine leg, down to Abbas.
Anything you can do, TKC.
Yeah.
So can I in the last over.
Yeah, you have it. Your turn now. 2 balls remain on day 2. 23 for 1, Yorkshire in their second innings. Lythe has 10. Cola Cadmore has 13. Yorkshire trail by 36. Looks very much like the second innings of this game is crucial. Almost like a 1 innings game now, isn't it? Even though Hampshire had that lead of 59 as Cadmore pushes forward. Thick outside edge goes to backward a point. Gubbins Fields. And the last ball of the day, not too far away. It's been a good day actually, isn't it? It's been, even though we've been off for rain twice, the game has still moved rapidly forward because we've had 2 wickets in the Yorkshire first innings. We've had the 13 of the day, yeah. All 10 of Hampshire and 1 in this second innings of the home side. Length ball, Cadmore pushes forward out square on the offside. And there is another ball. So I was just, I just happened to be looking at the TV feed and I got that wrong, apologies. I looked at the wrong column, thinking there was... That was the last ball.
Possible the umpires might have miscounted. I think there was one, there was certainly accusations flying around of one at Taunton last week, which was a 7-ball.
Oh, really?
Over.
Abbott comes in again and bowls, and Cadmore forward, and that goes out square on the offside, and that is day 2 close. 23 for 1 Yorkshire. They trail Hampshire by 36.
Yep, so with TKC not out on 13 and Adam Lyth not out on 10 and a lot of batting to do. Adam Lyth will be on strike first ball of morning number 3, but some relieved Yorkshire supporters having seen them concede that first innings deficit of 59 runs. They've made 23 of those up for the loss of George Hill, and this once again at this venue is bubbling up to be a very interesting game of first-class cricket indeed. We shall say goodbye for this evening, so thanks to David Townsend, to Kev James and Kev Howells alongside. I'm from myself, Jonathan Dodge. Do join us again tomorrow morning from just before 5 to 11 and we'll see how the Tykes and Hampshire fare in their respective quests for the points in this one. But from all of us here at North Marine Road, it's bye for now.